As played, limp pre-flop, check back, big blind versus straddle.
If I was to guess, ST check raising flop, you could have deuce 4. It is reasonable. King 10 of spades. The only king 10 that would get there is the spade variety, though.
Yeah, specifically. But even king 10 of spades, we start to ask ourselves, how often would ST be limping that sort of hand? I mean, on balance, we know there's some frequency there.
That makes me think is deuce 4 a bit more in terms of pure value. He is going to fold in his top set, though. Ace is going for the trap pre.
不是开一张吗？我没有玩，我说了。拎波啦。
You know, it's interesting. We really didn't consider the slow played aces much at all. As we tried to unpack things, I completely lost sight of the deuce 4.
Raise call turn. Yeah. Check raise. 哇，每一条这个拎pot 厉害。
And for Andy,
it's been rough.
Things are coming apart in a hurry.
Raise turn.
Credit to him for not paying off, but
你要10K 了。怎么办？这个接手。飞机来着的人有个鸟。
I'm telling you, just because it didn't raise pre doesn't mean you can just put them on a narrow range.
No, you can't remove parts of the deck as safely as you'd like to.
你欧出来，我要送给你的。我要送给你。我送给你了，兄弟啊。
Welcome to the Devil's Sea.
Boss's queen jack of spades is smothered here.
He's going to fold this one.
Ways with the 20K open properly. ST is surging.
That's not new, though, is it?
No, he's back to his old ways across the first 3 days of play.
Biggest winner so far. I'd imagine he's up about $2 million at this point.
你就等于没牌区的了，你就等于所有牌你都 fold 掉。对子可以出，这个牌比对子位置好，等一下中一队又要敲多一枪，你有可能中一队是大的嘛？大，可能中2队嘛，中深有可能中花。
Tony is reloaded up to $863,000, has pocket tens under the gun, makes it 11.
你不要拎就好了，大一万。
Ollie, 10
不要打我就好了嘛，我
released
拎很
7 deuce
长
off.
的牌。
What is he doing?
大哥，哎呀，我万五就好。
Sorry, no. This is a mistake, right? Graphical error. He's 3-betting 7 deuce off to 42,000.
I think he wants to show Tony this 3-bet. For Tony's sake, I hope he's not able to because pocket tens is hanging in there.
Yeah, pocket tens. It's got a stranglehold.
Makes the call.
Tony's in great shape.
Yeah, 8-5-5 board. And for Ton, unfortunately, it's the kind of board texture where he looks over at Tony as an open raiser and then a flat caller of the 3-bet and thinks you're not anywhere in this neighborhood. And if you don't have the overpair, I can really steamroll you.
Exactly. So that's why he's going to c-bet here, hoping to take it down. But once Tony does come in with check call, he's got to be wary that Tony's playing some pairs. Some ace highs is definitely in Tony's range to check call here, like an ace queen.
Relatively normal sizing. deuce hits Tan for 2 pair. And now he's performing well against ace high. You wonder whether or not it's enough for him to barrel again.
The deuce does have enough showdown value against ace queen, some ace jack suiteds that would check call flop. To bet this hand again, you kind of need intentions to fire a third. He is going to check it back.
He is not going to improve, however. And now, let's see if Tony chases value. No, he checks.
Yeah.
And Tan checks back.
No bluff. Huh? No bluff. I have pair. Pair? Yeah.
Like which pair?
7 deuce. You believe?
You know, unfortunately, yes. Yes, I do believe you. Tan,
You're the
I've
one
seen you do it
person I might
before.
believe. That check by Tony on the river was player dependent, by the way. Others, he probably would have bet himself, but knowing Tan's more likely to
You could have had
attack.
to call and then go on and miss the river as well. Yeah. You know, it's not like you were ahead putting your money in. Yeah. You hit ace, you don't win everything.
Three blind Paul.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. Enjoy.
If you think his big race is ace king, okay, then good for lah.
considerably ahead of the 7 deuce that he 3-bet with
You're lucky.
a hand to go. Tan opens with pocket nines. Tony's involved once more, defending the big, and round 2. Queen 8-4 rainbow top pair for Tony, out flopping Tan. $11,000. Check called. Turn doesn't change much, and
That's
Tony
important.
leads out for
Yeah.
25.
That's very interesting. Tony looking to play his hand a little different to try to induce his opponent to give action. Can't see a way where nines would fold as played, especially with the price he's been given.
He does. Flat. Backdoor diamonds come in.
Not the ideal card for Tony. 2 nines has enough showdown to not need to turn into a bluff, I would imagine. Still beats 8x. Tony's on a spin up.
No bluff.
A little over 100K pot. As the river goes. Check, check. I think Tony proceeds with a lot of caution against Tan in particular. Randy, you can sense that he's not looking to end up in some of the uncomfortable spots he's watched develop.
It's also, it is a little bit of that where you don't want to bet and get raised, but it's also more value in checking the Tan Chuen is his strategy, getting Tan Chuen to kind of just stab.
But I think Tan
'Cause he's
senses
not-
that too. I think, you know what I mean? He's not just out there playing into your desires.
Exactly. And that's where the meta is that Tony thinks that Tan Chuen is probably over bluffing in some spots, and Tan Chuen is recognizing that and, you know, not always pulling the trigger.
Yeah. Mild adjustments being made.
Come on.
Now, Andy. 10 to skate. Queen 10. Boss simply letting go of ace 9. Tan, though, wants to see 3 with 7-3 offsuit.
It's connected, my friend. By thread. Top pair.
Yeah, and the bottom end of the gut shot, performing far better than Andy's Queen 10. And this is not the kind of board texture that Andy is ever going to want to bet into a ton straddle defense with. Does pick up the gutter on the turn to go with the 2 overs. Ton still not betting. 4-liner on board.
I do like this check back from Andy. Try to hit it. I think the 7 might hunt value against a 6 or 4 and ace high.
That it does. $22K bet. And remember, this is the guy who's 1 for 1 with Queen High call downs. I just don't know.
Queen high speaks to him,
I
right?
mean,
他们这边有很多空间啊，但是我框在这里，哦，框在这里，哦。
Oh, he is reaching for calling chips.
我现在风水比较好。
he doesn't think ace high would bet.
送给你，送给你。
There we
It could
go.
be king high. He does pay off.
那打
And
了过
these
这
are
个
the，sorts
不
of
是吧？
calls
对对对对，我都不相信打了过这个。
that Tom might get with higher frequency than
两
other
队哦
players.
2 pair。
Good value from Tam.
The thing is, you might look up at the screen in a vacuum and think to yourself, oh, Andy, what a whale. But his gears are turning. There's context. He's looking at it and going, this must be a 0 showdown spot for Tan as played. Or obviously, repeat. The issue for me is some of that 0 showdown in Tan's mind might include king high.
I can see it. I hear you.
赢两队。
Then again,
好，
the other time he made a queen high call, there were some better queen highs that maybe took a shot at him, and he was right.
You're right.
You can't get it right all the time.
No, he's batting 500 now after missing on that occasion is Andy with queen highs on the week. Meanwhile, Jack for Adrian taking us up. Queen 8 suited.
He hooked in
For
one
Tony?
customer.
Queen 10-7 out flopping the jacks is Tony G. Mateos looking at that texture and thinking, okay, this could be a little bit troublesome. Plays it as a check, and now on the turn, queens and 8s for Tony. Gutter acquired for Mateos. Still not betting.
Yeah, it's bad news though because he's not looking to
Which
check
one's the
fold
side that
even
lost
against
it?
this pot size bet of Tony G. Tony's loving
31K.
this. He's hoping for a blank and just go for a really big bet.
Another 62 slides in, and that is as dry as it gets. A beautiful opportunity for Tony to fire, and fire big.
Yeah. Exactly before he even put it out there.
Yeah.
It's just Tony's style of trying to rep nothing.
And he does it in such a hurry, too. And for Adrian, the awkwardness is surrounded by the fact that we blocked the straights with the 2 jacks. We don't think he's got 6-9. He did check back on the flop how much Queen X would he be betting full pot with, but he does settle on the appropriate check fold there. So credit to Adrian.
Okay.
Little heater for Tony.
I just play to support, yeah.
Only down 1 buy in. No.
Just have a bit of fun, 2 hours. Need to qualify some hands.
Time to
One
enjoy
double up,
life.
yeah.
Fun.
Yeah, of course.
Don't look
Just
for venue
close.
always.
We just closed a huge deal. We sold a live dealer studio. So. Stake Logic, we sold it to Japanese. 170 million.
And good. Time to enjoy
Segi
life.
No, Segi Sammy. They bought the Segi Sammy from Japan. They're buying a lot of
I don't know. I'm retired.
retired. Good.
Don't know market.
Easier. Retired. He never retire. General can never retire. Retire for what?
Retired.
10. 对，10,000。
Ace queen for Tony. Well, apparently he's been doing well away from the felt on business, if we're to glean anything from the disclosure to boss moments ago. It seems to be a big transaction.
Well, look, you need big money to play this game, so good on Tony.
10.
Not big money, but better than ace high. Is this 3-4 on the 10-7-3 board? Andy defended, check calls, and now makes 2 pair on the turn.
25.
Tony
80.
still proud. That's 25 and gets snap check raised to 80 in a fashion that normally is on display by him.
That's true. I wouldn't think this ace queen would want to continue against this check raise. It is just ace queen high.
Call.
Wow, he's bet calling this turn after using 2 time banks.
And I wonder whether or not he's got a plan here, Randy, to try to turn the hand into a bluff unimproved on the river.
Wow.
And what an awful, awful river it is for Tony. So we see Andy jamming
Calls.
in a call that comes in very briskly.
Instant 190K bet called. Andy takes that
That one
588K
was
pot.
very reminiscent, Randy, of the situation he found himself in on that 10-10-4 board against Elton early on when he polished off the first bullet. He got check raised, called with the ace king, connected with the king, and then found himself kind of playing the guessing game. Maybe we get away from the ace queen on the turn.
I would think, and that's what's steamy for Tony is that he made a call. He made one of the best cards on the river, and he got punished.
Right about
Sometimes it just compounds.
他连那个比赛的也算，出场费没打电话。
Feels like the kettle's boiling a little bit.
Good thing there's not a whistle on the end of it. Otherwise, we'd all go deaf right now. Button plus ton plus ace equals 12. Jacks for ST, a healthy, almost 4xing up to 46.
You never know what's going through Tan Xuan's mind. Ace 5 is supposed to hit the muck, but then maybe he comes in with 4-bet sometimes.
You're so right. He could fold flat or 4-bet this. And we know that ace 5 oftentimes is employed in that manner.
Usually it would be the suited one.
Yes.
I mean, hand on face, you can't be looking to.
This
4-bet,
yeah,
are
this
you?
is so much body language.
But then
out of ton.
you read him incorrectly before, you know?
Yeah,
he
you're
was
right.
super strong when he had that set of 10s against Ace King of Mateos. I don't know why I feel like the 4-bet is incoming. Let's move those blues aside because we're going to grab whites. This guy's nasty.
It's an emotional roller coaster, and I'm not sure I'm good for it. You know, this is the ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough to watch Tan Chuan play cash. The jacks are plenty healthy enough to continue
Yeah, it's a
for
good.
the extra 62.
It's the hand you want to call 4-bets with. We are playing about 850k deep. So we got 227 in there. ST, big favorite at the moment. Tan Chuan's got the betting lead.
Ace 10-5. Schwen outflops the jacks. Having bloated this one up to 227, will he take his foot off the gas?
No, there's no chance he takes his foot off the gas. He wants to build this pot. You know he's just screaming to play for a big one. Plus, there's plenty of hands that ST would 3-bet, call 4-bet, and check call this flop, whether it be an ace, a 10, a gut shot in terms of broadways. Some kind of suited connector with clubs is possible. But this is where it gets scary for ST. Tan can easily have the hand he is representing, ace king, ace queen, that would 4-bet pre. But we know there's plenty of history. He knows that Tan Chuan has put in 4-bets of weak hands, and he does lay it down correctly with 2 jacks. Nice.
I'll tell you what.
像我这种应该多给一点。
Not because I'm rooting against Han in any way, but I'm just rooting
都是鸡，必须要每次
for opportunities to see how maniacal he can be post flop. I'm a little disheartened by the fact that the ace showed up.
每次
You
用最多是
want,
你
you want the low ball board.
Right? Like, what do we do now?
为了你才把它搞起来。
7-4 deuce. He has a wheel gutter. Now what?
I'll tell you what.
我嘛，
Bet,
很多
bet,
投机
and
在
bet.
想
You're probably right.
怎么去投，
一路掏还是五路掏？
投机技术不好了，太慢了嘛。
那时候白水赢，你看一看，你赢了啊。
对呀、啊。甩那么快，
这个盖帽了。
了不起对勾，你跟我说这就是一对勾，
这个
勾勾。
不要死了。
ST
圈圈，
shrugging it off.
勾勾圈圈。圈圈负的概率更高，勾勾还好一点。
Mateos. King Jack offsuit. Raising it up. Customer to the 854 board. It is Tony G with the gutter. Two quick checks. Now it's an open ender.
Excellent
Tony.
card for Tony G. I don't really see how Mateos is going to win this pot. Although he is the one betting, so perhaps he might be able to take away from Tony if Tony doesn't improve. He's He's got position open in a straight draw to the nuts. Doesn't like to see that pot size bet. Oh, he's going to lay it down. Okay, Mateos, there you go.
I'm a little bit surprised by that, especially in position.
Yeah, in position, I'm surprised. Out of position, certainly folding is good. But in position, you can see if you hit. And if not, sometimes your opponent just checks to you and you can just stab and they lay down their high cards like that.
Yeah, the other thing is, Mateo's pre-flop raiser checking that board texture and then all of a sudden activating on the turn. We can still call and then find out whether or not he's got another barrel in him on the river unimproved with 9 high. We could turn it into a bluff, but I guess Tony just looking for
เติมบางจากดีเซลทุกชนิดทุก 1,200 บาทรับฟรี M150 เฉพาะสมาชิกบางจาก Green Mall ถึง 28 กุมภาพันธ์ 68
Kind of made that ace queen call against Andy Nee not too long ago and kind of has a lot of regret, of course. So kind of seems like he's not in the zone at this very moment.
No, his bell's been rung. No question about it. Meanwhile, Mateos opening once again. Jack 8 turning in the middle pair. Should be a very easy follow through here as boss with nothing to speak of after defending his straddle.
什么也搞不了。
这是怎么看呢 ？YouTube，然后搜什么呢？
看小张有没有偷我机？圈圈溜溜那把，
圈圈六六
还没开始了，差不多1个小时啊。打我 overpot 了吗？
想看何少手机？
应该是圈圈，应该有圈。圈62来圈来6。应该好像2把都没去，应该是没有进。
Aces for Elton on the button. Limps it in. And kings for Tony G. Oh, boy.
The limp on the button. How can Tony G ever give Elton credit for aces?
And forgive me, because I know we still need to see some cards out there. But as we see Tony make it 20, let us recall that within the first orbit, Tony lost $500,000 to Elton.
有2波我遇到 Aaron 睇有冇偷我嘅？啊，直接揾長江嘛？係啊，有個咯。
To lose more than that in this exchange,
我問他，他不講嘛。
depending on how bloody things get. The limp re-raise to 70.
因为偷300个，偷的，肯定是 overpot。
I don't blame Tony G for him thinking he's got the best hand and make it 245.
He's got the second nuts pre-flop. Randy, he's got a character across the way who gets frisky, takes some creative lines. But in reality, all he's got is a big, big problem. Now, for Elton, calling another 175,000 here.
我只偷一把，偷一把没偷啦，1比1啦。
It does, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's aces given the action.
来圈，
But it is.
后来又来6。
I think Tony still loves his hand from his point of view.
那个应该不是9勾啦，9勾怎么搞？
啊，只偷了一步，只偷了一步。
哦，那不是什么了。
Queen Jack 7, that texture could be somewhat concerning to Tony. You see him slow down.
他说
Especially because to call that big a bet,
你不记得肯定不是很大。
a little bit of queen involved. Maybe we think the jacks fold.
Look, I don't know how often you see a button limp that's willing to put in $245,000 all of a sudden. It's not clear. What is clear is that aces is betting 150K. I feel like Tony's committed. Like you can see him kind of shaking his head a little bit. And he's stacking them. Is it the aces that he's up against?
You think that's more on his mind?
对啦，
I think so.
啊，
有没有
打2枪，这把没偷啦。
没有头啊，
圈六
那打
三，
我一天，
两个草
你可以那打
花，
我，
我打了
给那
来个
个
圈，
给那个
我又打，还有个
To get away would be amazing for Tony.
You're right about that.
He's put in a third of his stack in pre-flop. He's all in.
Check jams. Figures we're going to get it all in anyways. Elton beats him into the pot, and Tony is breathless.
Yeah, that-
$1.5 million out there.
AAK，
There is the matter of running it once or twice.
Tony's unliking.
你说你三打了呀？
Look at that pot size.
黑色是 lim，哎，一回事了，有什么区别呢？这个
不可以 lim 的吗？
瑞士跟打得更快。
I guess they're running it once.
一样的。
Oh, he's got a chance.
那几次啊？more out。One time.
One time.
I'm rooting for a 10. 10 of hearts. 哦，哎呦 ，GG。
GG, Tony G.
Well,
I think he's walking away.
他妈的，有的。
I think if he was on the other end of
这
this,
种东西的哦，
it would be the moment
我
where
是从来没有遇
the
过。
words on your bike would be crossing his
有
lips,
人
and
TK 的
Tony sprinted out of
为什么
here.
我昨天我不可以
And
没
did
有
so
出 K 啊？
$1 million in the
Yeah,
hole
yeah,
at
yeah.
least. More than that, I believe.
More than that. Tony, Stephanie's on his way.
Randy, that was absolutely savage. Elton absolutely barbecued Tony here in this first
中
frame.
国人真棒。
He took all of Tony's money. Queen 10 versus Ace King for 500,000. There, 750,000 more dollars. He won 1.25 million from Tony in 2 hands.
Like a bully on the playground. Elton relieving Tony G of all of his lunch money.
Oh, he took the whole month worth of lunch
He
money
took breakfast money, dinner money, dessert money, lunch money,
for the whole month.
all the monies.
Yes. Nelton's not even in detention.
我以为你又是。
If Tony happens to be behind the wheel of a car right now, I wouldn't go making assumptions that he's going to be abiding by stop signs and red lights.
Yeah, so stay on the sidewalk
Yeah.
if you happen to be in Montenegro right now.
What I say? I don't know. 先打6个人，对，先打，哎，无所谓，就先打6个人，吃完饭打7个人，就这个以后。
So, in the aftermath,
2个多钟啊。
Elton appears to have picked up his appetite.
马上就呢，2个小时，地下马上。
7 suited, flatting Mateos's ace queen open.
Elton bought him for 500,000. He's up 1.4 million.
You know
At the
what's
moment.
wild about it is he's already gotten unstuck after that over 7-figure loss yesterday in the first frame.
The first frame, that's right. 3 more frames to go.
Yeah, it was a stone cooler, obviously, that helped him do it.
Lucky.
lucky call. Okay, that's dangerous.
10-5 suited. Andy closes things. 8-6-3. Swing and a miss in all camps.
Yeah, not so lucky flop. Check around where ace queen is still good. Technically, it is Andy's board if he wants to try rep it, but he really doesn't have a great hand, but he is going to try. He's a fighter.
13,000. Let's see whether or not Mateos identifies, and he does, that Andy is just very incentivized to fire after the flop gets checked around, regardless of what he has, which upon this 9 of hearts river is nothing more than 10 high.
But the 9 is actually a good card for him in general, just in case he was betting a draw, he would make a pair. But he does give up and check over to Mateos. Ace queen is good.
对，搞个电视，搞个电视，我们一起瞄嘛。
对啊，开个电视就一起看，别这样。我要想看，妈的，现在不看没有时间看啊！一路打牌一路有
Beginning the rebuilding effort.
哪里找几天出来看呢？
Only other player besides Tony
因为
who
我一
lose
个没看过
a。buy-in
对
thus
吧
far in this game.
对呀，
牛逼，
亏大了。
看你也没区别啊，看你有什么用
你有用吗？
啊？
Lost it to Tan Chuan with aces and kings runner against what was top set
看我知
on
道
the
你怎么
flop
打
for Tan.
我们打的
Who
怎么
has pocket tens.
对，
Meanwhile,
可以就是这样打嘛。
Boss, who has had his struggles
怎么想打法？
so far across these first 3 days.
Yeah, things haven't been going his way, but the good news for him is he hasn't lost any all-in pots where he's massively down.
No, I agree. I think 100K River Barrel is the biggest single street of action I can remember him being involved in. Everything else was just the death by 1,000 cuts, as I put it, for the most part. 4, 5, 6. Mateos defended. Middle pair out flopping the ace high.
Seems to be another cut for Boss.
哇，要是运气
Out
真的
flopped, ace jack
你可以黑他
high,
一圈，
one spade in
Four.
hand.
然后你黑他 KK。
他
Board
自己
more
的问题嘛，
connected
自己把
to
自己打黑了嘛，那个
the
牌
big
去了，把
blind
Atom
as he
收掉，
checks it back.
肯定
对吧？后面可能
我肯定全输光。
Ace on the
后面可
turn,
能
and
他来
now
Atom 拿过
Boss
去了，
with the best hand.
还是不可
Put a
能。
little
那
band-aid
你
on
不可
that
能收
cut as he
我
does
估
take
计
the lead and check it once more.
100个也就3-2个
Four
够吧。
liner on the board on this river very much
那如果你 A 皮
belongs to
红花
Mateos more so.
3 B 都
Yeah,
够
if
的话，那
Mateos
基本
wasn't
上就
paired,
没
he
牌玩
probably would be bluffing
因为
at
今
it.
晚 AK 以上的牌了，真的。
对子嘛，刚才我搞他一下，我拿个2-7搞他一下，
我能感
Not
觉
in the
他
mood to
本来
hunt
就不想玩
value.
嘛
It's very
Content.
hard to hunt value on a four-liner like that.
嗯，这么爱fold，我就拿个2-7搞他一下，结果他是死。A 皮同花是可以
运
fold，
气好啊，这是运气咯，明白了吗？
嗯，
Is Boss listening to us on the
He
stream on
might
delay?
be. I think so.
Elton. Aces not long ago. Kings this time. In the straddle. And he's going to pick up Tan Chuan.
哪一个？后台的那个是吧？哪个？
3x open. Andy. Black fives. Comes along. 1-5 in the muck.
It's not going to be a cheap flop. Elton already had a great hand of 2 kings against Andy Nee where he stacked them against 2 jacks. Going to make it 72,000.
$60 more is a big ask.
这么怕我扣进来？
嗯，
这么怕我扣进来？不要了，搞这么重，让你搞这么重。
怕你的兄弟，怕你的。
Field cleared.
Yeah, Andy doesn't want to relive a moment where he loses another stack delta as he lays down those 2 5s. Also, price wasn't so good. Given the deeper stacks, Elton made it larger pre.
Elton's table image is very, very strong right now in this session, in stark contrast to what he had going on
Andy，
yesterday, where he couldn't win a pot.
Different mood today.
我放了吗？
A good one,
Understandably.
I would say.
我那放了是吧？
Dan's having a good one too.
这么多办法。
The biggest action players are really just stacking.
Yep.
再来搞一下。
NT 也不放过。
Andy, in contrast,
抢了我1万块
given
钱，
back much of his
12000
profit. Thus far, ST, of
搞
course,
5000 块
just
钱回来。
continuing his ascent.
Yeah, his is a slow grind upwards, but it's always
fun,
very
fun.
smooth sailing. Suited Jack, 1 gapper. Paul, let us see 3. And those 3 happens to pair Paul. Middle.
Gives him the lead. Backdoor diamonds as well. Little 10K sprinkle. Snap check called. Still just ace high for Tan.
Did you see that look and smile from
Yeah.
Dan?
The texture's fairly dry. Granted, there's some inside stuff between the king and the 9.
Tan always finds a way to just put chips in there when it doesn't look like he should be betting.
20K now, and it does have a milky scent. Running 5s. Boss improving to a king kicker on the 9, but Tan could very credibly rep the king. I wonder whether or not he'll target it with 92 in the middle.
Well, do you really bet that turn of
Anh em à?
a7 to give up?
不打了，
Oh,
给你
looks
了
like。he's
哎，
going to give the pot up.
哪是3嘛？
I think Paul might have talked Tan out of the 100K on the river, suggesting he was going to make the call, and then at showdown threatened that he had a 3. Any pair would have been good. It puts things into perspective when you consider whatever the game is that you play on a regular basis, as I assume most who are streaming do play some poker from time to time, and things will get contentious. Whatever the limit is at which people are getting upset, consider that Tan just passed, hundreds of thousands over to Paul, had a laugh, and we move on.
Yeah, we just move on like it's another day.
Now, granted, it's all relative, right?
For sure, but I mean, these stakes really make me worried.
Okay, who's coming? I'm
559.
Oh, okay.
Ace queen for boss.
叫條女上嚟打我哋，台面每人佔佢1成咪得咯。去打。
Made it 16 to go pre. Follows through with a check.
咁佢就可以
Gets a free pull at the king high, which doesn't improve. Still no betting. Very nice river for Paul.
This is worth betting.
Little 10K and take.
呢條女上嚟玩好玩，佢都 good for TV 啊！你扭佢咯，我扭佢，我哋唔係去打太大啊嘛，我哋唔該每人佔1成，咁咪打一
ST
半咯。
looks heavily invested in his phone screen there. Wonder whether or not he too is looking back on the hunt for some
Oh, he for
intel.
sure is, because Tantron was looking at that phone too.
我
Like,
們
oh,
每個人爭他
you
一
just
成
try to make a move on me with that?
就好了嘛，我們牌面爭，對不對啊？
There's a lot of data to be had
呢個女生嘛，叫她上來打，
from our stream.
打怎么大嘛？我们可以5个人每人占他1成，他就打个1半嘛。牌面占1成无所谓的嘛。
我可以，我无所谓。
对嘛，做一个好的客人。
Andy Nee, King 8 suited in the hijack makes it 10.
喜欢啊？
哦，那现在 OK，
after the break。
走公国了。
Duck hunt incoming.
你们的同意就可以了吧？1、2、3、4、5嘛。
我们同意的 Andy 嘛。
你同不同意？
You know, sometimes it's not just a duck hunt for 10 twin. Sometimes it's going clay shooting, right?
Yeah. Jack 7-6. Open ender for ST. Yes. Both he and Ton have checked it. Over to Andy. Checks back and picks up an open ender and the nut flush draw here. The 5 pairs ST for the current lead.
Beautiful turn card for Andy. Good press. Looks like he will to the tune of $15,000. ST pair, open-ended straight draw.
抽位了是吧？
Decent price. He's in.
哎呀，
And improvements for ST on the end, and Andy does surrender on the heels of that 15K position bet, and they're on their feet, courtesy of the fact that the first frame has come to a close. And what a frame it was for Elton Sang, who spent 2 hours clawing back everything he lost on day 3 and then some. 2 million in front of him, 1.47 in profit. Tanchuan performing well along with ST. Boss modestly in the green, and for Andy Nee and Adrian Mateos, work cut out for them, as Randy and I will step aside, but we'll come back in about 15 minutes with frame number 2 from day 4 of our Cash Game Invitational. Stay close. Well, a breathless first couple of hours of action saw a complete bloodbath. If your name was Tony G, who has stepped aside here as we resume coverage of our Cash Game Invitational. Ali Najad alongside Randy Lou, and let's send it down to Marianella Pereira and see what she's got for us.
All I can say is wow. After a crazy first period of play where we witnessed numerous 7-figure pots, Elizabeth Chen comes in to replace Tony G, and Elton Zhang sits behind a mountain of chips worth $2 million. Boys, over to you.
Thanks, Nella. And there is a look at the new seating order, and in the foreground, a look at Elizabeth Chen, who replaces Tony G. Gonna try her luck. First bullet of 500,000. 2 players in the red. 3 rather.
Do you notice that Elton Sang and Tony G, they've got quite a contrast? It's because all of Tony G's money went straight to Elton Sang.
Yeah, it's a stone balance transfer there. Only 2 of the 3 players in the red are still involved. We're going to resume 1K, 2K, 4K straddle with a 5K big blind anti-action 7-handed here.
太大了。double straight 的。阻碍嘛，那一个人 double 出来。
啊。
Here comes the big winner, limping.
Aces,
Remember, last time we limped, it was aces, as Paul just noted.
改编打法。
Already show aces limp, now balance.
Boss putting everyone on notice. ST involuntarily will take this flop. 10-5 offsuit dominated. 9-6 tray board.
哦，你刚才三打他
Rep those aces.
哦，
他是打我。
没有
6K bet take.
他
是打我，
对，是 B 的。
三打了之后他4打了，
对啊，
你就 call 是吧？
我就 call， 他退跑他，
那确实
猜不到了 KK。
你再打回去他跑了，
没有放出来就
跑不了了 KK 怎么跑啊 ？AP 通花几万块钱都跑了，你那才1滴嘛？
没有啊 KK 他不会跑。
KK 这个怎么跑啊
？60-70万嘛，是吗？那把
啊？
多少钱？
对吧？不止啊，不止了很多钱了。你把80万，我觉得有。
哦，他就加码，
他一直加嘛。
Tom in the straddle. Jack 8 suited, and there is Elizabeth. Pocket sevens.
Nice to see her back in the mix. This time she's got position on her nemesis, Elton Zhang and Tan Xuan.
The former jazz dance teacher in Shanghai, a job that she quit to pursue her passion with poker, announces her arrival.
It was a lot of fun to watch her on day 1 too. Did struggle a bit and will be struggling as she's already drawing practically dead against the flop boat of Tan Xuan.
0.1%. Running quads, the only thing that saves her. And now it's official.
I think have
Time to
can
get the
learn
boat.
in Spain many Chinese school. Or get a Chinese girlfriend. Married?
No.
Ah, okay.
Still single? No.
Not married and not available.
Chooses to lead for 22,000 on the turn. I thought perhaps with so much hand, Randy, he would be content to check and maybe induce a delayed c-bet
Tan
out of
Xuan's
Elizabeth.
a type of guy who can just get worse to call. You know, he's just known for blasting, and that's why the 2-7s isn't laying down. Tan Xuan playing his image perfectly. The spades do come in.
It is an undercard to the 7, however. Does not complete any of the straight draws. Elizabeth 7s do interfere with some of those combos. The gutters, 10-7, 9-7. And after calling 22, she now faces 37.
This is uncomfortable for her. Ideally, you would want to be holding a spade in hand to block some flushes. That would be value betting in this spot. Loses to a jack, even an 8, because it's not the largest sizing that's coming in on the river. Against some, these 7s could hit them up quickly, but against Tan Xuan, sometimes you just got to keep him honest, and he just shows you the goods.
So a payday as Elizabeth finds herself in the hole early here.
为求自保，没办法了。加油！
Did he just give her the gyro after winning?
咖啡馆里面出来，
把它擦掉。
Believe he did.
等一会帮你报仇啊！啊，反正今天谁搞你，我就帮你。啊
Bit of a rude welcome.
反正都是互相伤害，来吧。
Nothing
还是我
Elizabeth
帮你
can't
报仇
handle,
吧。
though.
你第一天被他搞了。
I mean, we've seen Elton Zhang's luck change.
We sure have. Pretty remarkable, by the way, that relatively early in her poker career, Elizabeth has managed to ascend to these sorts of stakes. And I will say that, you know, the likes of Adrian out here, his process has been a very different one in terms of his arrival at stakes like this, you know, the ability, the bankroll, you know, whereas for Elizabeth, she's cut her teeth specifically and predominantly in the private game scene, I would imagine, against characters that are very different from the ones that Adrian has had to square off against throughout his career. And the point that I'm looking to make is that she's comfortable in this environment.
Yeah, you're totally right about that. Of course, we know Mateos is good at adapting to situations. He knows how to play deep stacks, given that he plays a lot of tournaments and early levels. You do see these deep stacks. But Elizabeth Chen, I do agree with you that she might be a bit more comfortable in the sense that she's used to playing with characters, not playing GTO.
Yeah. ST takes it down from the button.
5个中间 ，Andy， 5个，
5个，
5个，这样。
She doesn't even know what the structure is she's coming into, right? She's the bigger big blind ante, and we have a mandatory 4K straddle.
A lot bigger than the game that Elizabeth was a part of. First time we saw her on stream. And by the way, a number of people in the chat have been asking, Where's Elizabeth? Here she is. Ask and you shall receive.
You're welcome.
Truth be told, Randy and I had nothing to do with that. Nor did we have any clue that she was going to be coming in. I think she was waiting in the wings, and that seat she took was vacated unexpectedly and quite violently.
Yeah, had Tony G not busted his 1.4 million, she wouldn't have a seat right now.
吃了亏，不一样，能亏的皮蛋三。
I assume our chat is loving that first frame so far, Ollie.
I mean, how can you not? I don't even need to look or scroll back to know that what they feasted their eyes on is what they want more of. No question about it. Elton, again, limping from the button.
New strat.
Elizabeth with an ace. Says, let's play for more.
Paul's got position. He can come in here, but he's not interested with the 2 3s. He's like, you know what? I saw you two play heads up the other day. Why don't you guys just play by yourself?
You know, I had kind of forgotten about that thematic of Elton and Elizabeth locking horns with great frequency during her first appearance. But my memory is jogged. And Elizabeth performing well here on an ace-10-7 board where she's got top pair up against bottom pair and a 25K inkling. Another 50 into the middle, courtesy of Elton's call. 4 diamonds turn.
Nice board texture for Elizabeth. Can still get value from 10x, 7x. Weaker aces are definitely in play given Elton's limp call pre-flop. Straight draws you kind of want to protect against too, and you're out of position, so oftentimes Elton will be checking back. No reason to let those hands get a free river card.
给你拍个照，那么严肃。
35K turn bet now. About 1/3 pot.
Yeah, just north of that.
我叫他加热水，他把我的茶包丢了。
He's in there.
那个生茶。
Trip aces now on the river for Elizabeth.
Quite nice. I wouldn't have any concerns of kicker issues just because of Elton's pre-flop action. And this check-in is to induce.
哎，打他，打他嘛！
这个师
傅好，
等他
这个师傅好，赞助。
哎呀，我们是你的股东，打他，打死他！
他是我股东
他不来啦。
Snap check back.
还是这个师傅好一点哦。
一点都不好，等他偷呢。
So Elizabeth doesn't spend much time in the red, courtesy of Elton Sang. Shipping that one over. Tom's really got it in for some tea here
He's
today. I mean,
destroying
that's
the
like
drinks.
multi-mug action.
Yeah.
胆小，325。
胆小。
By the way, he needed it so bad he didn't even wait for our service personnel to come over. He just went out and grabbed it himself.
We do have good service, by the way, too.
That we do.
Okay, what is this new Elton? Limping again in the cutoff. Queen 6 suited.
I think he's really enjoying it, by the way. Mischief making, looking for multi-way spots.
他输了2天，今天
He's getting smiles around the table.
Ace 9-5 rainbow, super dry texture, no pair anywhere.
Limper is Elton. Just going to try to rep that board. And he's going to take it. I will say this, because of the blind structure, that big blind ante, you do have a lot of incentives to try and go after a lot of small pots. They really do add up.
Especially straddle on.
So how much dead money do we have each pot?
1, 2, 4, that's 7. Plus the 5K big blind ante, that's 12,000 up for grabs.
上次我看到给人家偷了一把，
看着我干嘛？
看你扔不扔牌。
你哦，到我，
我操，爱上你了，一路想看我去不去才东啊！妈的，把先看我，
我以为到你啊。
I'm kind of noticing that Tan Chuan is eyeballing Elton before he makes his pre-flop action, hence the little chuckles, because he even knows that he needs to kind of reduce his opening range just because of how loose Elton gets in there, and you don't want to play out of position when possible in this game.
Well, the thing is, Elton is also sitting almost 2 million deep, Randy. So
rarely does Tan Chuan not cover the table.
Right. Do you think the limp strategy adjustment that's been very palpable from Elton has something to do with the fact that he's sitting so deep?
No, I think it's just a mood shift.
Okay.
This is not like a tournament where you need to make kind of adjustments or whatnot. Regardless, though, ace 10 off, opens.
11,000 to go, says boss. Suited one gapper for ST, defends the big. Ton with the king 8 can close the action for the extra 7. Which he does. 39K in the middle. Ace, queen, deuce. Top pair for boss. King of hearts working for Ton.
Pair with a decent kicker, too. He is the pre-flop raiser. He is up against 2. Cutting out 15 plus 1. And that is going to take this pot for Paul.
Abby 昨天赢了吗？
输20几万。
Elton，
咦，在这。
He's caused a ripple effect as now Elizabeth Chen is limping. Elton, that is.
Well, Mateos wags his finger at all of that business with the suited one gapper. We've really seen a lot of affinity for Jack 9 suited in particular.
Mateos included.
Ace 3 suited for Andy, played as a flat. One of those candidates for a 3-bet.
There's still one more crab in the deck.
Queen 8 deuce, and it fails to make an appearance here. Gut shot backdoor spades for the preflop raiser Mateos.
Plus 2 overs to the 8, which is helpful in case your opponent has that. A C-bet, likely to take it down, but won't be opting to go for that. But not really looking to check fold if Andy opts to bet on the button. Of course, size dependent, but ace 3 doesn't have that much business here as it does check it back.
It has little to no business as the turn produced free of charge and putting Adrian in the lead with second pair.
With this pair and this kicker, You tend to want to try to get the showdown, not really looking to build a pot. One more card we go.
Clubs come in. Still no post-flop action.
Still, I don't think that Jack-9 is enough to seek value.
Sure enough, checked all the way around. And Mateos will take the pot down. In for $1 million.
Yeah, he actually lost that 500,000 on the second or third hand of play here today. As we mentioned, Ace King hitting top 2 pair against Tan Xuan's set of tens.
开 VIP
哦
少分一些无所谓。他妈的 ，Even Linus can't beat these fishes now.
Paul's looking at the
Linus
YouTube
cannot beat
chat,
these fishes.
and Linus can't even beat the fishes now.
Poker is hard.
说我对吧？
说我们嘛，说我们是鱼嘛。
That
I'll
was
tell you
good.
It may be tempting to look at some of the procedures that we see here and the way in which they really deviate from what we've come to expect, especially if we consider the Triton Super High Roller Series, which attracts the best in the world from the tournament streets, Adrian Mateos being cut from that cloth, and say, you know, fish, like Boss said, right? But these are not players who aren't thinking. These are not players who are passive and weak tight, which is really the type of opposition that, you know, we like to be up against. By the way, we like pair and a flush draw for Boss here on this Ace King 9 board.
You know what my takeaway, though, is from that? Is that Boss reads YouTube chat. So you guys in the chat better start typing away because you might get your appearance on our stream.
Imagine that. Boss will put your name up in lights.
Bottom pair in there for Elizabeth Chen. Now drawing dead.
Kind of an ambitious peel from Elizabeth, especially considering Boss was the pre-flop opener. 10s and 9s on the turn for him.
Plenty of worse hands to try to get value from, namely the ace, the king coupled with a straight draw.
I think also the fact that Elizabeth straddle defended here, right? That's something that leaves us feeling a lot more comfortable about the 9s and 10s than
True.
if she was maybe a flat caller in position with some broad.
คุณแม่ทำอะไรอยู่คะ
พออายุมากขึ้นร่างกายพวกเขาก็ไม่เหมือนเดิมยิ่งพ่อเป็นเบาหวานต้องคอยคุมระดับน้ำตาลแต่ที่เหมือนเดิมคือพวกเขาไม่เชื่อเราง่ายๆ
ดื่มให้หมดนะคะ
เนสเล่จึงคิดอย่างเข้าใจเพื่ออาหารสุดครบถ้วนที่ตอบแต่ละความต้องการเนสเล่บูสต์ทุกสูตรมีโปรตีนเวย์โปรตีนมีส่วนช่วยเสริมสร้างและคงสภาพของมวลกล้ามเนื้อใหม่บูสต์กลูโคสคอนโทรลสำหรับผู้ที่ต้องการควบคุมระดับน้ำตาลในเลือดและผู้เป็นเบาหวานใส่ใจพวกเขาด้วยสูตรที่ใช่
Nestle Boost เลือกสูตรที่เข้าใจเพื่อคนที่คุณรัก
We're going to play the mystery card game. Andy Nee, who opens to 11,000, the hand that we're going to be blocking. Only one possible customer, and it will be Boss with King 10. Top pair on a very dry texture. Checks with the flow of play. Over to Andy. He's reaching. Little third pot C bet.
And he's calling.
All very straightforward thus far. Backdoor diamond draw shows up.
And then check back. 2 pair for Paul. Great river card. Although there are some hands that do come in, but some of those hands that do come in do bet the turn. So would like to see Paul go for some value.
Queen Jack, one of the ones that isn't necessarily obligated to fire.
Not
after
mandatory,
getting called
just
on the flop for
by
Andy.
some frequency. 6-7 diamonds, but like we mentioned, some frequency bets turn. But actually looks to check to play pot control or induce.
Could be dual purpose in that respect, right? This check from Paul, both the pot control and induction, the goals.
Definitely dual purpose. And I don't think he's ever going to fold to this bet. 45K. It is a healthy bet, but King 10 is still 2 pair, and it's not unreasonable for Andy to value bet worse in this spot.
Yeah. Boss cutting out the call.
Let's see it, right? Well, it didn't call just yet, though.
Never a razor.
No,
has
never a
played.
raise. He's just trying to check things out and make sure.
Tight call.
Does say tight call,
Look at
and
that.
5 high is what Andy was working with there. So actually, very nicely done there. Boss earning himself more chips than he would have had he
Yeah.
taken the role of aggressor.
That's a very good point.
就是没有 raise 吧 ？No raise。
Great check there. Got 45K that some others wouldn't.
仅仅是跟就是有可以 raise 的，没有 raise。对，要差一口。差一口。来，
你这个英文学的可以。
这个词是第一次听到，太酷。
你也不知道。
是啊。
多点来，还有很多可以教你。
学费有可能很贵。
贵的有可能赢钱呢。
Pocket nines for ST. Says 11 to go.
太酷。写的很快。
Boss has started a war cry of sorts as Don tight call announced.
Yeah, that's a very tight call. The 6-4 offsuit, Tan Shui in the cutoff.
Jack 10. Discount out of the big blind. Paul comes along, and these 5 deuce. Nines are still best. Ton with the gutter.
That gutter is actually looking quite nice on this ace high texture, as you can try to find that 3. Get check 2 can really put a lot of heat on pocket nines because that ace is very scary. For now, though, it is the advantage to ST, just given that he's the pre-flop raiser. It feels like there's a thought of a raise around the corner for Tan Xuan. Going to try to rep that set.
And this is what I was alluding to earlier when we got into that conversation about the temptation for many who observe these games to think, wow, these guys are just, you know, whales throwing money around or whatever. When you behave the way that Tan does, which is aggressively, as you can see here, you are so much more dangerous and apt to find the big wins than when you take the passive weak tight approach.
Nice
and you
call.
see ST sticking in there with the pocket nines too, correctly, mind you.
Knows his
And
customer, but the 3
magically comes in. And this is where Tan shines, praying that he's up against a big ace. I wonder if he isn't going to size a bit milky here so as not to lose those big aces. Granted, 4-liner on board.
Right. He wants to size in a way, ideally, that, say, an ace, king, ace, queen wouldn't want to hero fold. Obviously, he hopes that ST's got like pocket fours or ace four. He does come in with 83,000. A quick fold from 2 9s, that's got to be disappointing, but still a nice pot for Tan Chuen, winning $72,000 in profit.
Had higher hopes, of course.
I'll say this. Sure, we look at Tan Chuen, his ranges are loose. But if you can get away with it if you're willing to attack, which he does there with 6-4. Sure, he got there. But if you're not willing to attack and try to steal pots and put a lot of heat, then playing that loose isn't so lucrative.
You're absolutely right. If you're just hoping that you're going to make hands every time that you're calling with these, awkward combos.
It won't be 1,000 cuts. It'll be 10,000 cuts.
Yeah. Pocket kings here for Tan. Sharpens his blade to 12,000.
Oh, okay. As bad as it gets in terms of equity for Andy. 6%.
So behind.
Oh, I see a 7.
And that's a problem potentially for Andy. 975 board. Granted, we know that Tan can raise with all parts of the deck, so not as though we can simply remove this kit from his range. And Tan plays it as a check back here, perhaps going to tempt Andy into taking the lead, but the queen on the turn leaves him checking once more.
Wow, that is very trappy. And he lets the 7 get there. He only had 6%. King 7.
Well, now he's got 100%, Randy, with trips and 32 out there. Has played, though, let's see, 23,000.
Default is to fall on call, but it wouldn't surprise me if Tan occasionally value raises against a queen. He's just thinking, does his opponent bet in this manner with the 7? If so, then he'll play it cautiously. But he is going to reach for raising chips.
Just can't help targeting what he thinks might be value. And you note the sizing, it isn't absurd.
And he's shaking his head because usually when someone raises you with this action, they got it. Tight call incoming?
Yeah. Whoops.
No taiko.
谢谢老板，谢谢老板。
一直敲啊？
对呀。
我一直敲啊。哦。
老板，
你多赌一点。你对到了 K， 不想太扣。
第四
第5张再打过来，我就 got the kings. Just blinds and antes, unfortunately.
Not bringing any attention to her disappointment.
2个凹啊，那么那个7K，
7K 呢？要送给你吗？送给你吗？这有什么办法对吧
？7K2 2个红心。
他还要哎，还先发一个 K 给他。
7K2 2个红心合吧，
不想发3个7，1个 K。
对，这个好
，3个7，1个 K。
他送给我吗？
不用嘛，我要么就输他7，要不过输他 A。
Lost with a couple of 6s, folded around to him. Cut off open to 11. Ace queen suited now for ST.
Plays from the big blind.
Looks to usher out Tan in the big with this 3-bet, which is healthy. Up to 45,000. You think that he sizes up just a touch on these 3-bets to make sure that he loses ton?
No, it's more so that it's the deep stacks, and when you're out of position, you want to size up to kind of give the opponent in position who's got that positional advantage, less advantage by just cutting it down a bit. 100,000 in the middle.
Oh. No ace, no queen in the middle, though. Bottom set for Paul. Currently hoping that ST has one of those
top pair,
King
top
X
kickers.
combos. Yeah, ace king in particular would be a delight. ST knows that that's within his range, and so he'll seek to tell the story.
I like
36K.
that Paul's immediately watching for just calling chips. Raising doesn't make any sense just because it's hard to represent a bluff like this call. 7 on a turn gives Paul a full house. Problem though about the 7 is that ST often isn't double barreling this card. Still though, it's not unreasonable for SC to have a king, so Paul often will be betting here to try to keep building this pot, try to get value from ace, king, king, queen, king, jack. Even some pocket pairs in between king and 7 would look to make a call if it's small enough.
5 seconds. That's 82,000.
ST drawing dead, facing the 82K, and concedes.
ST 有没有看到4美？我会把5、6都画这个大
啊？谁套谁？
对吧？去看前几天的。
你是5、6套啥？
来 AK 10嘛，他敲我就打了嘛。他4打我了嘛。
Look at Elizabeth.
我上头啊，是像 SD 啊，这一点点。
哦，我想起6万5对吧？
Yeah, we've seen everyone kind of go with these one gappers. Every position.
那把我 A 球。
你有 A 啊
Mainly as the pre-flop raiser.
90K。
But it's a choice to open hands like this from early position, Randy, that supports kind of what I was talking about, that she has really specialized herself to tussle with this crew.
No, she's not waiting for just the goods, I'll tell you that. We've seen her play, and she really just goes after it. Little thumbs up from Elton. Like, here, you want to win a pot against me? You can have this little one.
She always seems to be wearing a smile.
Yeah.
Nowhere she'd rather be.
A 94 B 瓦，你知道吗？
我觉得你那把3 B 没牌，那你 call 下你打1万5嘛，我打6万5，你能 call 下来？
我在上头就嘛，输出钱嘛。
然后这个小女生也在后面，我靠！
我一次大了给人家大了就走，一直走不走了，这样。
那你这个牌应该很大，就是可以怎么样都中了，最少也全了。
开2头顺，开波花就跟他拼了，就这样。哎呀，你一敲了，机会来了。
我想你 call 4 B 的牌，这个牌面没有牌会对掉的。
不应该去的吧，5、6。我
也没想过
不应该去的吧，就是上次头嘛。后面钱又不多，肯定不能去的吧。
11K 3 ways.
Party starter was Mateos, who shares both the 7 and the 6 with the rest of the field. 2 spades, 2 5s, and a queen. 2 checks. in front of Adrian. No follow through. Turn doesn't change anything in terms of the actual holdings.
First one to stab often wins it here on the turn, but hard to do so.
Still no betting and still no improvements to any of the holdings. Spades do come in.
AP.
Let's see if Elizabeth wants to try and rep a pair. It's crossing her mind because she's seen so much weakness on this flop and turn. Oftentimes it is just high cards in their opponent's range, but isn't going to take it. Now does Mateos bet because he was the party starter, as you mentioned. Check through the flop and turn. He knows that 7 high is never good, and he's going to try 12K. Hands out. Is there a check raise possible for Elizabeth? Not this time. Simple but solid pot there for Mateos.
He's definitely got an uphill climb on his hands, but you know that he's up to the task. Not somebody who's short-sighted, not somebody who's impatient.
买了好像不几十万，7、80万美金。我讲你用20次回本啦。对。
Tan. Queen 10. Chirps up from the button. Elizabeth dominated. Flats.
没有，还有 Twitch 还有其他的台。
To the flop we go heads up.
Very
dry ace 9 deuce. Either player hits it.
有啊，应该有。你现在是看 YouTube 是吧？
Two quick checks, and that's the problem card for Elizabeth as she makes second pair and is out kicked against Tan.
Tan's got that image where he might even be able to get 2 straights, but doesn't go for it on the turn. Even worse.
Yeah, board pairing ace leaves Elizabeth feeling quite cozy about Jack 10.
This should get snapped off.
美国有一个台在播。
Doesn't look like Tan thinks his Queen 10 is good, but it is out pipping.
He's never folding as we see him make the call. I almost feel like he's such a sicko that he was thinking about raising it up. You with me?
Yeah, I hear you.
It's just like this reluctant, I know I can't, but I feel like it's good.
Pluto is a streaming platform.
Crying call.
Yeah.
Paramount Picture, they make movie. Paramount. I know Paramount Picture.
That's a lot of content. It's gonna take 7 days to watch it all. too much to watch. I'm gonna find 7 days to watch it all. 2x.
Ace King. First one.
When you're 2x, you cannot hear what they say though. That's the problem. You can only look at the hands.
When people thinking, you just forward. That's a good.
Yeah.
I always do that.
Yeah, me too.
What?
Oh, yeah,
They just skip us.
What?
Why are we talking?
Elton, I appreciate that. He says, if you watch it on 2x, you can't hear what they say. That's right. Elton, you can't. And so you should watch it in real time. And then Boss comes in to say you just tap forward through the hands. Ouch. He's allowed to do what he wants. And what Elizabeth Chen wants is to play for 50K. Careful what you wish for. She's in a bad spot here against Tan, who flats with the ace king and flops aces and queens with the king kicker. Elizabeth always had an idea. Flicks a downsize 25 in there.
有一個 mystery。
10 Schwens, and obviously very disguised. There is some concerns given the 2 queens out there. Makes the call.
Both players pick up the Broadway draw on the turn. That's really the only prayer that Elizabeth has. She's never going to win this thing outright at Showdown, but she does have some opportunity now.
To bet twice here would be quite unexpected. Tan's got to be pretty happy about that turn check. Now he can feel very good about his ace-king, just in case he was up against the queen. The queen often fires the turn, especially on the jack.
So she pumps the brakes and now faces a bet of 65,000. This did not go according to plan.
Plan should be to get away on this turn versus that bet size.
Yeah. Lets it go. And
讨厌你。
that was
弄掉10几万了。
a dangerous dance. Then
不是我
she
弄他，
chose.
是他跑过来弄我。
Sometimes the routine practice ends a little early.
Yep.
不行，
It's the final performance that's important. Don't want to mess that one up.
No.
Because if you do, you got to reload.
坚韧不拔的毅力。
Judges won't be scoring anything until the final tally is complete. Ace-5 suited here. Time. Takes it up again. This time Elizabeth wants to play the button against him. Says call.
Yeah, she's getting in there.
That she is.
You going to Cyprus?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Bottom pair, all she can muster, and she's outkicked by Andes. On this Jack 10-7 board. Tom not looking to bet it. Backdoor nut hearts and ace high. So round of checks and a blank turn. Still no betting. You wonder whether or not Elizabeth thinks that this pot is up for grabs. And yeah, the lure of 44,000 draws a bet of 15.
Andy does have the best hand. It's not comfortable, but the price is quite nice. But you know what? Andy's thinking other things is, you guys can't be strong. Let me turn this 7 into the bluff. Although it is the best hand, but you can really represent 2-pair plus very easily.
And again, all those who might be tempted into thinking that this is some sort of gathering of whales, consider that check raise there.
Do whales bite? Because it kind of seems like they do.
Right? It's a very shark-like whales.
It's not the beluga, the friendly ones.
Aren't all whales friendly?
Yeah.
Andy? Is there a mean whale?
I don't know.
Did you ever see the video of those kayakers getting swallowed up by the whale?
Well, that sounds like a mean whale to me.
It's an accident. They're out there
Oh,
hanging
we
out
just
where the
eat some
plankton is or
people?
whatever. It wasn't on purpose. I mean, I'm not like the whale's lawyer or anything, but I'm just saying. Queens.
Oh, Free Willy, was he nice?
For ST. You know, I don't remember. I want to say yes.
He was doing backflips, wasn't he? Never
I
mind.
mean, killer whales definitely less friendly than their counterparts. I can tell you that.
This is not very friendly, is it?
No.
The 2 queens.
3-bet to 41,000. Just based on what we've observed Elizabeth experience across the sessions that she's played, as we see him properly folding there, you wonder whether or not she feels like her opponents are targeting her a little bit, testing her mettle. You know, I mean, and by the way, suggesting it has nothing to do with anything other than maybe they perceive her as less experienced, maybe they perceive her as less inclined, you know, to have the appetite for the gamble. We've observed, obviously, that that's not the case.
Right.
And she's not as easily intimidated as I think they may be tempted
I
to believe.
promise you she's not intimidated, but they might not have that much experience playing against her. It does seem she's very comfortable, like you mentioned, playing these high stakes, but just against different players. And it did feel that way on day one, first time we did see her play when it was Elton versus Elizabeth. And the theme, though, of the 3 days of action we've seen of her, or 2 days, I believe, of the 3, is that things aren't going her way, but we know that variance is a thing. I would love to see the cards fall her way a little bit and see if she can really capitalize on it.
I will say this. I recall even when things weren't going her way, she stayed the course. She didn't suddenly go into her shell and then decide that, oh, I'm going to need to wait for huge hands and nut pedal, right?
Yep.
She continued to get after it. And I think that that's actually very emblematic of the proper mindset to be out here playing in these games, right? Because if people smell blood in the water, if they think that all of a sudden you've gone into lockdown, like, you know, I'm only going to ever put chips in when I'm super strong, I'm always going to check weak, you know, they can be all over you out there.
You don't want to be an open book at these stakes. You're just not going to come out in the green if you do.
Well, an opener is Elizabeth here with King Jack offsuit. She made it 12K. Adrian with the 3-bet candidate decided to flat, and his ace is dominated by Andy Nee, who on the button takes us to a third scoop.
It does kind of seem with frequency today, though, she is getting picked on just based on, you know, her opening timing doesn't seem to be well. King Jack offsuit, contemplating. Playing a 300K stack. Did raise from +1, which is UTG when the straddle is on.
Yeah, all of these pots in which, you know, she's faced opposition haven't always gone to showdown, so she doesn't know that a decent amount of the time she's just running into people who have hands.
Yeah, and that's why she's cutting out 4-bet here. She feels like something is up. It can't really be you guys have it every single time. And I'll tell you, though, this is not comfortable for Andy Nee of Ace Queen facing a 4-bet here from these positions.
Look at this pushback. Does the King Jack specifically have properties that lend to it feeling more comfortable?
I will say that I like that she's 4-betting rather than calling. Calling is very dangerous. Andy's not convinced just yet. So we are going to play just about $250,000 going in pre-flop. Sub 1 SPR. This is going in.
10-8. An open ender with no clubs to speak of versus top pair, top kicker. 244 in the middle. Sub 1 SPR effective. And Elizabeth barrels 80,000.
Andy pushes it in, and she's going to call it off. 62-38.
She is. 2 times requested.
Yes.
And compliance from Andy, who shows
He said queen for 1 second, but no, this is a fair enough fight.
厉害，股东。
Note, by the way, that the
Okay.
king is clean, so it isn't just the open ender that she pursues. Did you see Adrian, by the way? Looking over like, wait, what? We're playing the Devil's Pot, 666,000 with these two hands? First board run out in progress. A miss for Elizabeth, who is just hoping that she's going to be able to claw back half of this one and reset. Finds Jack on the turn. The king no longer good. Nope, and it's trip queens on the end for Andy. So that'll do it for the first bullet. And it didn't last all that long for Elizabeth.
Andy, though, he's back in the black.
That's all it took.
Story hasn't changed for Elizabeth here on day 4 of the streaming, but she's not done. She's going to refill.
Yes, she is.
A fresh 500,000. She's in for 1 million today.
我知係啊，係啊。好比听起来就我知道是输不过。
嗯。
你说这个牌要不要？要过来。
要了，你打了4万多，怎么走啊？总数30万不到是吧？
加的哦。
A fresh $500,000 in front of Elizabeth, who is straddling. Mandatory, of course. She gets a walk. This for me is always where somebody has something smart to say, like lose one, win one. You know,
that's when you want to punch the person who says that. You know,
100%.
like
Right in
you
the
must.
windpipe.
This must have happened to you before, right? Where you're just fuming when you know they win that big pot against you, and you just get the raise and take.
Yeah, they stack you in a cap, and then all of a sudden you raise and take the blind. They fold the big blind, you know, and they're like, "Oh, you win one, I win one." You know, you're like, "Oh, really? Okay."
I know you can get a little steamy, Ollie.
Oh, buddy.
打个6、7、8，打一打就
The
溜了。
steamiest.
Limp skis.
Has been somewhat of a theme established by Elton thus far on the day. King 7 fails to connect, as does 10-6. Gunshot straight draw, backdoor spades for Paul. I said Elton failed to connect, but he does have the 7, and now he's quite proud of it, given the queen is paired.
Of course.
9K.
Looking to win it. Charging to King 9, which is going to pay off. Paul figuring that the King High is good occasionally. Of course, ideally would like to hit a 10 or King. Doesn't do so.
Spades show up.
They do. There is a sliver of showdown value for Paul. Gives up.
That he does. Elton hauling in yet another pot. You can see just how fruitful the session has been for him. 1.4 million in the black, roughly. Antwen up over $500,000, almost $250,000 in profit for Boss. ST and Andy also performing well. Andy back in the black, courtesy of Elizabeth Chen, who joined us in the second frame, replacing Tony G. And already she finds herself suffering a similar plight. 500K in the hole alongside Mateos as they look to work their way back toward even, and who knows, potentially into the black. We know that when we're playing 1-2-4 with the 5K big blind Annie, pots are going to be plenty big enough not to be panicked about the hole they find themselves in.
All it takes is one hand.
有新人多下来的，
那是谁啊？
嗯，
那
高尼基的朋友。
哦，
那我感觉看过了。
我们长得有点像
啊，
跟他高尼基长得有点像。
不像，不过我感觉他在蒙德拉热我看过了，打四张牌的，打四张牌的他。
四张牌。
啊，那个老头子是打四张牌，我在这边看到。那几个老外打四张牌打得挺大的，
打得很好啊？
不是打得很好，打得挺大的，
大是吗？
捧场嘛，玩玩嘛。有点后悔了。小虎啊，ST说，香港那么好的局不打跑了，来干嘛？
圈圈都打不起来，你真稳了。
对啊，
你要
什么 A 圈圈？
差不多
Mateos
他3比你就跟一个就算了。
Limping in with the king six suited. Andy
然后呢 flop 呢
with
flop
ace
K
jack
6-7嘛，
wags his
他
finger.
打跟一个
Clear wasn't going to be
看他
cheap.
来不来
Quickly in there from Mateos.
啊？你 all in 了吗？
真的
Out of position.
这么厉害？
300个一个晚上打一
And
次，
not connecting with the
我
queen
这个
8
扣一下
5 board.
不错了，我
Similar
就想
fate
不
for
想
the
扣
ace
了。
jack.
这样讲哦。
没有没有，我 flop 戴个帽，我至少还 call 了一下。
个 turn 也不去了已经对吗？
身上带部 flash 就。
哇，真的是稳的很呢。一个 CB 都没有，圈也不 CB 你就看他这几个什么牌 CB 你了，300个，圈也不 CB 你。
说实话，我看到300个有点慌了。
啊，
有点慌。
Thoughts of continuing from Mateos.
是不是
拿10牌不 CB 你，
In
拿什
terms
么
of a
A9
check
CB 你了？
raise.
啊，对，要么就很大，要么就很小。
哇
This is rude.
看太清楚
Rude and unexpected,
没牌，他的
but effective.
看到你有牌，他也是
As he shows some fight
哇，
here,
真的是很难跟你打。
没有，他5、6不是被他偷掉了吗？
catching
就
Andy's
应该
ace
嘛，
high.
对吧 ？flop 90
Adrift.
K，
对，有后门花。
后面太短了，如果多的话，我会 call 你一下的。
对啊，你 call 了
call 完以后就基本上特上。
如果有黑桃，我就推咯；没黑桃，我就放弃咯。
对啊，我想 call 这个牌，车上只要不出 A9，你推了我什么都 call 不了。
我对沙波哥是最好的，他每一次 AA 我都
有啊，
全都是送给他
他
的。
每次他妈认识你10多年才一次啊，就是那天啊，在哪里一次，在这里也是。
好只是啊，
打反牌我每次我 KK 你 AA 的，我都怀疑你 KK 扔掉了我 AA， 打了整10年都是没有的。
不是他的性格应该是不会扔掉的，说实话。他
玩牌，
他昨天那把牌都是要 call 的。
Andy's turn to try to limp from the big into the straddle and get raised. Karmic experience here being issued by ST's ace 8 suited. Andy digs in and flops trip queens.
Nice trip queens in the sense that ST often c-bets this board, expecting to take it down, but we know that'll never happen. Instant check call. Should see this ace 8 slow it down. Play the river.
That it does. think Andy will be quite comfortable in spite of the 9 bringing 10 jack home.
You should
Value
seek
betting.
value here, trying to get a king X that is pot controlling. Maybe ST hit that 9. He can represent busted hearts himself. In terms of sizing, he goes for near pot. No customer.
Decent pickup there. Got himself back into the black and northbound does Andy. F&B chain business owner for whom poker is a hobby. Learned the game about 6 years ago. And you and I discussed on multiple occasions across those first 3 days just how impressed we were with him in this game. When you consider that he's only 6 years into the journey, it may seem like a long time, but you know.
Yeah, and poker is just a hobby, so he's spending even less time right during those 6 years to play. Plays good.
Chen being 3-bet yet again pre-flop, this time by boss's ace jack.
I mean, everyone's
Just releases.
shot at her. But with decent holdings, of course, ace jack makes sense. ST folding the 4s in the small blind.
Facing the raise from Queen Jack by Mateos. 3s, though, a different proposition with already 4K invested as Elton defends. And flops bottom set. Praying that Mateos has ace-X here. Unfortunately, Adrian does not, but he is betting 8,000.
Do think that Elton's going to try and check raise and build a pot here.
我为什么要投机啊？我第一天我投机有没有我的问题的？
Makes it 26. Mateos folds.
偷了呀，喏，刚问就来偷我了
啊！
我不疼我本，你小忙8勾不同花3比我，厉害。算不算偷鸡啊？
半套半套。
You favor a flat there with the set on that board against the pre-flop raiser heads up out of position?
No, I favor the check raise. And the reason is when you're holding bottom set, you
第二天
unblock
开始
top
就
pair.
那个了。
So it's more likely
第三天
the C
就
better has it, and they'll
OK
have to
start
pay you off a bit. You just got to keep in mind that obviously sometimes when you make sets, they just don't have it.
Fair. No interest in ace-3 off from Mateos. Quite the opposite sentiments for suited connectors in these streets. Andy enjoying it this time, and we're going to block out Tan Xuan's hand as he flats, and 2 jacks emerge in the big for Elton.
Andy's got a decent hand, but he's going to lay it down.
55,000 price point. Deemed too rich, especially with Tan still to act behind him. Xuan showing an appetite for a big pot, as he often does. 130 in the middle, King 7 tray, 1 overcard to the jacks, and a check in front of us.
Never like to see the 1 overcard, but the thing is, Tan Xuan plays such a wide range. You really still can continue and see what's up.
45K check called by Tan on what is very dry texture. 10 of spades on the turn, dampening things a bit.
We often want to check back the 10 because we want to play a little bit of pot control of 2 jacks. If you do happen to bet the turn, you would check the river unless you hit the jack. I will say, though, I do discount the king a little bit from Tan Xuan just because Tan would be 3-betting the king a decent amount pre.
Check back from Elton, pot control, backdoor spades arrive. And now let's see how spicy Tan wants to get here, potentially. Not to assume that he's going to bet, but he's got that vibe, doesn't he?
He always does.
No. Checks it.
Mystery card. 给别人猜。没有味道。
A lot of players don't go for value, but when you put Elton versus Tan Xuan, 2 jacks do have a chance to get paid off by worse.
Yeah, but they also have a chance to open the action and instantly regret it. Elton will take his chances after deliberating. With what looked to be a sigh.
Don't read into Tan Xuan's body language.
That much we've learned.
You don't know if he's coming in with check call, check fold, or check raise at any moment's notice.
Se ve por detrás de las cámaras, se juega de verdad. Se juega, o sea, como se juega de verdad.
讲的是西班牙语吗？
啊，对。
你是哪里人啊？
像西班牙语怎么是？
不是这样。
浙江。
对，浙江。
你生活在国外吗？
对，西班牙。
哦，难怪。我这怎么一点都听不懂？
啊。
你浙江哪里？
我是金田的。
金田。
丽水。
哦，丽水。那很近啊。
Feels like jacks are 100% good at this point, doesn't it?
It does. Oh, wait. He's grabbing more than 100K. Ollie, what timing do you have to say that? Because he is cutting out a check raise, and I think those chips are going in as he stacks more and pushes it in.
And the instant sense of regret washing over us, as in retrospect, we feel like perhaps we're being punished for greed on the river. Elton being asked for another $240,000. Nothing about what we were observing suggested that Tan had a better hand or that this was on the table. It felt like fold or call only.
100%. You're right about that. And Elton definitely has regret going for value with 2 jacks, even though they often are good. But when you bet against a player like this, he can always come out swinging. In terms of value, Tan Xuan, of course, 3s and 7s are in play. I don't think this is just a naked king. Can Tan Xuan have spades? I think it's possible. But I guess the question we ask is, if Tan Xuan actually had a big hand, does he go for the check raise? Perhaps he's just playing his opponent, expecting Elton to value bet thinner.
Well, there's the recap. Andy Nee was an opener. Tan flatted. Elton 3-bet to 55. Tan called. A check call of 45 on the flop, and then it went check, turn. Tan checked one last time on the river, and then suddenly Elton's 105 ballooned into 345. Does he have 3x ever here? Is that possible?
Ace-3 suited. Yes, it is possible. But I don't think it's just 3x that he's repping. He might be repping like a 7, 6, 7, 8 of spades. Sevens, of course.
But when Elton checked back the turn, isn't Tan concerned about Elton just checking back river? Wouldn't he be more apt to lead?
That's the normal logic, yes. But we've seen over and over again these past few days that Elton and Tan Chuan are both very tricky and trappy. But then they also come up with some big bluffs. This is a time bank worthy hand, so Elton throwing them ahead now.
You see the shot clock right there behind the jacks of Elton. Not anymore with the shot.
So you see
having
how
changed.
Elton's got that jack of spades and it blocks flushes? It's actually kind of irrelevant because I don't really see how Tan Chuan would need that kind of spade to make a flush. You know what I mean? King jack of spades not possible, given the king of spades out there. Wouldn't expect the jack of spades. Yeah, it's not that important.
Yeah, it doesn't interfere. This is one of the deepest tanks that we've observed thus far across 4 days of play. That circular green disc, by the way, is a multi-time bank chip. So he'll be whittling away against that as Tan patiently looks to give nothing away.
This is as murky as it gets.
What's bottom of range? What's top of range?
4.
Tan.
Top of range, courses, boats.
Like sevens full?
Sevens fulls, pocket threes, spades, coupled with the 7. Bottom range is basically a pocket pair that turned itself into a bluff, or a 7, 6 of hearts. You know, something that thinks, Elton, your line seems a little weak to go bet, check, bet, half pot on the river. Therefore, I'm just going to try to put you in a really tough spot. And I don't even think that Tan needs some kind of spade blocker to make that kind of move. This is just pure poker right now.
See the pie. Got the check raise.
I tell you, Elton can't put Tan Chuan on a hand right now.
I appreciate that Elton hasn't simply decided to pay it off.
He folds.
Considering that he's ahead as much as he is and he could maybe go, well, it's all profit anyway. Lays it down and
look how thin Tan Chuan tried to go for value with ace king. Didn't even have spades or the full house.
4.5 minutes. 270 seconds.
我刚才用了6个。
你这勾还歪了我啊！哎呀，怎么好？
Jacks were beat. That's the good news for Elton. As Tan had the ace king. And note that he played it as a flat against the open and then did not come with that re-raise after Elton made it 55. And these are the sorts of things that come together that make him as dangerous and tricky and difficult as he is to play against.
Ollie, that's not the only street he played it tricky. Even the river. A lot of times you would expect ace king to start betting because Elton's got a lot of checkbacks.
100%.
你我啊，
我手上有一张纸。
不可能的，还有后门花哦。
没有3，也没有黑台，也没有 king queen。
They're trying to guess Tan Chuan's hand, and he's like, nope, none of those. You'll never guess it. To be fair, I think they never will.
感觉它是一个盖帽10左右的牌力，想挖了我。
很难受。
I just marvel. No matter how many times I see him take an exotic line or take an unorthodox street or play cards that you would never anticipate would be played as a flat, such as the ace king on that occasion, or played as a 3 and 4 bet, such as the 5 deuces that he put to work the other day. I continue to just recognize that there is more than one way to skin the cat that is nosebleed invitational Triton Poker Series poker. And Tan Chuan very much seems to have decrypted that process. 9-7 deuce here. Elizabeth out flopping Adrian. Small blind versus straddle.
C betting with the best hand. Adrian's got pocket sixes. 2 overs, but still, usually it's the best hand, not this one.
Follow through on the 15K pre-flop is 11 post. Front door clubs come in. Elizabeth is kind of okay with it, considering she's got the ace of clubs for backup.
It's actually a good card for her because the queen doesn't rate to connect the caller. So she has extra outs in case she is up against a 9.
Love that shot, by the way, over the shoulder of Elizabeth. You see what she's experiencing in terms of Adrian staring intently, facing a check now. Quite content to check back. And quite happy to see an ace on the river is Elizabeth as she improves to aces up just in case there was a 9 lingering.
想搞我的9988。
你不给太早对吧？你不给太早。
我肯定不可能 call 他们。
30,000.
Into 59.
The way the hand's playing out from the tails is basically an ace or nothing. You wouldn't expect a queen or 9 to go for value now, and he does lay it down rather quickly. Makes sense though. It is 4 overs.
So a nice pickup there for Elizabeth. Gonna take a lot more of those though.
过得很快哦，明天已经马上就要到7点钟了。对，今天过得很快。
Remember that time
撞到的牌一直人家想
that Tan Chuan flatted ace king not once but twice in the face of a raise and a re-raise, and then check raised to 345,000.
When backdoor spades got there. Yeah, this guy is he's tough, unpredictable.
不该打的那个。
老板，
你包打了，你不该打。
Tan Chuan is the kind of player that just lives in people's heads rent-free, man. Just an egg beater through the ear canal. Scramble up your brain.
And you don't really want him to be in your head rent-free all the time, but that's just how he plays.
Aces in the straddle for Andy. Tom shoots it with the king 5 suited. Is this ace queen of spades going to ask for more? No. Yes. 40,000.
Do you know what's going to ask for more?
Maybe it will.
Come on. You think he's going to come with the cold call 3 bet?
I don't know.
Never say never, but
Randy,
yes.
every time I think I know what's going on out here, I get proven wrong. So I'm just all done playing the assumptions game.
But usually he will want to just open the door once more for Elton to put in more chips. 175 is a massive cold 4 bet.
Well, you were right. Andy's not in the mood to just flat. This king 5 suited lacks a future. Into the bin it goes, and the ace queen of spades, I don't think.
It's just too much.
Yeah. 135. Too rich. Should Andy have sized down a little bit there from the 175 maybe?
Yeah, probably 50K less would be reasonable, around 120 or so. Because obviously he lost ace queen suited, which is a hand that Elton would have wanted to play.
Do we ever size up trying to make it look as though we want to win it right here and now, and maybe some of our range includes hands that cannot handle the heat if somebody were to come over the top.
I'll say this: the advantage of going huge like that is if your opponent does wake up with a hand like kings, queens, ace, king, they're more likely to commit just because so much is already in their pre, you know. But in general, I think you'd want to size down just a little bit. It's always a little scary though, right? You're playing against guys who are super loose, and you're playing $1 million stacks, so naturally you go bigger. Mateos, pocket tens. He's looking to play for more, 50,000.
Couple of white discs sliding in behind the open from boss on the button. Ace jack suited.
Should bring in 2 more white discs. This hand is pretty good in position. Ace jack suited. Button versus small blind. Lots of playability.
There it is. We play for 111, but we do not improve if we're boss. Queen 8 deuce. 1 over card lurking. Mateos with the betting lead.
You do tend to see bet this board quite a bit with 2 10s. Warrants protection. Can get called by worse. Plus, you don't leave yourself up to a guessing game. Interesting for ace jack of clubs because it's got good backdoor properties, but your opponent isn't relentlessly c-betting queen 8 deuce with their whole range. Therefore, that means that your opponent might have a piece and maybe floating isn't ideal in position. They'll still have 28% though.
Do we make anything of the fact that these 2 10s interfere with some of the continuing combos that would be inside straight draws?
Yeah, that
on a
is a
board
good
such
point.
as this?
That might make you maneuver differently on turns and rivers because yeah, I see what you're saying. So like here on a turn, the 4, he'd want to, if he was to check, would want to pick off jack 10, 10, 9.
Right. Less likely once that 36K C bet got called on this flop by boss that he's in that territory, considering that we have the 10s, and perhaps that's a factor as Adrian now chooses to check.
And it might give Paul a chance to take it. I don't know if Mateos will be looking to check fold for 1 bet on the turn. I'm not so sure if ace jack high is gonna make it to showdown and expect to win out at a high frequency. I do like that he is going to bet when check 2 just because he wants to shake out ace 10, ace king, hands like that. For this price though, 10s seems like a mandatory continue, but proceed with caution.
$60K into 183, 1/3 pot. Sure enough, Mateos does call. And the ace rolls right off on the end for boss.
Feels bad.
Wonder whether or not he goes for value, and if he does, I also wonder whether or not Adrian is going to feel as though it's bluffy, considering if it had been the queen that Mateos was up against as played,
this ace
wouldn't it be
improves.
less likely to barrel on river?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, this ace definitely improves Mateos' range more because Mateos could have some ace kings that check call turn and gets a small bet, trying to pick off these straight draws that we mentioned earlier. For now, though, for Paul, ace jack, it often is the best hand. There is that ace king we got to worry about. We also have to ask what worse hand calls, and a queen comes to mind. A weaker ace is definitely possible if it's coupled with backdoor spades. It looks like he's going for the tight check, and it wins. Lucky for him, but no luck for Mateos, who's down $655,000 right now.
And you can see he's quite aggravated. about
后门花嘛
that particular
太
pot.
你打我打算偷鸡了吧？终于了。
Not that he's a particularly emotional player from what we've observed
没牌的时候
of
使
him
命
throughout
感
the，years.
有牌的掐。
How do you think Mateos feels though? I know he can handle the swings, but like losing a pot like that is like kind of losing one bullet in a main, you know, in one hand.
要投嘛，没有浪费那个6万了。
对，肯定掏过去了。
To the connector, opening first, Chen. In the hijack, Paul's in there, Queen 9 of Hearts. A pair. For Mateos. 2 5s.
是在想那个用 A 打不打？
A lot of playable hands here.
没有用，
没有用了呢。
King 10 suited being chewed on out of the big by ST.
You know what's funny for me? If ST was to call,
应该没有 A 给。
I was thinking that Tanchuan might actually juice it up with the 7 deuce offsuit, but it looks like he won't get an opportunity as
Yeah.
ST squeezes.
Beats him to the punch, making it 58,000.
你投了几盘？哎，东哥，
嗯，
投了几盘机？
什么？
投了几盘那个？你自己那个看那个 YouTube 投了几盘啊？
投了几把？
投了几把？
我没有看。
算不完了。
啊。
Fairly demoralizing for Elizabeth, who continues to face so much resistance.
Yeah, but it's from like every single player at the
Yeah,
table
yeah.
that's
Equal
taking their shot at her.
Well, this isn't so much a shot at her as the situation where maybe ST thinks he's going to be able to pick off 30K in dead money. And sure enough, a round of folds. Nobody wants to play for another 48.
改变，不能3B 打字。
那以前那个美国人本来赚90个，昨天那个全都输完了。
还是要赢100了。
本来是那个
不赢。
没有啊，没有赢吧他？没有，肯定没有。
昨天我走了以后，他输钱了。他昨天赢很多啊。
对啊。
他投机一直投，
我
十几20万，
十几个，
投了几把连。
对。
他明
Yeah. Huh? Wait. Yeah. Whose button?
对，你别瞎掉，害我。
No.
哎，没有。
What's button?
Yeah. 没有呢，是我刚才。
不。
行。
对啦，
我刚才小蛮呢。
你看小蛮，
我刚才小蛮200%小蛮。
把登了1把，然后他开。
Tan was in the straddle, as I recall.
Yes.
Now in the big blind, Elton in the straddle.
想来个5000不容易啊！
省吃俭用，
已经尽力了，我看到。就是我知道我是小猫，我想你赖帮我一起赖掉也好的，我也不说话。
就省一些啦。
对啊，不是挺好吗
Pocket 10s for Andy Nee. Comes in with flat rather than 3-betting Mateos in position.
想骗我啊！他还赢40万呢，昨天。
对，还赢40吗？
赢到
An example of the balance
后来输30
that is employed.
那个 hands 啊，
都赢到100了。
Remember, it was
hands 啊，
pocket 10s that were slow played by Tan Xuan. That polished off Mateos' first bullet, but aces and 9s here for him, and he's going to be doing much better against Andy's 10s. 8K follow through.
Yeah, very fortunate for Mateos to get to see a flop. Bets and calls. Now it's got a full house, and then Andy Nee is drawing dead.
Look at Adrian.
Trappy.
Very much so. One wonders whether or not Andy is going to be tempted to seek value on this particular board and wouldn't be blamed for doing so.
No, definitely not going to blame him. He usually has the best hand and can really seek against the 9x. Now we ask the question if we check raise or check call. Depends if you think Andy's holding an ace. Check call it is. That's a really good river card. Under normal circumstances for Mateos, because sometimes Andy's got the flush. He can really win the big pot.
Check.
Not the case. Andy checking back and Mateos failing to induce.
checky。
吃完饭那个汉子再过来是吧？8点半啊。
Definitely getting called with those 2-10s on the turn. Andy had his concerns, and on that river, it was a fairly straightforward shutdown.
犹太人嘛，
名字里面很少用到那个11的。
就听另外一个看着他，他说这个老头子，我说老头子年纪比我还小，39岁，
长得像 VIP。
他39岁呀
，39岁啊。
Shout out to Hiccuple, by the way, in the YouTube chat, who writes in to say you guys are doing some of your best commentary ever.
Oh,
Randy.
thank you.
Oh.
I
Maybe it has to
appreciate
do with the fact that we're being as quiet as we are for as long as we are, and letting the table talk carry things, even though we don't understand it.
I still appreciate the comment.
How do you know he was talking to you?
He said commentators or commentator?
He said you guys.
That's plural.
Yeah, you're right.
It's me and you. It's not you and the mosquitoes.
Yeah, that's because I killed them all. Ace King might be swatting at this 6-7 suited. Sure enough, 11 becomes 35.
Mateos could be calling this one, even out of position. Looks like he will.
Ace 8-7. Both players with a piece. Advantage Wang.
This board does give Mateos a little bit of trouble in the sense that he often will be check calling, especially with the 8. That could give him some backdoor straight draws, given he's got 7-6. And especially against the 30K C bet.
Third pot. A little bit north. That was the sizing that Mateos peels. Fails to improve and checks it over.
The way this one is running out, ST is just thinking bet, jam for value. Most likely candidate to pay him off is a worse ace, which there's plenty of in Mateos's range. Also wants to charge the heart draw, the pairs. Just want to size in a way to try to not let a weaker ace hero fold on turn. You want to set up nicely for river jam.
86.
86,000 now in Mateos. Clearly not interested in continuing. Well, if you're out there streaming us live and direct, welcome one and all to this 4th day of 7 at our first ever Cash Game Invitational from the Maestro Resort and Casino in beautiful Montenegro on the shores of the Adriatic. Ali Najad and Randy Lou presiding over a dizzying amount of nosebleed poker getting played out there. If you're enjoying it as much as we are, all we ask is that you click like, follow, or subscribe, be it on Twitch or YouTube. Help us to continue to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment free of charge. As the charges here is 11,000. Price set by ST's King 4 suited. Tan flatted, and now Elizabeth. Could this be an opportunity for the 2 queens?
Ladies for the lady.
ST out of the way. Tan checking on stack depth.
打牌不能带这些银饰。
Whatever stack depth it is, he's going to give action. So very nice situation for Elizabeth. Quite the favorite with 135,000 in the middle.
And this is a good board for her to continue to make money.
Agreed.
From these 2 nines.
Like to see a C bet in this spot. Size down is fine. Try to get Tan Chuan to call these pairs and float her a bit.
我看着看着怎么来2个问？
就是那个 Mr. 开的嘛，就给别人开的嘛。
哦，到什么时候才知道？
没有看到的，
永远不知道，
永远不，除非就是开牌的时候才知道，就是打到最后第5张在那里才知道。
为什么会有 Mr. 卡？
就是老板跑起来。
Tan Chuan's got nowhere to go but call, especially with position.
看这把，然后我现在还看不到。为什么轮到我就是 Mr. 卡？
50,000 ahead to the turn, which is dry. Really nice setup for Elizabeth. She does need to be worried given it is Tan and he's willing to play 3-bet pots with all sorts of kit about some frequency with which 7x lurks. Considering that, do we ever decide to play this as a check decide on this street?
No, look, if Tan's got the 7, take my chips. Let's keep building that pot. Let's get Tan Chuan to put in more chips with the other ends of that range. I like betting again. It's clean.
I'm going to say this. Tan's observed enough of Elizabeth's navigations to know that she's got a little bit of that Tan Chuan spirit in her herself, meaning nines don't have to be no good here.
No, definitely these 9s need to call this turn at a very high frequency, especially with the arrival of the 2 of spades. Backdoor spades with multi-barrel. Ace 5 and Ace 4 are popular candidates to 3-bet pre, and they often will bet this turn too. To fold here would be quite the read. I think it's very hard to do so, although it would be correct in this spot. He is going to make that call.
All of a sudden, the pot grows to 455,000.
2000块他就告诉我了。
告诉你，你看不到的。
哎，也对。
10 on the end, even though it's an overcard to the 9s, it's really of no concern to Tan as played.
Yeah, very little. Sure, it's possible Chen hit the 10 with 2 spades. But for her, there's really only one move, and that's that. All in, $274,000. 10 in the tough spot.
By the way, it's not absurdly sized in relation to the pot, and credit Elizabeth with the proper sizing progression that leaves Tan looking up at a price that these 2 9s might want to pay.
The hands that Chen is representing is an overpair, Jacks plus.
Every now and again, this is just an ace-king that's blasting off. Andy, that much we know.
Of course, ace-king could definitely be blasting off. It could even be just a king-queen of spades, something that just says, look, I don't think you've got it. Tan Chuan isn't holding a spade, which could be problematic for him because he wants to pick those hands off.
How many? 2, only 2.
Time bank check. Yes, he's going to chew on this one. And for Elizabeth, under normal circumstances, you know, I think she's 100% confident that her queens are good.
She knows the queens are good. Come on.
You know what I love about the fact that she's all in, though? She doesn't have to suffer what Elton went through with the 2 jacks, where all of a sudden we just think there's no world in which the action comes in the way it does, and she's put to a decision. No more decisions left for her.
Yeah,
the only decision is on that man's shoulders.
She's played this hand perfectly. Now the question is Tan Chuan going to make this river call?
我不够，够。这多大个队啊！
Dan's got some real speech play.
Yes, he does.
Live read factor is very real with him.
Yeah, but she's not giving anything away.
No, not indulging in the chatter.
这是最差的，92头寸也
这个是你
Flop
北
是吧
的，是你
flop 是吗？
黑勾七啊，
黑勾七来圈了
啊。有后面
She's just praying for the call. He's grabbing calling chips, throws them in, and Elizabeth Chen, the ladies, work out.
Go
Can we get a thank you so much?
最后的
Everyone's celebrating the demise of Tan there.
Go go.
小鹿乱撞。
啊，对了，
麻烦了，那么铁头，要不然
麻烦了。对呀，打到唐老板就好打啦。
Elizabeth Chen just played $1 million pot with Tan Xuan, and in doing so, got unstuck.
That's true. She did. That was funny. Everyone just celebrated.
Snap. Celebrated.
They love to see Tan Xuan lose. And also, they know that things haven't been going her way.
咱们不好意思啊，出多点，不好意思。
对呀，
对我要
It's really become quite popular.
哦，老人家，跟年轻人吹了。
很难说了。
可是这个牌
I gotta tell you.
风险，这样，万一你对他呢？
If I had to lose
股份赚坏了事，
500,000 in the pot and then sit through every other player in the game celebrating it,
哎，对啊，
I would be so
起码有
breathless.
折打嘛，赢就赢多一点嘛。
Tan's no worse for the
这
wear.
样啊，不过不要把我们那个。
You know, I feel like this is going to spice up Tan Xuan now.
然后大家都记起你。
Just because whenever he goes on a downswing, he wants it back immediately.
You're right. That was evidenced during the final frame of last night's play, which has always been the spiciest across the first 3 days. And given the bar's been set pretty high here in frames 1 and 2, I'm a bit scared of what's in store for us.
Scared, but you're excited, aren't you?
Sure, of course.
I'm sure all of YouTube and Twitch is excited to watch as well. I'm ecstatic.
因为我昨第一天我3币很多了，3币很多。300个5、6都考了，前期肯定也能考吧。5、6还考的是4币。
King Jack limps the small. Mateo says, no, let's play for more. Doesn't know he's dominated. And Andy, red fives.
And Mateos is going to get called in 2 spots here. Inflated pot. Oh, maybe Paul's not interested. He is uncapping his cards. Although maybe that's just to shuffle 3 chips. Yeah, he does lay down the King Jack. So that's great news for Mateos as they go heads up to this flop.
Yep. Jack 10-8, top pair for Mateos. Would have been outkicked. Does have the gut shot draw.
Fortune shining on Mateos
That
in
it
this
is.
pot. Does check it though, as we take the turn card.
Now an overcard to the board. Boss would have had top 2.
He's laser eyeing that board.
Yep.
Eyes closed, like I don't want to see this one. Round of checks. Queen Jack still good.
4 is uncomfortably close to those
Look at
5s.
Paul. He just knows, like, yeah, I would have won this pot because there's no betting until now. 16K. Trying to get thin value out of 10x.
你水平是吧？
加一点点。
买多少？100。嘛，
主要是送给你还是水平，这个很上头。
打9折了还。
打啥折啊？没赚到啊。
Into the muck goes Andy's hand. Adrian continues to fight.
看你前面打的乱七八糟的。
20万很难退走。
没适应这个节奏嘛。
视频以上，你让他获得一个后门。
前面付出的，在我这把收割了。
高高 KK 的，全都是高高 KK 的。你的手上你是几个的吗？
你没有前面乱输的，我这把不会输给你的。
身边有是有。如果他多，如果是40万。
啊，这我不要说40几，后面还有一个
35万。
30
对啊，多那个了。 那我还叫我扣，我不会扣。
我心态太差了。
要个 call 还是有？
你要估差嘛 ，K 勾去搞一个 all in，K 勾砸花。
Ace 5 suited for Elton.
你有这种行动，很难掉。
Looks like it's going to be more than 12,000 as Mateos once again goes to work. This time with Queen Jack suited. Andy will be involved once more. Ace King.
Can Mateos catch a break?
Well, he did win that last pot, but I hear what you're saying. He's got 48,000 in here that's in jeopardy of being snatched pre-flop.
主要是他庄位的想法，我不相信他。有人家 call 了。
150. I don't think he's going to be able to see a flop for this price.
在我这里收割。
Ace 5 suited in the bin, and surely Queen Jack suited belongs there as well.
You know,
nice
the
activation.
Pros, the hot seat, have really not been doing so well besides Jungle Man, it seems.
Yeah,
That
maybe
sounds
it's
about
the
right.
fact that they're too awake. Jungle, half asleep, snatched a $250,000 off the game.
Yeah, from what we've seen, Linus didn't pull in a winner. Ivy or Mateo so far.
Something wrong?
Limps are back as Elton starts off.
Boss brings that to an end.
And
Andy looking to bring the 11,000 to an end. Once again, a 3-better.
How sick is it if Elton just pre-raises trying to represent aces right now? Oh my God, I can't believe he's actually going to do it.
How did you know that that was what was in the air?
I'm a sicko, man. Like, I can just read into how these players like to play. You think he's limping without a game plan? Remember, he button limped aces. They all saw it. Look at Andy. He's like, no, there's no way you have aces.
Well, he's blocking an ace, and the story for him doesn't quite check out. And if we can remove sort of the big ace stuff from the range, then maybe we can proceed effectively. And now both parties have flopped a piece. Advantage Andy, who checks it over. Elton has inflated this one pre-flop to $250,000. And just look how deep they both are. $1 million effective.
This is
from
crazy
this point forward.
that they have this much money in there with these two hands. Elton's going to remain control with the C-bet at 40K. Just because if he did have it, this is his board. Andy's pretty happy to see the small bet, making the quick check call and 2-pair on the turn for Andy.
If there were any concerns about the ace being shared by a better kicker for Elton, they have been alleviated. Andy. Check called 40 on the flop. How much on the turn? 0. Elton. No longer repping.
Amazing run out for Andy. Nothing scary out there.
Nah.
Can try to get value out of a ace. Maybe he sizes in a way to get kings or queens that might make this play. In terms of bluffs, because of the small c-bet on the flop of just 40k or so, he really can represent busted broadways. He's basically just trying to figure out which hands should I target. Is it the pocket pair lower than the ace, or is it an ace that's making a move? Seems to be a bit of both.
What's kind of awkward for Elton here is that we remove jacks through kings quite safely from Andy's range for a multitude of reasons here.
Yep.
And so all of a sudden the queen 10 begins to perform better than it might otherwise. Is we just need to consider, am I up against the ace or not? And Elton decides for sure I am. Correctly.
That was a fun hand of poker. I kind of wish she showed the 7 now after saying no bluff. Because you're like, wait, how did you get that much in pre? Cool hand.
Good for. 我觉得我每盘赢过来都是有汗流出来，汗都流出来，每盘都是汗流出来，没有一盘是容易的，都是那个。
11 to go. Says boss, Queen Jack has very much been the hand of the orbit. No takers.
裂开，裂开，还是你们两个赢，我赢30，他赢50。
对。
啊 ，Andy 赢嘛？
Didn't it bring 15 minutes?
一点啊，兄弟。
都是赢不大了。
兄弟，都赢，我都在有汗流出来的。
150的吧
？100。
买100。
嗯。
哦，你输了一把那个
KK 输给
还有我100，
还有输给你1把。那200输了。
哪的有问题
啊？
逻辑技术140吧。
哦，啊，他那个问题把我第4张扣住，我知道他就顶头。
What do you think about that lip?
Again， 的手上是
Queen
搞不了了。
In the small. Elton coming along. Elizabeth, Jack 8 suited, says let's play for a real number, and Tan's going to be prepared to do so. And again, with a premium ace, Tan flats pre and then flats the raise as well. So the approach when he does this is not to try to all of a sudden 3-bet.
And of course, is very under rep.
No rough, bro.
Outflopped.
No rough.
By Elizabeth.
Jack 9-6 board.
Right. You're right. You're right.
I flopped.
Often the best hand, so she's going to see bet 15,000.
That flop didn't work.
Ace Queen says, let's see a turn card.
Another 30 into the middle. Trip jacks now for Elizabeth. Added comfort.
Beautiful. You really can just go for more value against the 9 and 6x. You know, Tan Chuan likes to keep players honest. How do we size? I feel we can go all ways, depending on what You want your opponents to perceive your bet to be.
$50K.
So the 50K bet is designed to try to get these nines to still continue. If you go full pop, maybe they get a little scared and just run away. Ace high could be good, but you don't want to be holding the queen normally just because you want to try to catch king queen and queen 10.
Good point. Boy, nevertheless, Tom going to peel, drawing dead. Backdoor diamonds show up. I don't
They
think
do.
Elizabeth loves that.
She doesn't. But then again, she knows that Tan Chuan is looking to call her down sometimes, right? He already called down a hand with his bet jam for a $1 million pot, which was worse than 2 queens.
One final check from Tan. He unblocks the diamonds. Not sure how much of that he thinks Elizabeth has across the way. But he's facing 3 barrels from an opponent that he knows is capable of showing up light here.
I think the game plan for Tan Chuan oftentimes was call twice, let go, but he is thinking about it. Unblocking diamonds, not great in terms of hero calling, just because there's more diamond flushes in your opponent's range. Like I said earlier, the queen blocking some of the bluffs that might go for 3 straights. He's convinced now.
Reluctantly, but correctly, he lets it go. Not before putting Elizabeth Chen into the black, though. And once again,
Elton
阿婷，
celebrating.
很容易赢啊，你
She
赢把这么多
receives
啦啦队的，啊，这个优势巨大吧？
对
a
啊
proverbial round of applause.
加油加油啊！平时很贵的，我做啦啦队，1000块一花。
Even Don can't help but laugh as Elton very much has established himself as president of the Elizabeth Chen fan club here. Many in the chat, part of her fan club as well.
Nice.
存你那里没事，不是外人。
比银行还有安全一点哦，比他那里。
不是外人，这把输给 ST 了就麻烦了，那进去就没了。
就是只要往里面溜啊，都是。
Aces for
把很
Andy
贵锁了，放了个密码，加强密码。
and a hand in the straddle that very much could get curious. First, ST gets himself in trouble with ace queen offsuit. Tan with 9s, Randy.
He's not going to lay it down, especially against ST's 3-bet. This cold call by Tan Chuan is actually good for Andy because it makes it look like he's making a move more often, because the cold call is often coupled with 9s, 10s, jacks, or something a little weaker, you know?
Paul might have been interested for an extra 7,000, but not 35 total.
Would love to see Andy go smaller. Last time he put in a 4-bet, he made it like $175,000. So we'll see if he makes an adjustment here, trying to get some action from ST or Tan Chuan.
$161 total. And if either of these holdings got the sense that Andy is simply reacting to what he thinks is an opportunity before him, you could see them react in turn.
Yeah, it's Tan Chuan's cold call that's concerning ST that maybe Andy's making a move right now.
没牌不会打。
Problem is, if ST is up against Ace King, he's in really big trouble. So he's going to lay it down. Now Tan
Yeah.
Chuan's in a really tricky spot because he's doing all right against Ace King, which probably would size in his manner. But if he's up against a big pair like this, he's only got 2 outs.
Flop.
Not interested. Wants to see a flop.
Flop.
Rabbit hunt. Let us see what it will be.
10 river.
Is that a
Asks for the
9?
full rundown.
That is a
Oh, he
9.
would have made 9s full against
No,
the
no.
aces.
3天以后，给你们忍一下，
让你们
这样才有味道
啊！
这样才味道不错。
Fortunate for Andy Nee, would have got stacked. He gave a good price to Tan Chuan to come along.
天天
哎呀，什么？他4B call 了没有？
没有。
哎呀，你冷坑什么的，本来我好好的可以打。
You ever rabbit hunt, Randy? I feel like it's a negative free roll in spots like that.
I like rabbit hunting. I like to see what would have happened. Change my play accordingly. You know, just it's not a good thing to do, but
Tony G likes bunny hunting.
bunny hunting.
But
sometimes the bunny's got the gun. Is that his saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Not today.
就不会往后退。
Bunny
I thought
found a
it was
trap.
very much force fed to Tony in frame number 1.
Saw some carrots and really went for it, and
Yeah.
you know, boom.
Pocket 8s for Tan.
小一点选项比较多，也可以 call 也可以哦。那我觉得
One hand removed from the 9-9.
16一共60。
It cost him 35,000. He puts 12 out there. Elton on the button.
What's Elton doing?
Oh, look at that moment of refrain.
一半一半。
Pipi 会抽过来。
That looks serious. I thought that was really coming in. It's not unreasonable for him. Checked
Well,
and
we're not
suited
far
now.
from the dinner break. I think he's trying to keep his appetite intact, not end up playing and potentially losing a big pot to Tan.
Fair.
Mateos has lost his share of pots. Jack 10 suited, failing to improve on this board, which is quite tidy for pocket 8s. 32 in the middle, checked over.
Great start for Tan. 20,000. After spades from Mateos. 2 overs. But perhaps the sizing, he's not looking to make a move on too much. It looks like he is, actually. He's going to try to rep that 4 as he puts in a check raise to 45K.
Oh, and I think he's picked the wrong time.
And the wrong customer.
Yep.
加油！啊，compete。
I think Tan very much reads Mateos as a strong, tight player, rightfully so.
Fair enough.
In consideration of that, I don't know that in the way in which we've seen him really go blasting, that he would be inclined to do something similar with these 2 8s here, but he's proved us wrong on so many separate occasions. Let's defer.
I think the main thing that's important here for Tan Chuan is that Mateos is actually playing a shorter stack than everyone else at the table. So it might change the way he maneuvers here. But it's not to fold, and it's actually to make it 120K. He has no fear. I mean, how does it feel you're Adrian Mateos? Like, you haven't been making a move. You finally do.
It's supposed to be
Just
your
play it
board
back.
texture as a defender from the straddle, by the way, more so than it is Tan's. And the overpairs are not supposed to be 3-betting here. And I think a lot of that stuff that kind of Adrian, as we see him lay down, is tapping into in order to allow him to make these moves. It's that logic is serving him poorly because these guys, they don't go to the same church. They don't read the same Bible. They don't
I mean, no one
adhere
reads
to the
Tan
same
Chuan's
gospel.
Bible, but I know what you're saying. That they got a
你看他
different
早早
play
就
style, and it really takes a different way to maneuver
Randy.
successfully.
Tan Chuan wrote the Bible of No Limit Cash Game, Nosebleed, Triton Poker Series action. He's the pastor. He's the
yeah.
minister. He's the bishop.
It's everyone, huh? Elton saying big winner so far today.
Again, limping.
Yeah, King 3
Three
off.
offsuit. For all the discipline that he showed with the ace-6 when he was thinking about 3-betting it, it's now being replaced by this posture.
Which chapter of the Bible did Elton read for this? Perhaps he's got his own version?
I don't know that it was the Bible. What does the devil work with? Does he have a book?
I don't know what it would be called. I don't want to find out.
Queens, nothing devilish about it. Legit re-raised to 24,000. And begrudgingly, everybody concedes.
这么多 limp。
Ace Queen here for Tan. $12,000 to go. Queen, Queen for boss.
Can't imagine Tan Chuan laying down Ace Queen.
40,000. This 3-bet from the button.
He did raise undergun +1, which is first position. Well, he's talking.
见你见你见你，那
不是他想着想着就可以不要死他的，还有2分钟，
还有2分钟，对。
还有一个是吧？
Is boss offering the loan Tan time banks?
Yes, he is. Tan's gonna make the call.
Yeah,
还有
not needed.
要 time bank 发
没有啦，
没有了，他已经用掉了。
Paul actually
那个要
covering stack.
要刚刚扔了一个哦，那还有一个，还有一个哦，还有一个。
Boy, this is the kind of board texture that you really hate with queens against Tan.
Oh, yeah, Paul might even check on this flop. Makes sense.
吃饭了。
结束了。哎，
6 on the turn.
谢谢cuadrado después de.
Good insofar as 8-7 is counterfeited. We know there's a little bit of that piques Tan's interest.
Quick
He
check.
likes the connectors and he likes this middling stuff. Now board texture deteriorates deeply for the 2 queens.
I could
2
see
streets of checking.
Ace
4-liner.
Queen could stab here, right? 4-liner, maybe try to take out Ace King,
Yeah.
similar Ace Queen.
100%.
Checking. Yeah, he's reaching for chips. Checking is okay a little bit. Look, he calls out AK for a second, but
不急
hasn't
要打我这样子
acted.
了。哎，懒
he's
特
gonna
的
check.
不想特的。妈的，打！ Give me
We're gonna
money.
check this down. Give me the money.
打！
Correctly
我不想
assessing.
扣了，我真的是不想扣了。
And it was ace high. Ace queen, though. And probably so,
哎
considering
不亏
boss
不亏了。
blocked
别急了
those queens. Not able to get any chips forward post flop. And of 7 players, Randy, only 1 is in the red. Mateos, $750,000+ loser on the session. Elton off of his high water mark, but still roughly $1 million in the black. We're going to step aside and return with the back half of day 4 of our Cash Game Invitational in about 15 minutes. Stay close. Well, the midway point of both this week's worth of our inaugural Cash Game Invitational and tonight's action has been reached. Welcome back, one and all, to Maestro Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. Ali Najad and Randy Liu ready for the back half. Let's send it down to Marianella.
I have a few updates for you as the players enjoy a well-earned rest. Phil Ivey replaces Adrian Mateos, and Hans steps in to make the action 8-handed. Ali and Randy, back to you.
Thanks, Marianella. And I got to tell you, that is painful to hear that Mateos has received the hook. He logs a $750,000 million+ loss with no chance to get it back for the time being. On this session, Ivy taking his seat and an 8th chair being pulled up for Hans, who is very much in the black on the week. So it's an all-winner affair. Let's see if anyone has their fate changed by the newcomers, or if they too will suffer the fate of those before them. Mandatory straddle, of course, is 1K, 2K, 4K action with the 5K big blind Annie. Was established early on in the first frame. Big winner on the day. Elton Sang climbing out of the big hole that he was in yesterday. Doing so in short order. Again, showing us this different look, Randy, of a limp.
Yes.
Strategy was not working before.
Today he limp on the button with S's. Let me remind you. And Tony G have kings on the small blind.
He also did limp re-raise under the gun.
你他妈跟
queen
Tony G
ten
打
suited.
多少钱呢？
1.6哎，打起来最少破1.6。
Hands on the button. Limping, dominated by Boss, who limps. ST interfering with that King 4 suited, flopping a 7, and the second up flush draw on a 10 high board, where Hands is the only other player that rates to have any interest in things. 10K lead from the straddler. Take it.
你等一手吧。
看到你那天的38了，原来。
38你乱搞。
38不你。
你没猥琐38，你真的是好不好意思？啊？38扶了一截係嘛？
Not to be overlooked, Randy. Seating order has changed as well.
Does make sense. That'll definitely shake things up.
哦，他是
Not
等一下
only
直接
seen
上
order, but the two new players that you mentioned, Ivy and
没有
Hans.
现在把嘛，现在把他，现在把我8等他 cut off 了。
他其实直接把
那优惠让他了，不用 pose， 优惠一下股东嘛。抓的严格，你要 pose 11200。
要12000。
Imagine coming to session, first hand you open, you instantly get 3-bet by this guy.
Ace 2 suited. Made it 10. Ace King suited on the button for Tom makes it 35. Otherwise playable looking King Jack of Hearts for Boss. He's done well to avoid collisions in these situations. King Queen offsuit for ST.
He's contemplating cold 4-bet, just knowing that Tan Chuan is just one to attack relentlessly. King Queen actually okay hand to cold 4-bet with. Otherwise, you just stay out of the way. And he is going to make it 135,000. Bad timing by ST.
Blocker effects of king, queen, well established, and unfortunately, the ace king does actually lurk on this occasion. Folded all the way around to Tan.
No, after this,
Ace king suited, definitely a hand he could consider 5-betting. They are very deep.
妈的 A 怎么打？
Don't think he's seen ST get out of line in terms of cold 4-bet past few days.
Oui.
The ace king suited is ace king suited, does jam in. Bye-bye, $135,000.
Ouch.
啊！我想3比你的啊！你3比我肯定丢了，我跟你说丢啊！你现在能够 all in 给丢啊，肯定丢给你啊！你是大哥嘛，不一样嘛。4比你就是 AA， 不要小事。他妈的，这么漂亮的牌放也看不到。
Well, anytime Phil Ivey is on stream, Randy, the numbers tick north.
你上来赢了3、8个100嘛。
Such a legend of the game.
3、8个的筹
Picked
码
up a
箱
bracelet this past summer at the World Series.
我
Has
赢了个
played
筹
some
码箱。
epically big cash games throughout the years. Was a part of those.
你们在我前面，我不
Ventured out to Macau
多多。让你们
when short deck was in its prime.
Cover everybody.
When you talk about the high stakes, you know Phil Ivey's there.
再拿把抽水一把。
Here he is, pocket fours. Picks up Tan's Jack 8 suited. Andy looks down at ace queen.
Dinner yet, Hans?
What's that?
Dinner?
Yeah.
Where, downstairs?
No, we ate on the beach. It's a nice pizzeria, actually.
Any nice
Yeah, a lot. And the view is amazing.
哇，爸爸都这样。
57
The
total.
Chinese here is good also, the restaurant. It's nice.
Pre-flop opener out of the way, and now Tan left to deal with things.
Normally, it's not a hand you want to call a 3-bet with, but then
What about abnormally, Randy?
abnormally, it's kind of a hand you want to, and especially when you're playing $1.3 million deep, and he's just thinking, you know what, I got position. Let's see what happened. Maybe I make something. Maybe I bluff you. What I do know is that I like playing big pots.
So another 47 invested by Tan. To look up at ace jack 3, top pair against middle pair, backdoor hearts, and obviously, when we've already put 57 in there, we're not really looking for reasons to step away from it with a piece such as this if we're Tan, although that will be somewhat dictated by the sizing from Andy here. Into 134 comes 48.
Having gone this far, just in terms of pre-flop, can't imagine Jack 8 folding to this $48,000 bet. Middle pair, backdoor hearts position. So there's the call.
And there is not any improvement. Pot has grown to 230,000.
Excellent turn card for Andy. Can go for more value. Worse aces exist. Jack X. Gut shots. Plenty of hands to bet against.
$115,000 now.
One would think this hand is over at this point. Andy's range contains a lot of ace X, and the fact that he's betting twice has got to be fearful.
Finally made a believer. But not before. A considerable amount was cobbled off by Andy.
这一盘把他搞到了
啊，
你在这一盘把他搞到了，
都是这把。
Rhythmic shuffling of the chips there by Tan. Resumes.
Right, 11,000.
这边了。
11,000. Says boss, a flat from the dominating Andy with ace 10, who is in turn dominated by this ace jack suited. For Ivy, which is content to simply flat. Pretty one in the window, and that king of clubs for Phil, but nothing more than the Broadway gutty.
3 players with straight draws. Paul, the pre-flop raiser. He's going to take a stab at it. I think he'll get called in 2 spots. There's one call. A nice to straight draw, ace jack. Has backdoor clubs as well, and actually the best hand.
7 of spades. Front door flush draw comes in. Nobody with a spade. 2-way straight draw now for boss.
This often just goes check through because when boss gets called in 2 spots, you can't really expect someone to fold too often, as someone could have a flush or like a king X with the king of spades. They wouldn't be looking to fold, so check we go. This is fun as the king of spades brings in a lot of hands, but no player actually has anything. Ace jack high is good.
Ivy doesn't know that, of course, as boss failed to follow through on the turn after that 20K bet in position on the flop. He knows he lacks showdown.
If Paul can just throw in any amount of chips, he can win it. But it's so hard to do so. I would say it's unlikely someone's holding the ace of spades. Oh, look at Paul. This is great deduction.
90K into 100.
And for Paul to bet into 2 players looks even stronger. Paul's range is definitely not capped. What a takedown.
Third best hand. Toji.
Indeed.
投资赢不到钱啊！你们什么牌哦？又没有花，又没有 K 的，卡顺。
有 K， 有 A，
有俘虏，有花。没有花，没有 K， 不想做什么牌了？
可以数下的吧？啊？
不可以，
不可以啊。
No trader allowed. Too big.
Tanchua not allowed to double straddle.
Yeah.
100万一把就输完了 trader.
That was the agreement in exchange for the 4K being made mandatory.
Longer.
昨天干嘛的？最后搞几把，一个16000的，一个8000的，两把就输了10万了。那个一个 raise 一个 bet 都没了很多了。
ST. Jack 10 upstairs. Suited king and Elton leans back to the tune of 45,000. Expensive propositions for hands to go on the duck hunt, so he'll bin them. And ST bins the Jack 10 as well.
我把皮上一扔掉。
Profitable activation for Elton. Big winner on the session.
Up about $1 million.
看来康熙茶会不在我的可能就是最松的那个。
If it weren't for the fact that he
茶会
polished
加
off
他
more
是
than
他
that
的
during day 3's
他可能
action,
是最松的那个。
would be cause for celebration.
True.
Nevertheless, it's worthy. Nothing deemed worthy around to Phil's Jack 8 suited.
Seems to be worthy enough to warrant a limp.
Hands. Limps the king 9. Ton says run it. Ace king 7. Ivy with the jack high flush draw. Hands with second pair.
I like that Ivy's betting this flop. He does have aces in his range to limp. Not necessarily the strongest ones, but definitely some of the weaker ones. Gets the king down. Nice take.
Ivy did well for himself, as I recall, Randy, on the other occasion in which we observed him in the game.
No, I think he ended up
Did he?
down, actually, if I remember correctly.
Not a lot? Or was it healthy?
A couple 100,000. I
Really?
think. I could be wrong. Chat will know.
Maybe. Remind us if you do.
No, I know what I want.
How is chat doing? They're all right? Anything insightful they're saying? Not necessarily insightful. Are they enjoying having a good time?
I mean, they're engaging one another for sure.
Cool.
A lot of conversation, much of it centering around Ivy.
I think it's just cool to watch him play some cash games. I know he's very good at tournaments too, but cash games is really what got him going. And actually, kind of, now that I think about it, really only watch him play cash games when it's a big Triton one. So good to see him at the Invitational.
Feels appropriate for Ivy to get an invite, given how far back he goes with many of our Triton regulars, who I'm sure when he first roamed up to Macau and their cash games, I'm not going to say they were starstruck, but obviously, you know, the legend of Ivy, these guys probably really appreciated an opportunity to rumble with them. And we're going to block out Ivy's cards here as he flats the Elton 12K Open. Mystery card time, brought to you by GG Poker.
And Schwen is actually going to re-raise this pocket 7 something.
Yep.
He mixes up a bit. Sometimes he flats, sometimes he squeezes, basically based on mood.
3-bet time, brought to you by Tan Chuan.
Imagine Elton saying is going to set mine these 2 5s. Here we go.
Isn't a cheap proposition to do so, given it's another 47,000 required. But Elton's chips being in the pot does make a prospective call to close the action that much more potentially profitable for Ivy.
Oh, what about all the chips?
This is 450 plus in total. Does he have 7s beat? What do you think, chat?
This
Phil Ivy
is
doing this with?
Tough to call with 2 7s.
He flatted the button against the Elton Open. Ton 3-bet, Elton flatted, and now all of a sudden,
Feels like 8s or 9s to me.
it's a big mess.
Like for Ivy to be able to back raise jam, I think he's got fives in big trouble. Lays it down. It's actually ace-6 suited. Wow.
No.
Really? Ivy got 7s and 5s down with that.
I mean, not the biggest hands in the deck, but both hands that had him beat. And I don't think anybody in the chat thought that's where Phil Ivy was.
No. You give me like 10 guesses, I would never have guessed ace-6
He'd
suited.
give you a lot more than that.
Give me 50 guesses, I still probably get
Probably
it wrong.
not. No, I think at 50 you might get there. But
I mean, that might be all of the hands literally possible, but sure.
你跟我就小心了。
most of the speculation centering around Group 1 stuff. Randy being slow played as a trap. Ace, king, aces, kings. Some ace, queen, some 10-10 speculations. But I definitely don't see a single entry that says ace-6 suited. Now then, ace, king for hands. On the button, reaches out and touches 10K. Jack 8-5. Nice texture for boss after defending his straddle. Gutter, club draw, faces the 10K, follow through.
Definitely a candidate to put in a check raise. Leaning towards call. Turn the flush.
No waiting. And no club for hands. Does pick up the Broadway gutter. For what it's worth.
Paul contemplating lead. Perhaps he feels that his opponent would check back a lot.
我说，如果说你肯定没有弃牌率，那你肯定要打。这个要的。没有弃牌率了嘛？他这个如果有弃牌率，他这个如果有。
He does take the lead.
22,000.
那肯定要打。
And without a club in hand, hands is all done.
当时怎么想的？同意了嘛？我说你当时怎么想？当时怎么想？一个 line 你敲给他，他就打你的，你敲他就觉得你没有。
While you're at it, and who knows, maybe we'll see you out in these streets at some point.
不過一個 vanilla 雪糕一盒，那個一個 scoop， 唔好俾多過一球啊！
你可以唔食噶嘛，俾你2球，忍唔住啊？
忍唔住，唔好嘥啊！
Big slick sent over to Tan Xuan.
$12,000 to go. No takers. Ace-9 suited. Chattering from up front. King 10 off. Ton in there, and the tempter on the button for Elizabeth. Just steps away. Was dominated. I thought for sure.
I know
that
you're
was a combo.
surprised because they always want to play Jack 9 and Jack 8
Yeah,
suited.
I'm not saying she would have 3-betted, but maybe get on in there.
I hear you.
Which is exactly what Pocket Fives has done for Pua. Andy shuts things down. 10-7 suited in there. 9-6-4 out there. Top pair for Elton. Top kicker.
Good time on that Elizabeth fold would have had top pair and a worse kicker. And he's got that gut shot that might get involved based on sizing. 15K c-bet from Elton with the top pair, top kicker. And he is last act, and he's going to make the call.
Gut shot, straight draw. Now turns into a double gutter, although the front door diamonds show up.
Feels like a bet a lot of times on a turn with ace-9 just because there's a lot of cards you don't want to see on the river, and plus you can actually get called by worse, whether it be a 9 or a 6-7 type holding.
Next, ready to play.
Ace Jack up front for Elton.
First to go is Ivy.
Yeah, Elton in the straddle. Apologies. And the baby suited ace activates.
The earlier position the raise, the more you tend to flat ace-jack rather than a 3-bet.
Wheel draw produced by the King 4 deuce board. Elton not really in love with this texture, facing the 18K c-bet.
Still going to make the call.
Not going to improve, however. Not that he needs to, given that ace jack is best right now.
Ivy could double barrel, but because he put in a bigger c-bet on the flop, he feels that the hands that would check call, check fold isn't a big part of Elton's range.
Note that this 3 on the river does complete the flush and does put Ivy in front at showdown with a pair of 3s, provided he's allowed to get there, which he is not. Elton bets 55,000 wisely and sheds the best hand.
Well played, Elton. Knows when to turn his hand into a bluff.
What's that? You don't scoop your gem on that.
Scoop 不是，我昨天去教了一个，他给了3個 scoop 給我，我操，吃不了這麼多嘛。
Mystery card, Chen, opening to 11K. Paul just calling ace-king suited.
We've seen a lot of slipperiness out of these ace-kings on the day. Nut flush draw and 2 overs on 7-5-4. That's what Paul's got. Don't know what Elizabeth has.
Don't know what she's got, but I'm liking ace-king of hearts right now.
Yeah, it'd be tough to argue with that hand being valuable.
So it's checked over to Paul. I would want to see him bet. The pre-flop raiser tends to not like to see 3 number cards connected. You can really represent sets, even some pocket pairs like 8s, 9s. Obviously back up with the 2 hearts in hand.
大家都不同一个级别的，我操！
我拿到 KK 我丢掉。
需要中2对，你需要中2次。
16K.
打得好，超公自如。
That which Elizabeth faces.
是关键。
Not having c-bet.
可以把一队特跑。
She's grabbing whites and blues.
And making it 60,000.
我的牌跟他们的牌都是一个基本。
Now we know that Paul is not going to fold,
投5%，
but
最下面
both call and re-raise options are on the table.
For me, it's really just only call.
对啊
Elizabeth Chen check raising flop as pre-flop raiser does scream strength. You really don't want to inflate it so much where maybe Elizabeth puts in another re-raise if you do repop it. Plus, if your opponent is check raising you as a bluff with like worse hearts, you don't want those hands to fold, because if you can find another heart, you can really build a massive pot.
What sort of hand composition opens, gets flatted, and then check raises this board texture, though? That's what's on Boss's mind.
Exactly.
然后他把筹码这样，他说我 check， 你看的。
He does ultimately make the call, of course, and now a 4-liner on the turn.
In general, this card does favor Paul more. I wouldn't expect Elizabeth Chen to be check raising, say, pocket 8, 7, 8. Plus, if she did happen to have like an overpair or a set, she would absolutely hate the 4-liner. I think it's actually kind of tricky for Paul here. If he doesn't bet now, he can't really represent a good hand. And maybe bluff something off that's better. But if he bets, sometimes he opens the door to get check raise off of a really good draw, and he hits top pair, top kicker, which might be good. It's unclear.
He's
reaching for chips.
Heels of that check back from Boss on the turn. Elizabeth now fires 55,000. How well is Ace King performing as played?
手被碰到的肯定是那个。
I hesitate to answer because it's very difficult to figure out. Ace King beats 2 busted hearts. Pretty much the only hand I can think of that would take this line that you beat. He's under-repped his hand.
小的3条啊。
I think he's just curious.
Remarkably, I know enough Chinese to know what Santiao means, and that's trips or a set. And that's exactly what Chen produces.
Nicely played. And a nice sizing to get paid off knowing that Boss
对
never has a straight with that
没
turn
有只
check.
敢打小小。
打多一点我不气啦，然后再一个 A， 这么一个 A。哎呀，我 AK 红心啊，埋伏他们那个3打啦，在那边聊天啦。AK 红心，
哇，哭了。
就是怪你，你说那个减肥的这个事情，我本来在 PK 有打起来，不
哇，我4路打我赢了，
嗯
4路我打
，4路你打我跟。
5路得打了嘛，
嗯，
跟就是
Ace 10
3条
suited
了嘛。
now. For Tan,
哎呀，我心想
12.
随便了，
站多一点。
很精准。
散了散了。
我4路打5路得打了嘛。
他如果后面多一点，我就输光了。他后面只有20，我实在熬不出来。cos 肯定不 cos。
嗯，你输光了。他如果30几个，他早就跑了那个牌。我感觉，我这个会跑。
是 river。
因为他打过来，我感觉你出去
6, 7 offsuit.
葫芦怎么 call 了？
Does make the call.
你觉得他葫芦也不 call？
有葫芦也是，因为你的手上全都是高高的那个。
Queen, Jack, Deuce. Broadway Gutty, no club on board. Little does Tan know it, but he could sneeze and take this one down versus 6-7.
That bet is more than a sneeze, and it works.
Throat clearing cough.
你要输了，你才不输妈的。最主要是你那个牌还能 fold 到，你才是牛逼嘛，真的牛逼。
有牌进。
我 four 对了是牛逼，four 对了就是 four 错就傻逼了。
嗯，
这个牌很难 fold。
然后下来一顿骂，你会不会打牌的？
会给他吃掉的，都
我的不停的叭打光了
，check 不 check？
妈的 check 都没有，都 check 的，这北街叭。
到你有意思吗？
有就有了是吧？
对啊，有就要了，送给你了。
Elizabeth briefly pauses before delivering the 11,000 out there.
哇，我3打输更多的哟。
对。
哦 ，flop 我肯定打了。
Ton.
Jack raise.
Customer out of the straddle.
真的
30 in the middle.
那 Jack raise 我已经
10-7 deuce.
对
The dominated ace has outflopped.
不会这样打的。
Ton with a quick check.
所以我4
That ace jack does have some firepower to work with on this board texture.
4打5路
2 overs.
还要偷，起对又不能偷。
Ace of diamonds. Suit blockers, so it usually blocks continues, but the bottom pair is going to come along. Queen of diamonds, an excellent card for Chen to put in the multi-barrel.
Yeah, Broadway Gutty and the nut flush draw, the developments.
Plus the queen overcarding the board really puts heats on one pair holdings. Plenty of outs in case you're wrong.
就是这把是吧？怎么样有圈气的他？
因为我3B 他太多了，他装位。
Like that.
35 dimes, second barrel. Obviously, with all of that equity, she was quite comfortable. Ton far less comfortable. Bins the deuce, understandably.
Things going well for her.
一桶花了应该是吧？真见了跟你有料。
我的钱比较好用。
You see 2 STs?
这牌中了也不知道怎么赢你的钱，我以后都不3B你了。
One on screen, one right there.
试试看你是不是会3B。
11. From the ace 10, ace queen pops up right behind. For Elton.
3-bet worthy.
Unlike some of the ace kings which have been played as flats, Elton wants a table for 2. Little privacy on request.
聊天也有投机的。我说你聊天也有投机的。
7-8 suited for Elizabeth.
ST just stood up Elton. Didn't want to be part of that date.
丢嘛，人怎么打？那打回去嘛，你也不是那种人，你都不是那个风格。
You ever get stood up on a date, Randy?
I know you have, buddy.
I've never been stood
Oh,
up on a
okay,
date.
okay.
I've stood up a lot of people. No, that's not true. I've been late.
看公司啊，
You can't be late to the first date. You know what I mean?
I mean, it just makes sense. It's disrespectful.
Right.
这么久的那把牌。
Did you? I read this thing recently about how, I don't know, you might have seen it too, where someone went on a date and then he was going to pay for dinner and then some girl ate 48 oysters and then he did not pay today and just left her with the bill.
I didn't see that, but it feels like the right play. Pocket kings. Flat. Feels like the lesser pursued play. Ivy looking to invite Tanchuan and company
哦，现在是在直播啊？
into the pot or even
那能看到底牌吗？
into a
Tell
3-bet.
this, Ollie. Player should be scared of squeezing Ivy after seeing him back raise earlier.
快进的吗？我刚才看的可以快进的。他不是录影的嘛？现在
Note
播
that it
出
was
来
only a 6
是
suited that he had on that occasion. And it is only a pair of sixes
但
that
是录
Elton
影，我
has
现在播出来，
on this one.
我们 YouTube 还没有存到直播。
Nice for Ivy to get checked too. As he's going to try to build this pot. 35,000, rather healthy.
我也不怎么看。
如果你每天8个小时看得下去，就
Do foresee Elton taking one off with the pair of sixes.
Gonna cost him 35,000 to do it.
I'm sure he's concerned about the price, though. Hoping to improve, hoping to dodge the diamond. 10 on the turn.
哇，一共24万，他
No
把这个怎
help.
么敲的？
To 6-4 was checked.
上头了吧？跟你说，怎么？
发个90K，我想这个面怎么看？你靠这个4P 都不可能不中这个面的。
拿了好7、80万的还上头。
估计没戴眼镜，还没看清楚的吧？
Massive bet once again.
哇，那天顺给我们打跑了。
哦，对
I think
哦对啊，对啊，我还没注意到他的。
Elton looks curious.
肯定怪我。
怪我啦，我不三打。
Properly concedes.
He did not hit the flop or turn.
赢不到钱了。
Didn't even need to hit pre-flop. Had the goods.
我已经觉得已经我有过去，靠完6万5后面还19万。
when you win. On the hand when you 4 bet
一直看不
squeeze.
到3张
Did you have a
啊，
pair?
上头。
No.
你说这个牌打进去6万还是19万，发一个90K， 能不能不中了？他们都要中了吧？最差也是 A 圈了吧
？Pocket 5。
还是让我这个傻的上在双头。
Very well played though.
Fours for Andy.
这把牌我没想过会被偷掉。
Standard open.
Very close. Maybe not you.
Threes
Anybody else?
for Ton.
Nice exchange between Elton and Phil Ivey talking about the hand where Ivy rejammed a 6 of hearts.
Yeah.
第4隻嚟咩啊？有冇打？
Yeah, there was a lot of money.
There's a lot of money in there. The 3 bets is like 180 in the time. So, I mean, you know.
Well, the two little pairs are both looking up at 3 over cards. Both
第
of
4
them
隻有冇打？
have diamond draws,
啊
but Pua
你抌咗啦？
with the ace jack has the best hand. 2 checks in front of Ton.
Big boys game.
You wanna sit?
I played the school game.
I'm winning. Surprising.
So Tan Xuan has got the lowest equity, but this 30K bet is actually going to shut out the bigger diamond and will increase his equity. Of course, Paul is not looking to fold ace jack and getting a little look from Rob Young.
Yeah.
He's just spectating.
Most sweaters aren't quite as intrusive as that. Helps himself to the peak.
Oh, he lays down ace jack. Wow, that is surprising. Was that a Rob Young like, this is bad juju, I'm out?
Hey, you know what's funny? Sometimes when you know someone else is watching and knows what you have and how you're going to play this pot, you're like, well, I can't do anything that, you know,
Be behind.
might not look positive.
I'm a tight player.
Yeah.
So that was
3打你
good for Tan Xuan. Somehow stealing that pot.
Wow, 哇，吃饱饭不行啊！他妈的没赢饱。
Anyone getting hooked?
We'll find out. That's Elizabeth. Takes us up from the
加
butt.
油加油，兄弟！今天指望你带我赢点钱呢，跟我分个10万8。
Dust in the straddle for Andy. No
让一
takers.
让让一让。
我不要他让。
买了100是吗 ？Elizabeth
啊，
100。
对，100。
那是都。嗯。
好的，赢就好了。
分个10万8万的。加油！
You think he's going to blink? Still hasn't.
No. You know Ivy doesn't blink, right?
I still don't think he's blinked.
对啊，
You concerned?
刚刚好，最容易方面我们
You don't need to be concerned about Ivy.
No.
5 deuce suited? Is this day 1 or day 2 again?
I'm more concerned with how I've undervalued this particular combo.
I didn't know I was supposed to add it to my range.
Right.
I've learned something.
5 deuce suited. Makes it 12. Then Elizabeth promptly makes it 35 with the king 10 suited.
I want to say she's going to take it down pre, but I also saw Tan Chuan 4-bet 5 deuce suited to 100K
你
before.
的指引他就好了。
These things happen.
7 and 2.
Will they happen this time? TBD.
Took us a while to make sure we're in for another ride. Yeah. How old are you?
I kind of feel like it might because he hasn't folded yet. And it's starting to feel a little sinister.
145.
Oh, I didn't
Yep.
know. It was a 100% frequency play.
I don't know what it is about this particular hand, but it's like catnip to Tan Chuan. He just absolutely loves it.
Especially if you're all sitting in the same room and such.
And he has slipped this king 10 suited directly into the Vitamix.
Boy, bro.
And she can't play back. Understandable. Which card is he going to show? You got to show one.
你了解我，你了解他。
谁呀？
只要你赢钱，你不是赢我的钱，妹子。
这么深的筹码，12牌给你跟发出来，发什么都是什么3条，打死他。
那我们装到一起去了，我喜欢装3条，你也喜欢装3条。
For someone to show a deuce after making it 145,000.
It's not even the first time.
At least the third by our count. I don't know that he showed on the other occasions, but
145.
Once a day minimum. That's for Tan Chuan.
Well, it's part of a healthy diet.
I don't know if it's healthy.
He's won. Did he win all of those pots? Did he lose one of them?
I think he did lose one where he got 5-bet.
Meanwhile, Ace Jack, far more credible kit. This time for Tan. Elizabeth flats 2 9s. And Boss has other ideas about King 9 suited, squeezing the flat by Elizabeth. Pocket 5s into the muck.
Well, Paul is probably thinking, look, Tan Chuan would never 4-bet twice in a row, you know?
Never say never.
Yeah, that's a bad statement. But Ace Jack, it might give some playability, although it's a tricky hand to play against, especially against Paul, who's been playing a really solid strategy, and King 9 suited is out of line. And is he going to put it in once more? That would be bold.
Especially when he just showed a deuce after having done it.
看到你就
He's
抽
out.
不下手，真的是。
Reluctantly much.
你不偷我，我偷你啊！
Leaves Elizabeth
好，赶紧再偷你了。
to contend.
我这么辛苦啊。
Nine's
Extra
using
43K requested.
good shape against King 9
输
suited.
给你了，还
Paul's
说
been playing a solid strategy, and she is out of
心里已经
position.
这
So
怕你不偷。
I'm gonna take a flop here.
19打1把你不偷，我都
很想
辛苦啊。
说你，很想说什么 145。
我很想带回去。
Investment made. To the flop we go. And the 9 finds its way to the board. Middle pair against middle set. Pre-flop 3-better has the action checked over.
看你久打1把，等一下被打
For
飞
Paul,
了，不好意思。
he often should be checking this flop with this hand. You don't want to get multiple bets in. You might have the best hand, but he could definitely get in some trouble because of a 4-liner out there. The defender often stabs as a bluff on this texture, where she's actually got mid-set.
So he does check back and allow this 6 to roll off free of charge. And suddenly Elizabeth comes alive.
Do you like
We
that
know
she's
why.
betting? Yeah, she doesn't have to fear the 8 because it's a squeeze pot. So Paul having an 8 is so rare. To be honest, Paul actually has to keep this honest because Elizabeth has those stabs, and King 9 is doing okay normally.
Another 130 into the middle. Jack on the river.
Jack's a bad card for Paul in case he was up against King Jack, Queen Jack, King Queen. These hands would stab after a flop check through. I do think Elizabeth should still be going for more value. The 9s is almost certainly good as played.
他打飞掉了，
这个我领先多了，他要飞呀！
打飞掉了，你看。
Concerned about being up against the straight. Elizabeth does indeed barrel once more, 155,000, and King 9 is all done.
应该去了625，哎，
股东厉害。
这黑道买出来
Well, Tom E. in the
黑道
YouTube
不打
chat, Randy has written in to say, I think one of the commentators needs to learn to be able to translate. Sometimes they're having a right laugh and we're missing out. Now, I know that when he says commentators, he's referring to the two of us. And as I consider out of the two of us, who would seem to be the more appropriate person to learn Chinese? In fact, I think maybe, I don't take this the wrong way, but when they hired you initially, Randy, there may have been some sense that came with the package, and yet, you know, they got a little bit cheated on that front because
Ollie,
you don't speak Chinese.
I'll be honest. They didn't ask me to fill in a resume, and they
No
made the
questionnaire.
assumption, and they're committed now.
Yep. You got him.
I got
You got
him.
him.
I got the good end.
Now, see, at no point did they really think I spoke Chinese. As you know, I can sing in Chinese, the product of
这个 river 没有悄悄亲
you know
就是吧？我去了就没有 AK 嘛，
going to school at Cal
小
Berkeley
贵
with
他也偷了
a
吧
lot？ of
对啊，
different Asian ethnicities.
这个猪哦，
All right, I was fond of many of them. The old karaoke was a thing.
我
But
输了12000， 去
put
就
that
没有
back on
AK 了
you.
吧？没有 AK 没有 H 了。
Tom, I feel compelled to agree with you, and I feel compelled to perhaps suggest that Randy download Rosetta Stone or
Oh, okay.
Duolingo or whatever,
Ollie.
you know, and then help us out.
My daughter is learning Chinese and going to Chinese school, and there's a bunch of 4-year-olds in that class. I think I might start showing up and staying, and I'll learn the language. In a few years, I'll be able to translate all this for you.
Okay, I don't know if I want to wait a few years.
Okay.
I'd be missing out on a lot. Second, I don't know if you should go hang out with a bunch of 4-year-olds in a school.
Fair enough.
You know, I'm not worried, but optics.
Optics, I get it. Okay.
Meanwhile,
Rosetta Stone, who goes?
Elton limps the ace-10. Hands does the same with the 4-5 suited. The solver bait, ace-5 suited, activates Tan.
He's good, yeah.
Well, don't forget, Elton limped the button.
50块的。
Wild go with aces stacked. The kings of Tony. Limping again, calls 34K of ace 10 in dominating position. Hands has got 5-4 diamonds. And
他
they
以前
just
500给的，小
have
费，
no
一
respect
张500的欧元啊，
for the Tanchuan huge ISO.
120、17、18。你们4000也能扣，34000 也
Well,
能扣。
when you show deuces after making it, a single deuce rather, after making it 100,000 pre, all of a sudden your credibility is called into question. King 7 deuce, nobody improving, but the ace of hearts working for Elton, who's got the best hand.
这个面积不大。
Feels like Tanchuan often puts in a C bet on this flop.
这两个人吧
Strong kings tend to put in action pre in terms of aggression. Elton might peel one here with that ace of hearts that you mentioned. He also knows that Tanchuan doesn't necessarily need to be holding the goods to see bet this flop. There we go.
36 to the turn. Wheel gut shot acquired.
打他有
对10对8怎么每盘都要牌啊
800有牌。
Yeah,
yeah,
that wheel gut shot might make Tan Chuan activate once more. If he feels that Elton is peeling a bit lighter just because he's Elton, then double barreling makes more sense. There we go. He's cutting out a huge bet.
Not for the faint of heart are the lines that Tan Chuan takes. 105 into 170.
又给你吹走了吧？应该。
It's one thing to try to keep Tan honest. It's another to expect to be able to do so with a single call on the flop.
This would be a sick call if Elton can find it on the turn of just ace-10 high, but he says no.
Chuan just working his way right through that one, as he has so many occasions. Performing well on the day, $342,000 winner. Elton saying trending in the wrong direction, but still up 900,000. Elizabeth Chen went from being stuck her first buy-in, $500,000, to bouncing right back to a plus 357 at present. Remarkable yo-yo there. Hands stuck 112,000. After having joined here during this third frame.
Straddle.
No,
pawn not here.
你先发他的，你别人打不打再说我。不是，你先放到他那里。
没有 straddle 啊，他说了不打呀。
他不打，他打不打你先牌先放到那里，对不对
？OK，straddle 这个。他说了他不打就发他干嘛了？
刚才说了。
说了呀。
Second, guys.
Pocket queens for ST. I don't know if you noticed, but ST's got the iPad out on the viewing stand, and he is absolutely soaking up all that he can from these streams on delay. In fact, when we thought that Ivy was just dozing off into space, I believe he had his attention caught by a hand on that screen.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to be paying attention, learning so much against the players you've been playing against all week. They might even be realizing how reckless Tan Chuan has been in some pots. Big blind versus straddle.
Fold it all the way around to Elizabeth. Politely asking to take the flop at the price of 4,000, and ST saying inflation.
Almost 400% inflation. Queen 9 going to come in.
So hanging tough is Elizabeth. Not going to be fond of this ace-10-4 texture, where ST's got himself top pair
and a winner.
Yeah,
with this 15K C bet. Queen 9 out.
More of this peculiar limping that Elton has been largely responsible for, and he's done it with a variety of holdings. Pocket fives on this occasion, which activates Ivy's Queen Jack.
Could see hands attack King Queen. Actually laying down, that was the one thing I did not expect to happen.
I think Hands is giving a lot of credit to these Elton limps. He wasn't around for kind of the onset of them, and so I don't think he has as many data points. Maybe the only thing he heard about was the Aces limp versus the Tony G Kings.
Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty big statement in itself. It's just surprising, that's all.
King 6 deuce. Elton with the best hand and the only flush draw.
Yeah, but that flush draw is often enough to check call, at least a flop bet.
That flop bet comes in to the tune of 20, just south of half pot. Sang calls, and that is a problematic turn for him. Ivy does pick up the Broadway gut shot, faces a second check in front of him.
Could see Ivy double barrel here.
No, instead he's going to keep it clean with a check back, and he's going to find the nuts on the river. Granted, this is provided that nobody has diamonds. It does feel like quite a safe assumption.
Main targets are Ace and King X. 40K designed to try to get both of those types to call.
Always too rich for 5-5. Takes a little time before bidding it.
Go 皮蛋也丢了啊，勾圈丢了，叫他松一点。
That he folded straight.
Folded it straight?
Go queen. Jack queen.
Some intel being passed down from Elizabeth.
跟以前风格不一样。
Not sure what hand it was that she was talking about there.
Yeah.
Folded a straight was, I believe, the disclosure. That doesn't come to mind.
What happened? Yeah, I'm not sure which hand that is, and I have pretty good memory.
Do you, Randy?
No, because I didn't remember that hand.
In fact, you forgot that you don't have a pretty good memory.
Yeah, you know, like that movie Memento, where you just can't recall anything.
You had to write it all down.
Yeah.
7-7. That's made it 10 to go.
也是股东。
Top with the 7-4 suited.
That's good
你
holding.
看大家都没得牌看，我跟你说。
Press T, Ace Queen of dimes.
I think so. Hopefully a little bit more.
Opener is hands, playing a 387K stack.
A little bit less.
One of the shorter stacks at this featured table.
65?
As T's activation is a lot of pressure to put on the back of a couple of sevens with two players still left to act behind.
Might be a bit much to set mine with this stack size, so he's out.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Tan's not out.
7-4
看你看不到知道吗？
hearts. 2 7s are gone though, so it's going to be difficult for him to flop something, but not necessarily win the pot.
Elizabeth out of the way with her Jack 10. And now Tan gets to play deep stack poker post flop in position
Should be always free.
against ST. Jack 9-4, and Tan has outflopped the ace queen, which is performing quite poorly on this texture. No diamond to be found. $72,000 is fairly healthy sizing here.
But if you got this far with 7-4 hearts and you flop a pair and backdoor hearts on a non-ace king high board, you just have to continue. Especially with the stack behind, you got decent pot odds. You actually have the best hand.
你玩小筹嘛？对。
And the implied odds of a shot at that 670,000 back also on his mind.
Yeah, obviously, if he hits a 7 or 4, it's very well disguised.
Well, it isn't the 7 or the 4, but it is the heart, which gives Tan a redraw. His hand is best. Little can he know it with 305 out there, and let's see how much storytelling ST will continue to do.
This is the turn card you actually don't double barrel very much because Tan Chuan's range likes the 9, whereas the pre-flop squeezer and see better doesn't tend to have that 9. This card is so favorable that you really can't bet it. Now we got to ask the question whether to kind of bet and protect our hand against 2 overs, especially because you can get counterfeited by the jack. I would say that rarely does Tan Chuan ever get check raised if he does bet here because of how advantageous that 9 is for him. So betting is reasonable. So we're going to take the free card.
And that free card brings in the clubs and puts a king out there. Opportunity is really ripe here for ST.
Yeah, he often was just looking to check give up, but the king is one of the cards where you might be able to stab because you have ace king. Probably got some king queens as well, and the fact that your opponent didn't bet the turn, you probably discount king queen a bit, so you don't have to worry about your opponent pairing it. Your opponent didn't bet the turn, you can discount some clubs that got there. I think it's reasonable to attack here. It's just playing against Tan Chuan, so you never know. Well, even if you try to rep the king, it doesn't mean that Tan Chuan doesn't try to rep bigger. So he's going to give up. I wonder if he thinks the 4s has got enough showdown value.
Well, if he doesn't, you could see him reaching for chips here and turning them into a bluff.
What? Lack of muscle mass? Really? Fuck, yeah.
Tan begrudgingly shut it down there, and you see all of a sudden, unexpectedly, he sees no pair.
Okay, Andy. What is that?
Look at ST. irritated. You see,
I like.
that was almost like in like combat video games. When you win the round, there's always like that little animated move that your character does, like when they make a little fist pump. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh man, it's pretty funny.
MVP.
Hmm.
现在赢吗？
Just
谁啊？
ooh,
我都可以。
that was kind of a sexy little new setup
刚才这一手挺漂亮的
maneuver there that the dealer put on that deck. That's usually like magicians, you know, Shin Lim or whatever. You know.
Esfandiari.
Esfandiari can do it.
对 forward
后卫啊，
对，
哎，没什么，就是一队
Four seven
一队去买两队。
I wouldn't mind seeing him invited to one of these cash games. You know, he plays absolutely stratospheric.
4K
Off stream in private games out in Southern
没有
California.
9勾4，
994，
给1000块钱，我告诉你，
Maybe he would want to work
他
his
少
way
一
down
枪
here.
就平了。
对，
See how he fares against these killers.
没事吧？
Yeah, I don't know if he wants to be playing against a guy super deep who is anything and is always relentlessly blasting. But
Well, we want him to.
we
Randy.
do. We want plenty of victims for Dan Trent.
我拍他打你还更快。
你不知道我的吗？偷我的鸡，你又不是没见过，
鸡鸡
也不是。我真在想，打我抠不抠？真在想，枪的是算了。
Queen 10-9 here. Queen eye straight for Andy. Unfortunately for him, Ivy, having defended the straddle. Not much to speak of.
He flop any better?
Yeah, King Jack.
All right.
17K C bet. Follow up to the pre-flop raise.
Disappointing.
Not to be glossed over, by the way. This was a limp. Was it?
20K
No,
open.
it was a
from the
20K
small.
open.
A bigger open because he was the first player out of position. Ivy called 4-3 suited for 20K. It's a little bit more sizable than normal.
Yeah, I just kind of assumed, given that we got 20K in there, that maybe it had been a 3-bet. Maybe it was the limp and Ivy takes it upstairs to a bigger number. But 20K open.
Just in general, when you're out of position, you tend to open larger. Pre-flop, that is. 11K, though, is in position as it attacks these blinds and straddles.
All of that stuff that you're referring to when you say in general, there isn't a lot of in general that goes on out here in these streets.
I have to say in general because they often do the opposite at this table, like you mentioned, unorthodox, their own style. A delight to watch.
Think about what you would expect someone to normally do with a hand in a spot, and then do something other than that. 8-9 suited. This one makes sense. A raise to 11,000. Ace-9 suited for Elton. I'm not going to say it doesn't make sense. But this, you know, we're taking the higher variance approaches. As Sang is made at 45,000. Hands has not released Ace-10 offsuit yet.
He did count down his stack just now. This would be a bold play, but correct if he can find it with Ace-10 off.
No, man.
He's just open rips $377,000 of Ace-10 offsuit, and he's right.
Hands has a scary ability to sniff out spots. I mean, if he was a drug dog at the Bogota airport, I promise you global cocaine supply would go down to 0.
That is a really interesting way to describe this situation. I don't know if we should be using those analogies, but
after midnight,
it works. It works, my friend.
After midnight, everything changes.
It's for diamond.
I think a better way, or
No
simpler
ways.
way would have been,
No
he
ways.
just has a good live sense. For you, a live sniff.
See, the thing is, I'm not out here looking for the simple way, and I'm not alone, Randy. Maybe I've been influenced by all of the complexity of everything that we've been staring at for the better part of the last 3 days.
Tan way of describing
Correct.
that situation. He rubs off on you.
I could have folded 5 deuce, but instead, 4 bets, 100K. Oh, I have 3 offsuit.
Isn't
for
he
Tan
supposed to
here.
just check this 5-3 off? Because he gets a chance to get a free flop.
You mean generally?
Generally, yes.
Yes. Normally? Yes. But in this world, in this little bubble, we go north. And we turn into a pair of 3s problematically versus hands who's got the whole wide world in his hand. Top pair, nut flush draw, checking over to Tan, who may anticipate that he's got the ace-X in his range, given the limp from hands. Storytelling to the tune of 15,000.
TPA 只是 TPA。我啊，他爸告诉他不打啊，我是 TPA。他爸告诉他不打。
Interesting turn card as Tan Xuan picks up plenty of outs with that 4.
When you get check called the 15K here, though, you do obviously begin to consider the prospects that an ace looms. Just how good an ace? Maybe that's part of the calculus with respect to whether or not Tan wants to continue to barrel.
Right, but some of those weaker aces now have a straight draw, and they're not looking to check fold.
So the check back from Tan. He does not find the deuce 7, 3, or 5 that would have made him a winner.
I could see the ace-8 hunt some value. You can represent busted spades credibly. I often would think that a better ace would bet the turn at a decent frequency. Nice size here, 30K. Might entice Tan Xuan to keep his opponent honest with his pair 3s.
What? 他都不知道赢什么，妈了个巴子！那 float， 没必要。
30K in one hand.
哎。 那你也不像，送给你。
There you go.
Payday.
哦，太扯了！
He saw the 8 of spades first.
Yeah.
He thought he might have won. And the ace
看到一个8以为
thereafter.
破花不以为。
The first card you liked, what I showed you.
Yeah.
You felt hope.
Having the 5 of spades wasn't great for Tan there, yeah?
Okay, 知道了。
Slightly, yes, because of that. But it was just funny because he kind of got slow rolled a little bit there. Not intentionally.
No, it's just a 1-by-1 rollover.
要追输了。对呀，
起来，打起来，
玩起来，
旺起来，旺起来！
What's going on here?
安迪今天赢钱是不是？
The energy is just so good
买多少？
at this table.
100。
You know,
45
perhaps, as Tommy pointed out earlier, Randy, if
是说看不到你赢。
someone in the booth
could translate
spoke Chinese, we would have a better sense of what is going on out there. Now I know that you were also referring a little bit to the action, but you know, there's a lot that everybody has hearty laughs about, and I would like to know. Maybe
So,
for Christmas.
Ollie, you know Cash Game Invitational number 2?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to be invited back because of you and whoever just said that in chat because I can't translate Chinese apparently.
No, but you can learn it, Randy.
You think I can learn? You know how hard it is to learn that language?
I don't.
Jungle Man tried. Tom Dwan tried. Do you think they learned it fluent in the short amount of time they were prop betting? No, they didn't. What makes you think I can do it?
Well, I'm looking at you, Randy, and I feel like perhaps you have a genetic advantage. Maybe that's just in my head.
Fair.
10,000, says Andy. Oh, Elizabeth.
Floatsy.
Not done. Throws on the water wings and stays in the pool. The float, though, not doing much to aid her affinity.
I think she's going to lead.
Oh, yep. The 4X belongs to her.
True.
And the 7X maybe doesn't want to allow a check back. As we can see, it's none of the above, but with Jack 10 of hearts, where would Andy be able to go from here? Other than a bluff raise, which would seem ambitious, as we can see it would work.
I suppose Andy finds it suspicious that Elizabeth would all of a sudden lead on this board pairing 4. But Jack High is Jack High. Nice play, Elizabeth Chen. Playing well today.
先信他。
OK，
Dandelion。啊。
你是小马？
行吧，这是我的，这个。哎，他这个没有被我发起来吧？那
他说要发他的对吧？
How many drinks are on that little table on the side? Well, 3 being taken away. Oh, I think Paul is stepping aside here to let Ferdinand Putra sit down, Ali Najad.
So this is 4K. That's not mine, right?
Not yet.
Okay. So the ante is the straddle.
No.
You straddle 4. Your 4 is the straddle.
Okay.
Don't fold. 4.
Welcome, Ferdinand Putra.
He made 11.
Ferdy, as we lovingly refer to him.
I like this guy.
Love this guy.
He's cool.
I miss his long hair. You remember when he had the long hair?
He did. This is the shortest I've seen his hair.
Well, I mean, there's not a whole lot left shorter than this to go.
Okay, buddy. Calm down over there.
Pocket 5s. Swing and a miss for Ferdy here.
But they had to let Ferdinand Putra know what the blinds are, as it's unusual. 1K, 2K, mandatory 4.
Yeah.
Blind ante 5.
With the ace-10 suited, the 18K follow-through is flatted by Hands, who is out-kicked. Stays that way on the turn. Pot up to 77,000.
ST's kicker is still rather strong. Loses ace, queen, ace, jack. That didn't 3-bet pre, which is possible. Button versus +1. Then again, he could be up against king X's and worse aces. So he does bet once more, 43K. Hands in a tricky spot now because he might want to keep his opponent honest if he's up against diamonds. Queen, jack, jack 10. He is in a bit of trouble, but he does have chop outs in case he is up against a better ace. He could find some pairs to come out.
You surprised at all by any of what we're seeing thus far? All pretty standard, right?
Relatively standard. Some players will check the ace-10 on turn, but I do like ST's bet. Now it starts to get a little bit tricky on how to play ace-10.
Well, the biggest part of the calculus, given that we didn't face a raise on the turn, and so we assume aces up is not across the way, is how often is ace-jack, ace-queen? Maybe even a lying in wait ace-king.
I would say it's more ace-queen, ace-jack, and this is a really nice value bet that ST found. He feels that hands would bet ace-queen, ace-jack pre-flop at a pretty good frequency. And if he can get paid off by this ace-7, this would be really nice. But ace-7 just says, nope, don't expect a triple.
$81K. Magic number. Maybe something a little bit leaner and we still get paid, although leaner than that and we start to look maybe too greedy, too milky.
I think it's good, actually, his sizing. Just sometimes your opponent makes a good fold. It happens.
I know, I'm always thinking that good sizing is sizing that a losing hand calls, but can't be too results oriented.
Right, it's the whole session as a package, not just one hand.
Thank you.
Suited ace on the button.
What do you call it? A premium for Tan Chuan?
Warm up already, Ferdinand?
Too much? What? Here. Here.
Too much white hair.
Here.
Is that what he said?
He did. He said too much white hair. Ferdinand Mutra. Damn.
Did you like touristy stuff or you did like partying?
A little bit of a what's that?
White here.
It's better than Santorin.
都白头发是不是？
I think so.
是这样说吗？
好像是的。
That for sure.
你的英文不好吗？
我英文
Santorin is just tourist stuff, no
我
party.
比你好一点点。
我是个半吊子。
Have you been there, Mykonos?
Yeah, but actually last time I went with family, I also didn't do the party.
How was it? Is it better like Mykonos or
是
Ibiza?
个黑鬼。
I don't know the
Go
party
roots
scene
là-
in Mykonos. How is it? They have day clubs?
Yeah, I
They
think
have some nightclubs?
I think it's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like good DJs?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
Like
I think it's seasonal.
or seasonal.
Tons pocket threes.
你是你要么就快点丢。你
Made
要
it
快点
12.
看到我别笑。
30 flats.
感觉到后面再最近。
Andy closes it down from the straddle with the only ace in this three-way affair. 43K in the middle. And a couple of clubs as well. Flush draw for Ferdy. He knuckles.
Liking Putra's hand here.
Yeah. Technically, pocket threes are the best hand right now, but in terms of equity, you'd rather have Queen 9 suited. Follow through of 15,000 out of ton. Down to heads up as the ace-4 was shed. Board pairing 8 could be caused to slow down potentially for Tan as it's checked to him.
I would expect him to rarely bet this turn. The 8 really improves that small blind check call range. King's not folding. To bet threes here doesn't really accomplish anything. Check we go.
Board pairing deuce.
Board being played by Putra. Threes are good. He's gonna try to rep that king.
Has played though. 45,000.
Travel Perdiso.
Oh, he's gonna lay down the best hand. Putra.
Getting credit there. Not for the faint of heart. Trying to bluff your way through Tan. He likes to sleep well.
Yeah, Tan Xuan and Ferdinand Putra actually have a lot of cash game history at the Triton Streets. If you look at the archives on the Triton channel, you'll definitely see they've
How long were you in Ibiza?
played a lot of huge pots.
Where did you stay?
Just rented a villa.
Many people? Big group?
Yeah, we had like okay group, yeah. Just like some of my
Same lineup from the Tomorrowland?
yeah, mostly yeah. We like after Tomorrowland, we're like we don't know where to go to kill 1 week. We didn't plan, so we decided on Ibiza like on Monday. How much?
So hands just smooth
I knew you were
calling.
going to make it.
2 jacks against Ivy's open.
Yeah. Actually, you went after also. You went after Tomorrowland, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Under-repped and sitting on top set now. Unfortunately, 4 hands. Nobody has anything else to take pride in.
This is
2
one of those
checks in front of him.
spots where maybe I actually check it back. The pre-flop raiser didn't see bet. He's got so much hand. Of course, we don't blame him for betting, but like you said, they've got nothing.
Where are you flying next?
Quietly.
I don't know. Are you still gonna go
taking it down?
visit Buddy together? What do you want to do?
I think
He said we can go find him, go play some poker.
not poker.
Uh-huh.
Maybe next trip?
Huh?
When is Monaco, yeah? When's Monaco?
November.
We can go for a chill. Just no poker. Just go and chill.
No, that's why I asked. I was like, I told him you want to go see, and then he's like, what's the point? Just come have dinner, come play poker.
I mean, I don't mind.
Of course. Yeah.
Where is he in?
I don't know. Maybe like Spain or Italy somewhere. France.
Nice.
You may have heard.
I guess it doesn't matter. Huh? Just fly wherever.
Freddie and Elton
Yeah.
talking about when's the next one. And sure enough, in November in Monte Carlo.
The yacht is amazing, yeah?
Triton Super High Roller Series will be paying.
How many feet again? How many,
Another
how many
visit?
meters? I don't know. How many feet again?
Meanwhile,
100 and
King 8 not looking to pay a visit to the flop, conceding to Elizabeth's 3-bet.
Yeah, I should definitely.
果然看心情。
Pretty sick. Yeah. It's like, I mean, if you rent one of those, maybe like 2.5 to 3 million a week. So, nice experience.
You heard Elton talking about him and his crew went out to Tomorrowland. I believe that happens in Belgium. Big EDM music festival.
After I try, it's really good. I think I might do it with my family.
And then, as though they hadn't gotten their fix, they decided to go spend a week in Ibiza.
Yeah, they didn't have
After
a
that.
plan, so they're like, yeah, let's just go there. Okay.
Must be nice.
Must be nice.
Oh, shit.
I mean, if it's just family, you got those like 150 feet. It's okay already. 45 or 200 feet.
King 10 suited
Yeah,
from
200 feet.
Andy.
Yeah. No?
Getting played back at by the King 7 suited of
I mean, it's
hands,
okay.
which is dominated.
Two different things.
Let's
Very
see what
different.
kind of appetite he will
Yeah.
have.
Yeah, like if you go up on a 60 meter, you would think it's actually pretty big.
Yeah.
Normally. Until. So you're gonna
Andy
do it? Go a couple days?
pays the price of admission, and it comes ace
Oh.
10-3. Second pair, nut kicker. No heart out there.
Last treatment.
And his hand's going to get after it, or is he going to wave the white flag? There's your answer.
I
Easy
think
knuckles.
it's a hand where he might put in a delay c-bet if he gets the opportunity to do so, just to attack some pocket pairs. A 10, though. That's a good one for Andy Nee.
Yeah, after the check back, he makes trips.
At this point, the way Hans is playing right now, it would seem like Andy is up against a pocket pair he might be able to get value out of, but obviously King 7 is not going to be able to call. I like the small bet that he goes for, though, just so that jacks, queens, nines, they try to hang around.
Next year you go again tomorrow?
If I can get the mention, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Only if you can get. Oh,
Because I wouldn't go.
why?
I just hate it, like walking 1 hour out.
In and out?
Yeah, then take a car.
It's actually not that bad.
It's very tiring.
No, it's not that bad. Like, just give me some time to sit and rest and talk. It's really not that bad.
35K, not sure
And you
what's
get
on Hans's mind.
You know, sit outside and do some different stuff. Look at it.
Yeah, not so sure either. He could be thinking of check raising, could he?
Even go,
check
probably not,
calling
right?
to keep Broadway's
You know?
honest.
The waffles. I heard the food's okay inside.
Queen of
They
Hearts
have a lot of food.
on the river.
In the mansion side, huh?
Yeah, I think it's pretty amazing. I mean, like, my friend kind of like order something from outside.
Well, it's
so
just
we know
time to
what
go
it's
for
like.
some more value for Andy.
Oh,
At this point, you need to just attack an ace X.
I saw like they have the side where all the people tent as well, like called Greenville.
Yeah.
Greenville, like they have a lot of food available, like nice food,
Yeah.
healthy stuff.
How strong of an ace he could be up against is a little bit unclear, because oftentimes if hands did have ace king, ace queen, they would see at the flop.
Not for long. It's in a bit, yeah.
So often is like
Different
an
groups.
ace 5 or lower type holding, and
I'm like, that's it, no after party.
and he
I mean,
feels that
usually,
95,000 is the price that
Yeah,
that
you must stay there.
ace might
You go
pay.
out, like in the noon, you come back, you go out again, you come back, and you go again. Then you go, you're still fresh, you know.
Well, if Hans is a non-believer, it's a price that King High might pay.
Oh my god.
To pick off busted diamonds lower than 10. It's ambitious to call this $95,000.
Hans chewed on it for some time, but ultimately settles on the correct decision.
I mean, I checked and you didn't notice, so I owe you one, I think. After that, I used one.
整個按摩嚟，整個好手感啲。
按摩。
massage。
Action on 30. Bows out. Suited one gapper takes us to 11,000 for ST. We'll play mystery card with Elton's holding the flat call. Hands with ace jack. That doesn't look like 11.
No, it doesn't. And he just 3-bet that king 7 of hearts and lost little chips in that hand.
60.
60s to play. 10's going to be out.
Yeah, as we know, 5 deuce is the one that he'll 4-bet with.
Yeah, 5 deuce. King jack shouldn't be looking to play. He's out.
I don't know why, but whenever an original raiser folds and then I'm left to give the action, it always bothers me. I'm like, really, guy? You leave me out here on my own?
It doesn't bother Elton. He's like, well, thanks for juicing up the pot a little bit for me. I've got better odds. 8-6-3. Not the board hands was looking for, but he might still fire a continuation bet here.
这个也分情况，就是说，你觉得他每一排的时候，你任意一排都可以4B的呀，对不对嘛？你看情况的嘛。这个牌是很垃圾的牌。
那你刚刚是觉得他没谈事情了吧？
没有啊
，40.
40, the announcement. Elton doesn't look done with it.
His type of board.
Comes along. Oh, and top pair, top kicker. The product of this jack of clubs turn.
I'm jumping for joy if I'm hands. Disguise turned. Top pair. Not much connectivity. This is the spot where you just go for more value and jam a lot of rivers. He's playing a 274k stack. He actually checks. I'm very surprised because I feel like Elton has a lot of hands that will check back the turn.
是否给徒弟打掉？等一下跳这么多。
And I don't think his intention is to play this as a check raise. Elton does check back. Pot stays steady at 222.
I would think you would want to bet ace jack now after seeing the turn check through. So often Elton has a single pair that isn't really looking to bet call it off on the river.
又或者他是个同花，同花是可以啊，对啊，同花是可以。杂花跟同花差很远的。
Elton was a flat caller pre-flop of the open. The only player to then call the 3-bet from hands. Pre-flop. As we hear
snapped off.
hands
Wow.
say all in, and he gets snapped by the second nuts. Nicely done by Elton, who flopped the open ender, gets there on the river. Just recapping it, it was the 40K bet and call on the flop. Rather check call if we're taking it from Elton's perspective. Oh no, bet call.
Bet call in position. Turn went check through, and then the river jam and call by the second nuts very quickly. And Hans is just kind of staring in space for a second, realizing, did I do something wrong? Even if you bet the turn, though, he still would have got stacked because Elton wasn't looking to fold his open in a straight draw.
I'm not ready to tell Hans that he did something wrong.
十个完全没关系。
But it sure doesn't feel like he did anything right to him right now as he looks down with no chips. His full stack being passed over to
不停
Elton.
的买牌的那种，不停的买，从没开牌开始就买，不停的买，这
买梦想，精彩买梦想。
你看我用很不中的用了多少钱去买啊这些牌？ 对不对？我真係不停咁買嘛，卡箱有人買，後門花有人買，啥都買。
So hands is back in there. Ace King, fresh 500k stacked in for a cool million.
拿不出來
Start this frame of play.
到最後如果不中，沒辦法了嘛，對不對？他不一定有。
Signing off on the refill.
厉害。
中了100，贏了100就厲害了。
这把至少输个30。
I've always wondered, you know how like credit card receipt, you gotta sign it. What if you just sign it dusty? You know, like anything but your own actual signature. And then later you're like, I don't know who that is. That's not me. I didn't sign it.
Why did you think of this all of a sudden?
Just, you know, I guess because I'm a bad person.
I mean, I've been signing it kind of dusty. I just put a straight line.
Do you really? Sounds secure.
So please don't find out which room
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
in and start signing off on every meal here in Montenegro. I'm gonna be worried about around you.
Oh, you stuck me with the shumai on the last bill at lunch.
I did?
Randy, it wasn't your fault. The waitress put it on there. And normally I wouldn't say anything, but since we're on the topic, shumai on you tomorrow. Top pair cutter here.
How long
as we focus back in?
I'm gonna sleep in tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna skip lunch with you.
Nice. I know you're gonna order room service.
Top pair, making the call.
Yeah, sitting very pretty here from the straddle spot. Played as a defense of the Elton Open to 12. And of course, happy to check call.
Elton's feeling it. Using those hands chips as he double barrels just 7 high.
Yep.
With this texture.
The follow up to the 11K position bet. On the flop. Now 50,000. Virtually full pot on the turn.
ST's going nowhere with this hand.
154 in the middle. Trip kings. And now the proposition gets really difficult. Will Elton be able to surrender?
I feel like he should, just because when he fires in full pot, the hands he's trying to fold out on the turn often are gone, like a 10-9x. So he's really looking at a king X or some kind of ace high flush draw that missed. And I feel like there's way more combos that's going to be calling.
Good shutdown.
Sometimes
we got to know when to hit the brakes. Start feeling ourselves a little bit too much when we're on the upswing.
搞不过就投降。
对，搞不过就投降。不好掏那个牌。
那怎么掏得了？那怎么掏得了？
欢迎我。
他有高也有顺子的那个 broke， 也有 broke 的那个 flash， 还带 K， 还那个怎么掏？那个你打过敲过去，你有辅路送给你。
你 river 直接 all in 我大概不要了。
送给你了啊，送给。
没了。
嗯，
给你。
ST 交流成功了，交流成功了。交流成功，这一看是合牌
Jack for ST.
交流成功，你也听到了。
Did well with his last Broadway King. Looking to do some of the same here. Granted, line versus straddle. Andy taking him with the Queen 7. Which turns into second pair, more than we can say for the Broadway Gutty. And no pair for ST. Doesn't stop him. Following through for 16 into 42.
flop
，flop 他还打了，人
不打
家后面
他掐，
他
掐嘛。
我不知道你管他，他说他打好不打好也好，有什么区别呢？
除非他打你
Andy
就没了。
made the call.
他打
3 of clubs
那我怎么跑
doesn't
啊？
rate to be of concern.
Could see ST coming in for double barrel with King Jack got shot. Really
思路
try
他
to
扣
lean on the Queen
他就
X's.
打，他崩，你就跑了。我 flop 他不会打，
他不会打了，像这样，啊，
This is where it gets very difficult for Andy. It's not unreasonable for ST to be betting an ace.
他打他跟可能我先 all 了，
Nice though that the Queen 7 doesn't block diamonds or straight draws that might be multi-barreling. So it's a decent hand to call one more bet with, but it's understandable that he's laying it down because it's one of the weaker hands he could have in that spot.
So a nice second barrel found by ST, and the yield is solid.
还是水下。
Gets the best hand into the muck from Andy.
So
Hey guys, we're gonna do redraw in 10 minutes. Will be the last one.
Last redraw of the night, 10 minutes from now. And that'll be the fourth and final frame, which is generally speaking when the fireworks happen.
Do I come in on a straddle?
I mean, there was a lot of fireworks already today, Ali. But there's always the grand finale, you know? Where everything just blows up.
I mean, if the pattern of the fourth and final frame
Enter on a straddle or do I enter on a
being the most exciting one is to continue, then
I left on a straddle. I straddled and I left.
it may just be ordnance that we detonate in this fourth frame as opposed to pyrotechnics.
Okay.
Like what happened? Like you straddled and then you left? Is that what you're saying?
Ferdy. Button raise.
How much?
Picks up Elton. Non-premium kit in both camps. Advantage Tsang on the 5-4 deuce board. Checks his top pair.
Ferdinand does have kind of a suit blockers, which blocks some continues, but obviously 7-5 is going to go nowhere.
Another 18. Into the middle. Turn. Doesn't help Ferdy.
This is a high frequency check with King 8. Unless you really are trying to target an ace-X that's naked.
It just seems like no matter what you have there, the vast majority of it is, you know, all right with checking.
This 13K bet is designed to get a high card to call. Pays it off.
Wow.
Good sizing, Elton saying.
You know, the fact that the board texture didn't change upon the pairing of the deuce on the river, I think had a little something to do with this, and the hearts were busted, although Ferdy blocked. Straight draws busted, and he doesn't think that the ace high is going to be behaving that way. Maybe you kind of get it, keeping an eye on 6-7, 6-8, 7-8.
I kind of get it. I think the price was nice. And that's why Elton sized it that way, to kind of get those ace and king highs. Curiosity. Cost a bit of money that time.
This could be costly.
Tan Chuan allowed to get aces?
For those who seek to tussle with Tan here. Pocket ones. 8-9 suited of hands, made it 10 to go. And we're going to play for more, says Tan. 38,000 in particular.
Nines for Elizabeth Chen is a great holding. She might come in here. It is +1 versus +2. Just lays it down. Nice timing by her. The 2 nines are out.
When you consider some of the holdings that Elizabeth has demonstrated an appetite to take a flop with in even 3-bet spots, laying down the nines there is even more impressive. Given that it's correct, and note that a 9 was busy.
She would have got in trouble on that flop.
And yeah, overpair to the 6-high rainbow texture, which is just cooked by Tan. Hands. Has checked it over to Tan. And a neighborly c-bet. No further combat.
对酒，对酒直接跑了。
看到你害怕。
Looks like we're swapping the seat. Tony G coming in.
Well, hello.
He's back. He's down 1.4 million today.
Well, the way you say that makes it sound like it was case money, Randy.
No, I
think
didn't mean it that way.
was.
I just thought like maybe you call it a night, come back tomorrow. He couldn't wait.
Looks like maybe he took a shower.
I'll be back in tennis.
Had a change of clothes. Hearing whispers of tennis.
Okay. Who's calmed down?
Well, I don't know. On the tennis court, I've seen some epic blow-ups over the years. One can really do some damage on a tennis racket.
Well, welcome back, Tony G, in for $500,000.
Lays down his first hand. Elizabeth, the party started with the Jack-10 off.
Tony G did step in for ST. He's going to take a break for the day.
What happened? Yeah, nothing. Just no. There's 10 minutes left in the until the redraw. Yeah, yeah, and he just stood up to go to the washroom on his grotto.
Digs in and turns into top pair on this rainbow connected texture. Tan checking it over.
But he's getting a redraw.
Elizabeth's hand
I put him
adrift.
on. Yeah, I was called 11 times.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, probably not. I don't know.
She checks back, and now it's trips for Tan on the turn.
I just do the translation. I mean, no. I mean, yeah. You know.
He's getting trappy.
But you think about it, it's also, you know.
She doesn't fall for it.
He goes to washroom and then
4-liner on board now.
Nobody posts it.
I think Tan Chuan's got to go for value now. If someone checks back this flop and turn, they're not really looking to put in a delayed bet at this point, given that they don't have many 7Xs in first position. So full pot comes in for Tan Chuan and Jack High is Jack High.
Not doing that, you know, because you would wait your big blind. No.
I think 2 more hands or something.
Yeah, like he's good. He's good. Yeah.
抓你了。
一个 A high。
Not quite.
No, not quite. K high? No.
是 A high。
went high. Nope.
Jack high.
That's right.
Into the muck.
They have go time.
And a handful of chips into Tan's coffers. Nearly 3/4 of the way through this day 4 Cash Game Invitational.
Ace 3 suited for Andy. Elton flatting Jack 10. Elizabeth, King 8 of hearts in the straddle. Nice hand to close it out.
Three amigos to the King Queen 4 board. Top eye for Elizabeth. Checking over to the party starter. Andy has one diamond to speak of out there. And apparently that is enough
This
for his
open-ended
purposes.
straight draw is looking not too shabby for Elton.
Pairs for 16. Now for Elizabeth. How do we seek to approach?
With a bet and call in front of you, it's just check call. Hope it kind of checks down, but never really looking to fold. At least not at this point. Turn is really nice for Elizabeth.
Yeah, she adds the heart draw.
Andy turns a pair. Gives him a few outs. Although when you get called in 2 spots, oftentimes you are up against the king. At least in one place. He is going to try to rep a big hand, though. It doesn't look weak.
You're right. But of course, Elizabeth has too much hand to go away. Wonder whether or not Elton will continue to stay invested with the open-ender.
He might, because he's got some pretty clean outs. He's got position, and he's Elton saying. I mean, we're going to have 70K, 3 players apiece on a turn here. That's quite rare.
Can Elizabeth ever
Unless you
leverage
feel
the
good that
flat
your
by
kings run
Elton
into
to make
aces, and it
this
was like your best friend Elton.
Yeah.
weakish
You know, let's
king
do somebody
and
else, you know?
second nut heart
Stayed in
draw
the
look a lot
family.
stronger?
Stayed in the
I don't
By check raising?
Wow, she actually lays it down. That's very surprising. She didn't think the king was ever good.
Oh my gosh, she made the nuts on the end.
And he would have made the straight. And he would have made 2 pair.
This
hurts.
is the one card that creates more action than all others in the deck. Ace is up. Checking over. Now we know Elton is going to make some noise with 229 in the middle, and he earned this spot, courtesy of having called the turn, which was meaty.
And when Elton sees such a big bet on the turn, he just needs to go for big value against 2 pair plus.
Kind of leave our opponent playing the guessing game as to whether or not we backdoored the hearts or
right
something like this. Almost full pot, 200 into 229.
I think with this near pot size bet, Andy can actually discount a worse two-pair value betting like King Queen, because King Queen would be unable to get a worse hand to call for that price. It is difficult to find bluffs that Elton could have in this spot with this board run out. There's a lot of like King X and Queen X of hearts that do get there that would flat pre-flop too. Jack 10, obviously.
You see Andy trying to reconstruct here. As strong as aces up is in general, this does feel like a fairly tough one to call down with.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. If you can't find that many folds, seen Andy make big calls and big folds.
By the way, only Elizabeth knows that neither of these guys have the nuts. Granted, we can deduce that based on Andy tanking, but nevertheless.
I think he's out. Well done.
Very much so.
没有牌赢的不别去了吧。
这是啥？你10勾你都不一定赢他。
Okay. 3 or 2?
啊？不是10勾。
Well, how about that? As a late boost to Elton's saying stack, which is creeping back up toward the high water market established in frame number 1, as we will redraw for seats and then punch a ticket to frame number 4, which is the real ghost pepper of the evening. You don't want to miss it. Stay close. More action in about 15. There are jalapenos, there are serranos, there are Fresno chilies, there are even ghost peppers. But if history is any indication, prepare for the Carolina Reaper. The spiciest of all frames has been the fourth and final one, that which is upon us here on day 4 of this Cash Game Invitational, a week-long extravaganza. And just look at how deep everyone is sitting in this 1K, 2K, 4K with a $5,000 big blind ante. No limit hold'em game. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. And note, Tony G is back in the building. Polished off 1.4 million in very short order in frame number 1. And he's back with a vengeance, perhaps.
Yes, he is.
As we saw, Elizabeth Chen was stuck 500,000, quickly bounced back to be up considerable amounts. So it's not impossible.
Definitely not impossible. And his nemesis is right to his left, who took that 1.4 million from him in 2 pots.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that he's going to be thrilled to have to sit to Elton's right, but sitting to his left didn't do much for him in frame number 1, as we have redrawn 4 seats, only 2 of which understandably are involved in this particular pot. And for Andy Nee, the problems are self-evident. Elton slow playing the jacks, 2 overcards, to both pocket pairs. Action freezing board texture.
Which is good for Elton.
2
because
snap checks.
Wouldn't want to see
Lovely. 哎，贵，送一
bets.
点，
And 2 tens is also looking to show it
送
down.
一点。
听懂
You want the chips?
You want my chips?
No，
Is that what you said?
You guys want the
送一点怎么说？
You want my chips?
green sauce of it?
啊？送一点怎么说？
松一点啊。
对呀。
哦 You want you to lose? 哦，那
No
松一点怎么讲
What?
You want you to not so tight.
Oh,
You want so.
Not to play so tight.
That's a considerably different translation, by the way, than he wants you to lose. Diamonds arrive.
Race.
I did.
We can do double straddle,
no,
triple
no,
straddle.
All in.
10
10
哇
奶奶，哇！你跳那个牌，我操，真的是
来了。
啊！
Where's the rest of that
谁
pot?
打你啊，兄弟？
Might be the
是最
thought.
小的你。
Elton did manage to squeak 25K in on the turn.
你这个你这个钱一次不过去了。
When you get called there, though, you don't anticipate that you're going to be good at showdown.
Exactly.
差不多了。
你给我抄走啊！你那个敲过去，我
That was pretty funny though that
就
Elizabeth
算你也
Chen
跑
was
够了。
mistranslating for a second. Tan Chuan saying that Ivy was too tight. But to be fair, Ivy, yeah, he did jam in 500K or so with ace-6 suited.
That's true.
They just didn't know because the cards weren't shown.
I
So they
just
assumed it was a big hand.
That's also true.
对不对？
不想搞你呀、刚才打你20万，我跟你说，把你赔一下。
对啊，不想搞。
不想。
It's a little funny that maybe
报仇，我要报
that
仇。
translation has caused Elizabeth Chen to open 6-4 offsuit on the button.
哎，那个 short deck game 就对。
And also that conversation might get Tan Chuan to grab white chips.
Offsuit one gapper getting punished here
She got baited.
by the suited one gapper.
You guys going to the KTV?
我不接受。
Still there?
Elizabeth steps away.
Madrid. I don't know what. One answer.
You ever been playing a live cash game, Randy, and then
London.
at some point during that game you look down at a hand without realizing who's in the blinds and you think you're going to open. Then you glance up and you see the likes of Tan Chuan in the
Same
big,
game, no double straddle.
and you look back at your hand and you just muck it.
Yeah, you know that feeling where maybe I shouldn't have opened and I just wasted a few blinds. And a few blinds in this game, it's costly.
Very black. That extra patch?
New patch, smaller one. Lisa, bring a patch for Elton. Patch, coin poker. New pro.
It is too late, but
Never too late.
I'm not fucking ruins my, like I said, whatever.
You said it. I mean,
Doesn't want to put a patch on his Dior shirt.
I don't blame him.
Thank you. I know you play on the side.
I just don't like to play online.
No, you don't have to.
It's like really, you know, I like the interaction, people,
Yeah.
you know, like on the iPad, it's like,
Where's the 20,000?
10-8 suited.
We've been playing a lot online.
This time for Andy.
the thing is, honestly, I don't even remember if I still have like, I probably still have money on it.
Wow, wow.
20K in ticket.
I haven't even touched it. Like, I just like forget these things, you know?
I know.
I'm sure the site has.
You're living in your
records.
own site's doing good.
And I'm sure it's got like different records and everything.
Yeah,
Forever.
of course.
You know, so.
On the blockchain. It's safe.
Rice.
Elizabeth raises it up.
Ace-10 off. Ivy's got ace-6 of clubs. This is his magic hand.
Last time he also flatted. It got re-raised behind him, which could potentially happen here from Tan Chuan's button. And then he came in blasting for a full nearly 500,000.
It's crossing Tan Chuan's mind, isn't it? Like, should I squeeze, which is more his default in this spot? Yeah, it doesn't slow him down. Show me twice and maybe I will, but let's go.
Not from concentrate. This is a very fresh squeeze on the button. Elizabeth concedes despite having the best of the ace-X's.
Yeah, but ace-10 off is hard to play.
Ace-6 suited. Deemed easier to play, and now 7-7-6 on the board. Backdoor clubs in the fortuitous sidecard connection for Ivy in 117K exchange. Checking over to Tan, no spade on board, just the 8 dangler working.
这打得好了哈。
对啊，这个2个20万就吃过去了。
对，这个红头就好一点。
没有红头我就找不到那个牌赢你的牌了。
少了很多了嘛。
50K C bet.
啊，他钱赚少了，本来他
You want action from Ivy, he gives it to you and he outflops you with this pair of 6s and 7s on board. Check call made. Oh, but the 8. That's nasty.
Innocent looking card. Little does Ivy know that it's a very impactful one. So after the check call of 50,000 delivered another 100K into the middle, Ivy checks once more. And let's see if Tan wants to play pot control.
I could see it either way. Yeah, he is going to play the pot control. The king is a interesting card, as it's the card that's supposed to favor the 3-better. And also, it's a card if Tan Chuan didn't have the king, he would try and represent. And that might get Ivy potentially pay off to a river bet if it does come in.
Tony G
Happy.
getting his
Happy winner.
inner Gen Z on.
He
As he takes a selfie with the man that holds most of his chips, and Tan shuts down. Ivy uncertain about the ace-6.
这个是不行的。
Wow.
Tan Chuan thought he might have been up against jacks or so, and it's all ace-6. It's like, huh, you are here to play.
就5张。哎，我就不出牌了。
就现在多赚。
就5张再来个意思。那我打他太抠了。
10.
Ace king.
Huh?
For
what
hands.
was the button in? Okay, but we played a few hands, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
那不行了，下把不发了。
Huh?
给忙的时候不给。
He has not been.
都玩免费的，我操！
But who was the button at the beginning of the session? Huh?
I came up with it.
Oh, okay. So, OK， 没关系了。啊，我不知道他打了几多把了，我们已经。
他这第一把。
The action.
Ace 9-3.
No big deal.
Hands. Top pair. King Jack of diamonds with some backdoor aspirations. Check calls the 10K C bet. Hope stashed by the 5 of clubs.
啊，这么多孩子。
So would never expect hands to not follow through with a turn bet. Full pot.
18岁了。3个小便宜。
然后现在是什么意思呢？
啊？
然后现在是什么意思呢？
现在是什么意思？
因为已经有行动了嘛，行动这个就不可以。
对，已经有行动了嘛。但是如果你刚刚提的时候还没行动的话，我不知道怎么样呢？
What should I do, Elton?
Huh?
How much do I post?
Post the travel and the drive.
You can wait a hand.
Okay.
Wait,
I wait.
wait. 让你免费打了一会儿。
啊，
德官工作不长心。
This is double straddle.
I'll do that.
Yeah, it's good. Double straddle is fine.
They said we were not allowed to do the
Yeah.
Okay,
That's fine.
that's not stressful.
Double straddle effort thwarted.
Yeah, it seems like maybe Hans stepped away for a second, so he owes some kind of straddle. What they're trying to figure out.
His 50K turn bet got it done.
还紧一点，点了这么
Last
多还
pot.
紧一点干嘛？
Onwards to a Tan Chuan Open with
咖啡厅在那里呢，
seven of
在正面
hearts.
那里，在酒吧你看那里酒
Set
吧，
mining effort for Tony.
他昨天的坑都没拔回来，昨天的坑没
Chen
爬回
and
来。
Ferdinand in the
放
mix
心
as well. Heart interference for Ferdy.
Tony, bottom set.
And there is some stuff on the stovetop in terms of Chen with the open ender. Ferdy was second pair, top pair for Tan. And he will follow through. 35K. Things boding well for Tony G, but this is texture in a multi-way spot where I think bottom set isn't looking to flat. And sure enough, we shoot it up to 100.
This has got to be a bit painful for Elizabeth to flop and open into straight draw and to see 100K cold in front of you. See bet and raise. Some of our outs aren't clean and you're not closing action, so it's seems like the right fold. 10 folds.
Yep.
Shows a 7.
I think it's in part because if Tony is willing to flat that one pre and then raise us with two players behind him on that board, the Queen 7 just doesn't perform all that well.
Of course, yeah. And he probably thinks that Tony doesn't raise all of his draws, so makes it a little bit stronger.
Yep.
I will want to point out that Tony's actually reloaded another million on top of the 500, so he's in for 1 point. He's got 1.5 in front of him right now. He's looking to make back all of his losses in one hand rather than multiple.
The flip side of that is he could double his losses in one hand.
感觉不好意思了，对吧？
Yeah, I don't want to think about that.
Neither does he.
换两张垃圾牌给我。
It's whatever.
Hey, what happened?
Whatever.
Well, over 6,000 of you are joining us right now on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Love to see it. All time zones represented, I would imagine. Insomniacs. People maybe dividing their attention at work. Some with a cup of coffee, starting their day. Wherever you're at, welcome.
你说他那个再给你吃过去，你把那个全都贴起来。
Twitch.
把这里贴一
Good to
下。
have you aboard as well. Triton Poker Plus app for some folks.
Yeah,
Maybe the
that's
push
right.
notifications. Got them watching on that platform. Wherever you're at, though, all we ask is that if you like what you see, show us the love by clicking that like button, clicking subscribe, clicking follow. I know we harp on it, not too often, hopefully, just about once a frame, but cannot overstate how helpful it is in terms of the algos and helping to build our community and build our audience. And for that matter, build up some profits. I'm guessing. I don't really know what the what the revenue model is, but hey, we don't charge you anything. Whereas Hands with 5-6 suited is charging 65,000.
Do you think he's making it 65,000 because he's got the 6-5? Do you see it?
Randy?
Yes.
While I appreciate you pointing out that particular correlation, my answer is no, I don't. I do think, though, that he would prefer to play heads up than three ways, which he's able to accomplish. What he's not able to accomplish, though, is any improvement upon his hand on this spade-free 10-9-3 board. Same story for Tan, by the way.
This is a tough one to see bet on with 6-5 of spades. And the reason I say that is because a lot of hands that call to 3-bet really interact with 10-9. They often have a gut shot or some pairs. Nice one, Ten Chuan.
刚才听懂了，你刚才搞他，他说现在要搞你，他说。可是我不是搞不搞谁，公平一点嘛，对不对？
Deciding that Hans's unwillingness to follow through on that flop meant the door was open for Ace Queen to perk up and take it down. 50K gets it done.
但是就这么巧咯，是吧？可能不是故意的，但是不能这么巧。
Elton finds a queen on the board. Jack and an ace of diamonds in there as well. Neither player with a flush draw. I'm checking over.
Ten, just king high. Contemplating. Puts out 30,000 near pot.
Can I get water?
Elton middle pair, no diamond in hand, but does have gut shot.
Wait.
He's not phased.
To the river we go, and the 10 of diamonds gives Tan Broadway, while it gives Elton queens and tens.
That was a hard find to hit that river card.
And note that even though Tan has finally improved to something worthwhile, the arrival of the fourth diamond has him gun shy. Elton with showdown value, queens and tens, is looking over at that hand and thinking, what just happened?
Yeah, no diamond. You sure? Pot size on the turn.
把我带你啊，好。
哎，哪里打错了？
带你。
You're gonna rumble in these streets. You're gonna need some high SPF, some sunscreen. Otherwise, you're gonna get tanned, which is what happened in that pot.
That was good. I'll give you that one.
Looks like Hans is getting some hands on him. By the way, all reports from those who have bothered to book massages and tableside work said the ladies work in the Del Anima Spa here. Solid. That update didn't really grab you, did it, Randy?
No. No.
Hey, say it's suited raising.
I didn't know you needed me
Tony.
to respond to every one of your unnecessary lines.
Not everyone.
Yeah, that one didn't need it.
But
you hit up the spa at all this week?
I did, but I didn't have time to book a massage, so I just went down and did the steam sauna. And, what do you call it?
You got some steam to blow off?
今天赢
记上次的
啊？
If you're along the markets over the last week, you
你在那边
definitely got
输
some steam to blow off, Randy. I
在那
can
边
tell
输
you that
输
much.
对。
先说今天就好了。
Couple threes for Elton.
恭喜的。
很有潜力。
Cool.
Elton flats the threes. Hands with the suited one gapper on the button does the same. Todd.
It's something. It's at least
So look at
2K
this.
more. What
He
is? No,
doesn't
wait.
ever want to be
But what
a
is
flat
this?
caller. It's a click, is what it is.
It's like
it's a nuisance race. It's a mischief maker.
What does it accomplish?
It gets under people's skin. Is that not an adequate accomplishment?
Like Elton's gonna come in. It's just one of those. Let's just play for more because a limp pot is not enough. What is this? Hands over limp 70,000.
What did I say when we came back from commercial at the top of the show?
Said the last frame of play is the spiciest.
The Carolina Reaper, man. This isn't a bell pepper.
Burning game?
Yeah. Look at Don.
Must be playing Toto.
No way, Elton. You gonna rip it back in?
Don't say no way. Never say no way.
Okay.
Elton's thinking this is unbelievable that he over limped to make it 70,000. But what happens if he's up against a bigger pair slightly? He folds.
Hands gets away with it.
打的应该大了的，没牌。我觉
It
得没
really
牌。
felt so improbable that it was a big hand as played, didn't it?
It did. It really did. I kind of wish he showed that one. Just for a little advertising. I think that would have been pretty good.
Yeah, the only problem, though, is once you do show that one,
you can never get away with it
you're
again.
probably not going to be able to pull that off for the rest of not just this session, but any others.
这六应该大了啊。
He's 10 suited now for hands.
A part of me thinks that Tanchuan actually enjoyed losing 8,000 there just to see that play
You
happen.
know, it's so strange that you say that because he seems to be so delighted by people playing that style of poker that whether or not he's caught in the crossfire and torched off 8K across the table, you know, I told you, if this was a Batman movie, Tan is the Joker. Everybody can weigh in on the chat as to who plays all the other roles. Top pair against middle pair. Tan in front of hands who does not see bet.
Tricky check back from Tanchuan. Gut shot acquired by Elton. Over to Tanchuan once again. I could see him go for value against hands. Ooh, we'll definitely have to pay off at least one straight.
24,000.
Oh, all of a sudden, Elton wakes up with a check raise.
Just given the fact that Ton didn't position bet on the flop and this card is as dry as it is, I think Elton thinks that a good bit of the time Ton doesn't really have much here. And he's not so worried about the pre-flop raiser, given the lack of follow-through on flop and then on turn as well. So all of that coming together, in addition to, of course, an out in the form of the 8. Schwen makes the call and makes trips.
Excellent river card for him. Because he could have been up against like a 10-7. They got counterfeited. Elton, gonna try to wrap it, get snapped so fast.
我他妈真的笑喷出来，第一次笑喷出来。不好意思啊。
I can't remember the last time
就是现在你可以
a man fired
打他打得过来
125,000
所以现在他打不过来。
as a bluff on the river. And then was beaten into the pot and mocked.
我都不知道你打了多少钱，我都不知道你打了多少钱，我1秒钟扣了。
Stan is mocking Elton there. What an infectious laugh. Even Elton had to laugh.
乱搞，那个手机投不到。
这牌，掉8给你了，掉什么都不可能丢给你的。
Hands now aces. By the way, it is so refreshing to see people having a blast at the poker table. And even when losing a massive pot, you know?
It's just unheard of, right? Usually when you beat someone like that, you just keep it quiet. But no, this is a different game.
我都不知道你打了多少
Fun,
啊
exciting, it's the highest stakes possible.
他河板打了20，
没有。
715，加715，不是打了20给你了吗？
我不知道你河板打多少，我这就扣。
送给你的。
我搞不清楚。
乱搞，真的是乱搞，完全是乱搞。
Ferdy. He's 10.
How much?
10.
Limited involvement from him since his arrival here.
Yeah, just feeling out the table. Actually, haven't been dealt the cards either. Ace 10, though, is the cards.
Top 2 against bottom pair.
You know what?
Hey, did you hear that? He asked the masseuse for stronger. That's you.
That
One's
is
elbow
me.
deep.
No pain, no gain.
There you go.
All right. Had to go. Scapula. Rhomboids. Trapezius.
Right?
Break it all up. Birdie's 10K flop bet, followed up by the 35 on the turn, and the 9's no longer with an appetite. Let it go.
Back to even.
Get involved at GG Poker
不知道以为
today.
我们过码给你呢。啊
Queen 7 suited. Makes it up. Pocket 8s. for Tony. Played as a flat. Ten, 10, 7. Andy with a piece, but he's pipped by the 8s. 34 in the middle, heads up. Lack of position, but holding the betting lead. Andy does barrel through.
Yeah, this board texture is going to cost him quite a bit, and it's actually going to go quick raise from Tony G in position, and I don't really see how Queen 7 can lay down.
So far, it can't.
That turn card is going to slow things down as Tony quickly checks it back, and the Queen is going to give Andy the lead. The Tony G run bad continues.
So he made it an extra 25 on the flop. Once he got called, though, that board texture on the turn left him a little sheepish. And, of course, so did this river. Andy takes it. Queen suited for Andy. Widely adopted 11K sizing pre.
You know that hand not too long ago that Tan threw in the chips against Elton and called, and he was cracking up? I got word that he was laughing because he didn't even know how much Elton bet. He just threw in the chips. And then when he saw that, he just started to crack up. So he just blindly threw in 5 red chips. Did we know how much he was calling when it was Elton's 125K bet?
Well, was 125 more than he was going to be willing to call?
Don't think it mattered.
Exactly. But imagine if all of a sudden he realized he just called $1 million or something on the end. Meanwhile, ace king suited for Tony, which is getting pushed back on by king deuce suited, performing oh so poorly as Elton in this spot.
$1.5 million deep. Snap call from Tony.
82 in there so far, and for Elton's sake, he does not want to make top pair.
What about bottom pair?
This isn't exactly what he had in mind either, I would assume, although 10 high rainbow texture, and we could try to snack on things like the big ace.
This 35K bet should get called by Tony G. Four on the turn, giving Tony G a wheel draw. Five.
Pairs the board.
I think
it's not going to be enough.
Tony G is going to be sick when he sees how bad he runs. Shows a deuce first.
No matter what order it's shown in, it's deflating. Oh, I think our girl's getting in there a little bit. Hurt so good there. Elton wincing.
Well, he asked for it.
Yeah, he did. You got to be careful. You don't want to hit the spinal column directly. Like, you know, elbow on bone, that's no good. I've punted on a lot of massages over the course of my life. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you got data points to
I just
know.
reminded myself to tighten up a hand ago. I was like, tighten up, play tight. I couldn't help myself.
I don't think it's any consolation to Tony, by the way.
Yeah, Tony really likes to hear that, Elton.
Tony should be like, I'll remind you.
King deuce
Every
is a
time
fine
I
hand.
open, I'll look at you and be like,
King
hey,
deuce
buddy,
is a
play
fine
good.
hand.
Oh,
What time are you playing?
good read.
110.
50-cent hand, yeah.
Uh,
Covers the high and the low part, right?
已经打上火了。那个我左边。
My son still thinks he can make it straight from the top cards to the low cards as well.
Oh,
so maybe
like
it's also
ace, deuce, 3, king, queen.
yeah,
Like that.
so it's a connector also in some games.
That would kind of be nice, actually. It would be more fun that way. Poker, you know?
Could be interesting.
Uh-huh.
Could be we might be on something.
True. You get like, you know, king, queen, ace, deuce, 3, you know?
You could never see it coming.
Straight flush.
9-6 suited for Chen.
If
Except
there's
Freddie for the
anything you
right.
can change about poker, maybe this rule you can actually implement. Huh?
Extra 7 out of the straddle for
Maybe
Andy.
when people are tired of squid, that can be the next big thing.
Yeah.
Jack 5 deuce, monotone texture. Ferdinand outkicked, and his spades are covered. A bad spot for him. 2 checks in front.
Yeah, as bad as it gets, you don't think to be covered both ways.
$20,000. Called by Andy, down to heads up. Dry looking turn.
Could easily see another barrel come in from Ferdinand. Oftentimes he does have the best hand, and he might want to protect against that wheel draw. He is drawing so slim. Needs a queen. Nowhere to go but call for Andy, one would think. Ouch.
He agrees. And the spade is a problem for Ferdy.
Yeah, because I believe if it was a blank, the queen jack wouldn't be enough of a kicker to value bet in itself. But now that queen of spades has got some potential. There is some fear of the king and ace of spades. Given that Andy's in the straddle, it's not unreasonable for him to be holding like a jack 10 with 10 of spades that might pay off to a river bet. But good check there from Ferdinand. Didn't
Really
lose
good
more.
check. Recognizing that if he has the jack, that maybe this 2-street check call from Andy was in pursuit of the spade. As we can see, it was a little of both.
Yeah, fair enough. That makes sense. You're blocking the top pairs. That means you're more likely to be up against like an ace X of spades.
So 65K in total post flop. Shaved off a 30 stack. But not a barrel on the river.
Tan's going to limp the small blind. Tony G on the straddle. Jack 8 suited is going to say more. Tan looking to do some damage against Tony.
Calls. Six-five tray, open ender and backdoor diamonds, checks over the 2 overs and the flush draw.
A very fair fight between two very different kind of draws. Full pot.
So the limp and call of 20K more pre-flop, and now a check and face 50.
Extremely deep, 1.4 million effective. Tan's trying to break down what does this full pot size bet mean. It was raised pre, so the little stuff not really expected to be in Tony G's range, yet he's still betting big. We know check raise is something he's always thinking about. And he is still going to check raise despite full pot.
This is gangster. Note that King High is actually the best hand right now. Basically a flip with 2 to come. Advantage Tony ever so slightly, though that is no longer the case once the 10 of hearts reveals itself. And by the way, Tony calling that big check raise certainly sets off alarm bells for Tan, given that he limped and faced the 20K raise pre and couldn't shed this holding on this very dry flop in terms of Tony's holdings.
I think that Tan Xuan is going to put Tony G in, maybe on a spade draw, possibly on an overpair to the 6. I really don't think he puts him on this bottom end type stuff that hits, especially when he's holding a 4 in hand that blocks some of those cards. I kind of feel like Tan Xuan is going to barrel once more large, and if he's up against an overpair, he might think those hands will just lay it down. Maybe 250 or so. Oh, that's full pot, isn't it?
Big boy poker in progress right now. And all of a sudden, Tony G being asked to pay a very hefty price with what at the end of the day amounts to nothing more than jack high right now. And every now and again is a hand that when the spade does roll off, is still
oh
a good
my
heat
God!
jam.
All
Over the top
in.
and takes it down.
You got to show this, Tony. You have to. Show the jack of spades.
Wow. What can I do?
Oh my
Who won?
God.
Come.
I have the heart and commitment to the game.
I knew it. Honestly, I knew it, Tony. I really just knew it. Really?
You knew I wouldn't give up, right?
No, I didn't know it. No, I didn't. I don't know you have, but like I knew, like when I saw my hand, I knew like you were gonna type big call in this hand.
I mean, Jax, what can I do? Just hold it, like just give up.
Yeah, Jax, that's a good one to say.
Probably has 7s. 7s, 4s.
I like it. I really like it. That's a play of the day, Tony.
Bunny. Bunny, but dangerous.
Oh my God. Very dangerous.
Definitely.
Bunny, but big hat.
But I think, you call, he bluff you.
Yeah, if I call, I can't like just call now again, right? It would be very super bunny. I'm not super bunny, just
Like
pure bunny.
He could also
Purebred
get
bunny, like.
He could also get there though, so I guess.
Of course, because I have the block of one flash block.
Well played. 韩老板，我送给你，你要送给人，掏个小鸡。
这叫我上头了嘛？这个牌他妈的一个勾
Quite good too.
搞的嘛。
Slowly take everything.
没有什么东西可以
500
all in 的嘛？他勾什么东西 all
I
in？
take all.
不相信你吗？
嗯，
就是不相信，他也打得好啊，
I need
就那个
more.
牌怎么能 all 了，对吗？
对呀，
打得好啊。
I love to play.
抛个球什么牌都不可能，他不相信就可以 call 嘛，对不
Heads
对？
up, you win everything.
他说
Maybe
Tony.
bad ending. Usually they end badly with me.
我不欺负你。
Heads up.
Cleared everybody's sinuses with that move there. A big
Well, that's a
dollop
big
of
pot, 500K.
wasabi.
Like
500K.
you won
Some of
500K.
that jam.
Single race pot.
I don't even know what happened in that pot right now. I'm still so.
My jaw is dropped.
有可能
He's
，yeah.
trying to get it back up.
最好就正手牌了，他应该我三条，他是10。
Yes, I mean bad luck, right?
也没有压的。
Maybe no jacks.
他没有牌
Maybe jack 7.
买花嘛，很强的买花嘛。
What can I do? Sick. That's a sick play. That's big play.
That's play of the day, man. That's the play
someone
of
has
the
to
day.
show me they have heart like me.
Yeah, that was the play of the day, Tony, for sure.
There's some bad plays, but there's some good plays.
The hand of the day.
End of the day,
Hand of the day.
I'm not easy to play with when I have a big stack.
No.
You need to have balls, big balls.
Big 那一个很多话，玩笑很多话说的。
Big Viking balls. That's not easy.
Yeah.
有一点烫了，有一点那个。
Facts.
Yeah, Tan thought you were a rabbit. You're a bunny. Tan thought you were a bunny. Tan thought you were a bunny.
But I like
Hand started this party, and just look at this flop for him. Pair and the nut flush
So he
draw.
didn't know you're the leader of the bunnies.
Unfortunately for Elton, he's got inferior hearts. Chen
20.
with a
Trying to
taste
get
as
me, don't
well.
worry.
We see them both checking and facing a
If we
20K
catch
barrel.
ball, you can play with me.
他有130万了。
后来你那个牌就是靠在哪里去都不知道，除非你3条。除非你3条。
对啊，
你没有3条，你那个牌你不打到飞你哪里去都不知道。
Elizabeth ducks out of the way. Hands picks up a wheel
又
draw.
子赢30了，他妈的，好不容易搞了90。
Let's see hands. Check or bet this one actually.
He did not lead of the bunnies.
他妈的犯了德州的大忌，偷一个上头的人机。
Oh man.
犯了大忌。
Turn goes check, check. So improbably, I thought that
It was a nice
hands
TV hand, don't worry.
would be happy to slide some more into this pot.
play.
And yet,
Lucky you don't knock
not
off.
having done so,
Elton checks.
he is under repped, and you're right, saying things he's trapping, and yet it's his foot in the snare.
Yeah, and I believe he's checking to check raise. Obviously, it depends on the size that hands goes for.
Couple million.
Woo.
Enjoy.
I feel like the longer he takes, the more Elton kind of wants to check raise him.
75K barrel. This is the third nuts right now. Ace, king, and jack high flushes beat us.
But you did kind of point out that some of these flush draws, something like this, might just bet the turn. So it's pretty tempting to check raise here in Elton's shoes. Especially if it feels like hands woke up with a queen all of a sudden, looking to bet call it off.
Time banks are going to get used. Well, these soldiers
Correct.
aren't coming back to camp. And that's a big chunk of the platoon that we're saying bye to.
平时那么紧，今天他妈的被撕开。
给你
你打串起来吗？打串起
来。挨人打上来，
对
吧？我没惹他。
Hands doing everything that he can to sell the idea that there is some sort of decision making associated with his response to this. And yet, as we know, he's got the nuts and
He's
nothing to worry about.
trying to make it seem like he's holding the naked ace of hearts and he's going for the nut flusher rebluff. Which, if you were to make that play, you would need some time. And there's the jam. And how does Elton respond now?
I knew it. I fucking knew it. Always greedy.
Value.
I knew it. This call is better.
Good lay down.
Yep.
Knew what to do once he made that raise.
He didn't chew on it long.
We should do a flip, 1 million flip. For TV. You do it. My game, we do 1 million flip. Just to make sure we're still alive.
Did I hear that right? If we're to believe Tony G says in his regular game,
give my money away.
They do $1 million flips.
I'm trying.
That is what he's saying.
Trying a little too hard.
I mean, I believe it. The guy just put in 1.5 million in with Jack High in a single raise pot, by the way. That's insane.
Do you know how infrequently Tom's turn bet, given how big it was, would just muck to a jam?
Yeah, he could have been just drawing to some spade. Town could have had a set, it was a crazy play, but he had a great read that Tan was just looking to push him around.
Good luck.
And it was a full pot turn bet, $382,000, and he still jammed. That was.
Can you imagine having to just snap fold after firing that much?
Why am I such a fish?
That was definitely the craziest play I've seen this week.
All week, yeah. Glad that you specified.
Wow.
Sixes and King Jack intertwined here. Ferdy, second pair effective on the Queen High board, still in the lead.
本来是哈给他觉得没卡，他怎么跟我直接跟着好了？我小花，对吗？你小花
10K，
你这个，没什么用，大堂，给个机会给他抽我。
他买多少？他买多少？买了300，
不知道。
后面买了150，
应该不会超我了。
买了300。输100。
第一次买多少？
先买140嘛。
那差不多。
300，输100，不能让他爬回去，不然白送。
Tom spirits don't appear all that dampened by the altercation with Tony.
Ever not laughing? Win or lose? Like he's loving the action.
Sure is.
Jakarta?
贪心啊，太贪心了。
Andy's 11K with the 210s flatted by Ivy. Fortunately for him, he didn't look to pick a fight as he is dominated. Looking up at 3 overcards on the King 9-8 board. Freddie goes along for the ride from the straddle.
Tens are best.
有咩嘢飲啊？去整啲甜嘅，咩甜嘢飲啊？
17K and take it.
果汁好啊，有咩果汁？西柚汁好，新鮮嘅好。Why am I? No, I just I just did something really stupid.
Check raise?
Yeah.
等一下，
Seven high hearts make it 11,000 to go, and hands rates to be a participant with queen high hearts. Hang on though, Elton. Black sevens. He's in the mix. The old suited jack on the button, no less. Elizabeth along.
She's in.
Ivy out. Freddie with a suited ace.
Look, he's looking at all those chips in there like, can I squeeze this one? Because it's definitely a candidate, and he's grabbing the white chips. Let's drop it in. 60,000.
What do you think? Hands makes it 160 here or something?
I mean, he's actually tanking, but he hasn't played with Ferdinand Putra, right? Ferdinand just came in this frame.
Lays it down, in fact. With some enthusiasm, mind you.
I know. Does mean a little something, something. Is everyone getting a massage now?
We're not.
True.
你们都是讲交给我的，每一次都是。啊！
还有一个小徒弟帮你。
我把庄位让给他。
Elton left to do battle alone.
事情交给我。啊
Freddie does successfully
你
thin
今
the
天运
field.
气很好，多搞搞。
好，
Oh my, what a flop for Ferdinand
那么好机会不
Putra,
是。
especially against the 2 sevens, which is an
场子都很
overpair.
轻了。
Trip fours, so well
最
disguised.
基本的东西了。
But the more heat that he
他
puts
等一下，后
on,
悔今天晚上睡不着了。
the more it may just look like an overpair to these
忘了
sevens.
忘了
But he's going to get at least one bet.
Yeah. First street of value. It's 50K.
而且你领先都有可能，
啊！
你领先都有可能。
我不觉得我领先。
他领先
10 on the turn doesn't rate to be of any concern
Ah.
to Elton as played.
某，
他是领先。
你不是
没有，你
But
没
a
有两对
meaty
是吧
bet into this now
我
quarter-million
是
pot.
第5张脸对啊。
That may be of some
A
concern.
四 A 三
Yeah, it might be, but definitely I agree with you that the 10 is not too dangerous.
你看，
买花，
不是
我
他一
两对。
他一开始说他3条，后来说他2对。
没有，我等于这个2条。
A lot of Elton's range
道理是一样的嘛。
consists
太不相信
of
你
these
说
kind
的
of
话。
pocket pairs. Ferdinand getting trappy with the 4. I do kind of like it because, like you mentioned, if he was to fire once more on this turn card, it does look like an overpair. So it checks through, and the 10. That's kind of a disastrous river card for Elton, right? Because he might think that Ferdinand has like an ace high that he can get some chips in against.
再跳过去 ，A 栋还要打这个牌。
I do think if Ferdinand checks, he actually would probably invite a bet from Elton with 2 sevens. Betting, of course, is just fine, which is what he's going to do, 100K.
那他估计就是20万，你扣看毛。
他那个吃不下来，我再打。
我说他如果打这2对出来
100K.
没有2对，他就给我打废掉了。
K8很好，这
On a friend.
It's 100 into 252. It's pretty small, and Elton might possibly read it as an ace high kind of block bet. I don't know if that's really a thing, but it might be. And if that's the case, then 2 sevens wouldn't want to fold. He's throwing in time banks.
很多。
还很多啊。
Better to spend the time banks than the chips.
哎，白送了，这么操你妈的！
So Elton's wondering, okay, how often is this a bigger pair? And how often will they check the turn?
Where's the fold button? Can you bring me out the fold button? Oh yeah, Ferdinand!
Can't
Why you do
find.
this to me?
All you got to do is lay it down, and you saved yourself 100K, but instead, Ferdy value bets the fours full.
God. Okay. That's not so bad then. Nice. Huh? Yeah. Cannot find the full button. Still a little more.
Pocket 5.
Huh?
Close to pocket 5s, pocket 7s to be exact.
Whatever it was, it doesn't beat fours full of 10. Says Ferdy. Scratching, kicking, clawing to $250,000 win on the session ahead of Elizabeth Chen. Tan Xuan, roughly 300 in the black. Andy Nee, 460. And Elton is now 600K plus off of his high water mark. You remember he was up 1.3, 1.4-ish even.
Correct.
Maybe even a 700K.
Okay. 6.5.
Tony G's cut down his losses. Down to about 850,000.
No,
He actually won about 575K in profit with that Jack 8 spades shove.
When you had Queen Jack.
No, pre-flop. You raise. I fold.
Definitely the craziest frame so far. Here we go. Queen 6 of hearts, 11K. Tony G calling Jack 9 suited.
I know you're not surprised by that phenomenon.
No.
Why?
You were right.
And water.
Huh?
And it's going to throw in the extra chips of Queen Deuce off.
It's high.
Uh-huh.
So, multi-way affair. King 6-4, 2 diamonds, Jack high flush draw for Tony. Pair of sixes for both Andy and Ivy. Advantage knee with the queen kicker. And he's going to bet it like he knows it's good, even though we have seen some deference post-flop when things are very multi-way.
Tony G has just got a new strat today because he's raising Jack 9 of diamonds here on a semi-bluff.
$18 becomes $55.
Andy, a non-believer, he makes the call here.
And the 3 of clubs shouldn't change his feelings about his hand.
Nope. Nice thing about calling a Queen 6-2 is he blocks some of the value, basically pocket 6s and like a King 6 that would raise the flop. Tony thinking about repping. Will not.
Thinks better of it and gets there on the end. $162 in the middle.
Well, the busted diamonds was what Andy was trying to pick off, so I don't really think he's going to be looking to check call here.
$125,000. It does feel like a bet that's either trying to cloak itself into seeming like it does not want to show down, or is the real deal. And as we can see, the genuine article does eventually get Andy's 6s into the muck properly, and Tony G is very much trending in the right direction.
Maybe
Welcome to the
you
game.
drink cappuccino in the night. How can you sleep?
Let's go in today.
Sleep.
I won't.
You won't. You won't sleep.
Elizabeth
Can I
apparently
No,
concerned
I
with
came
Ivy's
from Mykonos.
circadian rhythms there. No, just pointing out that the late
Not
night
that bad.
espresso maybe not the best way to get down when it's bedtime.
But I like his response. I won't. I just won't sleep. But nice concern there, Elizabeth.
Some animals are nocturnal.
It's not very strong.
Very
No,
strong.
no.
Some animals play a limp strategy, and that animal on the day has been Elton Sang.
And some
oftentimes,
animals raise with the 6-4 suited to $27,000. Usually there's only one of those type of animals, and that's Tan Chuan.
yeah, the honey badger. Pretty one for Andy, by the way, here. Performing very well against Tan specifically. Plunks in the extra 23. Elton says, okay.
You know you're not getting much respect when you get called in multiple spots. After there's a limp, you make it 26. His hand's going to do one of those re-raise plays all of a sudden. That would be fun. That would be quite crazy, too.
Oh. Delusions of grandeur, perhaps, Randy, but hands, one never knows. He does announce call eventually, so 4 players to the flop. Plenty of interference. Monotone 8-5-4 board. Hands. Has the jack of diamonds, but as you can see, Elton has the 10 high flush with a straight flush redraw just in case.
Also last to act as he gets to decide what price to make it against 3 opponents. Very coordinated texture. I'm going to charge the bigger diamonds. Sets.
$25K. Once the action is checked all the way around to Elton, that's what Hands gets to chew on. 2 players left to act behind him.
He's not drawing to a strong flush with this jack of diamonds. It's quite scary to peel one off.
$125.
But he makes it 125,000. Elton's small bet on the flop. It's baited Hands. Because I feel like if Elton bet bigger, Hands wouldn't be making this move. And we've seen from time to time in the past that Hands likes to pounce on smaller bets.
He's got an interesting table image because on a few occasions, especially if players have bothered to go back and soak up the stream, he has definitely activated in a sort of unsuspecting manner. Always has the affect of a guy that's taking the game super serious, and not to suggest that just because all of a sudden we get frisky, we're not serious, but he isn't simply nut peddling is the point that I'm seeking to make. So Elton doesn't need to be fearful that he's up against the bigger diamonds. Interestingly enough, Hands pairs the king on the turn, and I wonder if that isn't enough to embolden him to continue storytelling.
Well, when you turn a top pair like this, you actually have decent showdown value now. I wouldn't say it's a lot, but you start to play passively and just kind of decide, am I up against a monster? Or maybe I can get the showdown as cheaply as possible, even though there's 363,000 in the middle. But he's actually betting 150.
It's business time, and the Jack of Diamonds is drawing live, by the way, in the event that Elton were to cautiously approach this as a call. 520 effective from this point forward.
Normally, the best play here is to call.
How much you have behind?
Because we don't expect with 370 behind, if we were to jam here, that
you leave your opponent's bluffs in there, but he's asking how much is behind because if hands is making this play with, say, a flop straight or a set, especially a set, he doesn't mind charging those hands. And if hands doesn't have that much behind, maybe he can just put them in.
Like 350?
Also, ace of diamonds is the heavy candidate in terms of check raising the flop as a bluff and barreling the turn. And he also has to ask the question, does hands follow through with a triple if he just calls here?
No.
If he doesn't follow through that much, then you kind of want to charge a bit. So a lot of questions to be asked for Elton.
Yeah. Golf sometimes? Yeah, thank you. What do you do?
How does that feel if your hands?
feels like shit, Randy. That's what it feels like.
Well said. Well said.
Elton piling it in on us.
This can't ever be a call, I would think.
One baby on.
It would have to be Elton making the most heroic ace of diamonds bluff.
It's not a baby anymore.
Hands just really, I think the pivotal aspect of this one is going to be how often he thinks that jack of diamonds would be good if it comes in. Or for that matter, how often just the king is a winner. You know, neither feel altogether that probable as played.
Agreed. It's very weak of a draw. Very weak of a top pair. Trying to calculate if he's got the odds. We just drawing dead. It's possible.
Cool.
Wow. Hands just made the call with King Jack.
And you can see Elton not altogether convinced that that 10 high flush is good. Now he can breathe easy. But hang on. 3 times being proposed.
3 times? 1 time. I do 1 time.
How many times?
Okay. 3 times is fine.
I do 10 times.
Hands
do
1
10.
to 3. Elton obliges.
I gamble for. I don't
So it won't be a
understand. What are
chop.
you gambling for?
Someone's going to win some money.
You're looking for bunnies like me only. I do 1.
All hands can already be quite pleased that they're running it more than once, as he would have been scooped. Running it twice would have yielded the same result. So
do more.
The lone individual ever asking to run it 3 times now gives himself a free roll at a rebate, and there it is.
You can't do 3 times. Sell insurance.
Never 3 times. What? Finally it worked, right? I always got fucked with it. This time I managed to save some.
So he got some of it back.
How's that fun for the home viewer? Aren't you meant to be entertaining people?
I mean, respectfully, as much as we do
running it
advocate for
I'm
entertainment,
running it 1 time.
this is real money getting played
Triple
for right
excitement for
now,
the
and
viewer,
we're
Tony.
simply spectators.
Triple.
I like to do it 1 time. It's
Yeah.
more luck. I'm lucky.
I respect these guys doing what they feel like they need to do
Sure.
without taking those interests into consideration before their own economic ones.
He wanted to do it 3 times. You know, Elton did not need to agree, but he felt like, you know what? It's a big pot. Go ahead. I'll let you have it. But Tony G's like really
Waste of
advocating
time.
for the 1 time.
Yeah, he wants it to be
Just
blood.
like flip it and run it 5 times. 8 times.
Tony should listen to you。
人一次没怎么输钱，人一次是输10几万，
一次才10几万的嘛。
对，但是后面还有40多嘛。
现在还有40-50哦。我操
That one was 27,000
Tony, how many times do you
ahead.
run it?
One
Four
time.
ways
Oh,
pre.
just once?
Always.
Okay.
Elton.
Always. Everyone can tell you.
It wasn't clear.
25
one time.
hands, 125.
45
Good run.
要45。
Elton
我
call.
后面打了50，中间打了12万5，这等于多少？
我一次赢很多回来。
我为什么赢这么
Turn,
少了？
150K bet,
12万
then
5
the jam, then
，15
the
万
call.
加50万，应该是
Now we rumble on.
15万加50万，应该65万嘛。啊，对他赢他20多万而已。啊？是不是这样算了？
Give me chips, please.
总共有多少？啊？
总共有多少他
65嘛，应该是。
1 million.
Limp call from Elton against
65我
Elizabeth
都
Chen.
才赢个20多，对啊。哇，赢2次才赢这么少的吗？
对啊。
Set of
因为一
sevens
次
for
赢太多了，
Elton.
也不划算的，对不对？
Heating up.
分2次是最好的。
Decent board to see that for
2次这不
Elizabeth
是
Chen
分
too.
钱还是什么？
公平的嘛，这公平是公平的。
那公平应该赌小一点嘛。
8,000.
我2次是可以的。
8,000.
这太小了吧？
Look at that slow
我没
play from
想到
Elton. That's restraint.
Board texture is quite dry.
一期他其实没多少欧哈。
A very wet
卡了个
10 of
同花
hearts
顺
in
是没
terms
多
of
少
Elizabeth's
嗯
actual holding. She
你
picks
卡了个
up
同花顺嘛
king high flush draw. Yet again, Elton checks.
我手上还有2个
Let's
方
see if
面，
she
方
wants to
面2、
check
方
back
面
and
3。
realize equity.
I would like her to turn barrel this though, because when
你
she
打
bets
一个
so
大
small
我
on the
要是干
flop,
嘛？
she gets so many weak hands
没20
that have to just check fold, especially when the 10 overcards is 7-5. Obviously, it's not going to work. I really do like this turn barrel, and Elton continuing to slow play his set of sevens.
喂
6 comes in.
Stop posting.
can't 憋住。
Safe river for the set, which is looking to induce once more. King high does not rate to be good at showdown.
Looks like she's actually going to triple barrel this. 150K, and
这么重啊！
that's going to get snapped off.
然后他妈，我也打你的，不打你的，哎呀，算了，本来因为这还要打你的，还打得这么重。
Elton calls.
裂开。
裂开。
怎么来的？
花啊，花了。
啊，我说，3条都不打你，你看我对你多好，我1分钱不打你，
你还不如打我一下。
我1分钱没打过你，中了个3条。
So we introduce new chips to the table. The black chips are 100,000.
Thank you.
我教你不要打我了嘛，我说我不打你了嘛，你原来都不听我的，我还以为我们是一对。
Feels like Elton is admonishing Elizabeth a little bit there. Did I miss the 40K turn bet? I admit I was in the chat streets and I suggested that you check back and tried to realize.
Don't worry, I covered you.
对呀，
Solid.
没有我没有
Triple
算
barrel
到
that.，
对啊，算的太少
Elton
了，对
called
吗？
with the set on
因为
river just because
120万
he
的
did
锅，
fear
他妈的
8-9,
才赢了个
which is
20
what
万，
she was repping.
那搞来搞去
That
搞
slide
个
over
屁啊！
bet.
你应该赢43万。
如果我输钱，我肯定跟他跑1次啊。其实赢钱应该跑1次，真的是，还有追数嘛。
Jack 10 suited under the gun for Ivy.
把我们股东打昏
Tony
掉，
made a big mistake。
上头。厉害。
嗯
You made money.
big mistake。
你干脆直接 all in 掉，看他扣不扣得动。
Open-ended for
我
Ivy.
操
Gut shot for hands.
River
And if hands finds that gut shot, you'll be
打得
in
很
very bad
重
shape.
啊
才！多少啊？才10几万，我怎么赢？
他打了
对啊
15啊，大哥。
all 掉。
一张
28K.
发一张勾你就顺着了。
对啊，我有一张。
Hands, did you have it, the hand?
I haven't had it once today, but which hand are you talking about?
The flush hand. Heart, river, heart.
Let's keep going.
I check raise you.
But he hasn't had
Doesn't have
one.
the cutter.
Check raise you, and then you rejam.
That's an interesting holding.
Ace queen, ace of heart.
You have a set?
I have a flush.
Flush.
Oh.
Nice fold.
Huh?
Nice fold.
Nice fold?
You found the fold button.
This time I did, yeah. The other
Blindfolded.
Huh? Found the full button, yeah. Should have found the full button against Ready Line. How much?
King 5 off for Tan Xuan. Elizabeth Chen's got goods to 3-bet Tan.
I should probably just called. I don't know. Nice hand, nice play, whatever.
3-bet to 60.
Almost got it.
这亏大了，他把他的钱送给别人，再来赢我的钱。
那再跟一个让他掏最好，
这样算是对的。
Let's it
亏大了，
go.
亏大了。
你分给股东了，对吧？
Falls it in. Good chunk of her profits on the day lost to Elton. That set a 7 spot with the King 8.
Yeah, that one hurt.
One 起来，起来。
Queen 8 of hearts.
搞得不好啊。
So 11,000 to go. Queen Jack for Elizabeth. She'll be the lone patron. Ten seven three.
Check.
Disconnected from the texture of both holdings.
But have to do it like triple straddle now.
Huh? Triple straddle? Yeah, no straddle allowed tonight, apparently. I think it's good though. I mean, it's like,
it's fine.
Yeah. Big enough now, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, no double straddles, but the single straddle on is full time. Queen Jack making the call here. Picks up a gut shot.
Yeah, a little peel. Ambitious.
Ambitious is something Elizabeth Chen knows.
Yep.
As does Tan Xuan. Double barrel. Nice one from Andy Nee. Recognizing the ace is more so in his range and can really pressure the middle stuff. Even these floats.
Elton, who would you say is the most famous player in Asia?
For what? Poker? Wow. In Asia? I don't know.
You're up there, aren't you?
Huh?
You're up there.
In Asia?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably. Probably like Tan and Aaron have a big China population. Yeah.
I think we have top 4 continents on the table tonight.
Top 4 continents? Asia,
China,
Europe, US, North America. What else?
Tony has both Europe and Australia, I would guess.
Oh, okay. I see.
Multitasking. The only purebred bunny as well. I don't know what I'm doing, but it works. You know? I'm not thinking too much. It works.
It works. Yeah, you influence me. Sometimes I play like you. Sometimes I think of you and I'll be like, let's play a hand like Tony G. What would Tony G do?
Not recommended.
No, it's good. I love it. No.
Baby suited connector for
It's
Andy.
nice when you.
I like the way that Tony
you know?
G 3-bet there. He grabbed the calling chips. All of a sudden, the other hand grabbed some more blues and dropped them in.
Diamond coverage for him.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes.
Random faults. Random
Sometimes you're bunny. Sometimes.
36
I can't
total.
help myself. Sometimes I just do stupid things.
Andy gonna slip another quarter in the machine. Extended play to the 7-6 deuce board, open ender, and not much cooking for Tony.
There's a lot of play with this 5-4 diamonds on this flop. I really feel like you could check call or check raise this one. He will be going for the check call. Tony G's been in betting mode, not on this turn card. And he can just throw in some chips. He can steal this one. He doesn't necessarily need to represent just a 7. He could have like a pocket pair. I call it the 3-bet that would go for value after the turn check through. I guess the question for him is, does he want to represent those kind of pocket pairs, or does he want to go represent the 7? And the way he's betting, it's a bit of both. I like this. Widen the value bet range, perceived at least. He gets more folds from high card ace.
What are those black chips? 100K?
Want some?
Huh?
King high.
Oh, so you have like
Concedes.
1.34 million now?
That's 5 high. Was never going to have any showdown value. Nicely executed there
Tonight is
by
the night.
Andy.
Tonight's the night?
Got 3-bet.
Oh,
Tonight is the night to use some black chips.
Either make it or go down in flames.
Check called flop. and then
Fine,
go
there's still a
down
couple
after the
more
check back
days
from
left.
Tony.
这黑的是
Not if I go down in flames.
黑的筹码是到一个。
Suwan.
You're down today? You're not down much, right?
You won $1 million pot from me a couple hours ago. What's going on? Huh?
do you see those black chips in your
That's fine.
hands as stack?
I do indeed.
Each one is 100K. That's a new chip denomination. And he's bought in for at least $1 million. Saying,
哎呀，没必要就跟一个就算了。
guns blazing.
看你自己人。
Normally,
自己人自己人。
to compress that much of something into that
Good
little
morning,
real estate,
Elizabeth.
你要不要散码？拿人散码给你的。
hundreds of thousands of years,
可以呀，
and we call them diamonds.
10万给你看看，
But here,
要不要多一点？
可以呀。
just a
老就准的老师。
little clay token.
别一搞就搞得这么大。
Just a handful.
All that's required to compress $100,000 into a tiny little wagering disc.
有赞助了，
Yes,
要赞助。
more than one.
25K ahead to the Queen 9-6 board.
直接我应该
Elizabeth
肯定看扣不动，直接我给你包赢。
Pre-flop razor. Terrible board, but I suppose there are no good boards for 5-4 off, so you might as well follow through with the C-bet. 1/3 we go.
If you don't think that there's any good boards for 5-4 offsuit, I feel like I understand why maybe you don't play that hand. But this certainly is not one of them. You see Elton.
I suppose you know what I meant, though.
Yeah.
Check through. Queen 10. Double paired board. Good hunt value, though. Not going to try.
Yeah, I think he's going to induce. Elizabeth knows that she has no showdown value, but she's not far removed from another heads-up altercation with Elton, where he admonished her pretty thoroughly with a set of 7s.
She's fallen for a debate. That's going to get snapped off. Muck.
You see, like a disappointed father, he looks over to his
打
left.
不过他，
别打我吧！
我要报仇。
Why are you always trying
怪
to
不
bluff?
得你要他上来，我操！什么意思？
Elizabeth Chen hasn't forgot about day one when Elton was bullying her. She's just still trying to play
对，
him.
上了100。
But he seems to be over it, but she's just like, it's in the back of her mind. Hence, she keeps trying to
Wait,
bluff
what
him.
happened on day one? he was going after her over and over and over again successfully and bluffing her off of hands.
Yeah.
You think she's trying to repay the favor?
It's not working.
No, you're right. It is. Ace deuce suited. As Chen
Wait, this is supposed to just take it down pre. We have 10-4 offsuit. What's going on?
I think her table image is damaged right now, and maybe there's a sense that there's a little bit of blood in the air. Maybe they think she's steamy, trying to force the issue. As we can see, there's some reasonable holdings that have been a part of what has transpired out here.
She's going to come in. This is also uncharacteristic of Andy Nee to take these types to go to 3-bet.
You're right about that.
I see a 4.
King and a 7 behind it.
The 4 is best. Texture also in favor of Andy. Likely going to come in for C-bet and win this pot.
Yeah, no club on board, no real hope. And you can see Elizabeth reeling a little bit. Remember, she lost her first bullet promptly, was stuck $500,000, managed to bounce back, get the $500,000 back, and then be in the black about 300,000, I think, at the onset of the frame. Here she is now stuck over 100.
Just like that. Pots do add up.
I don't know. Do you? Yeah. What happened?
No, you left there, so why would you have to post?
Huh?
Before I left.
You don't have to post. Let's
Yeah,
play. Let's
before
play.
you
Let's
left, we
play.
come back and-
I don't know. What happened? I don't know.
Fine.
No, because I left them cut off. I said,
So Putra is back. And Elton sings Limp is back. What else is back? The mystery cards?
That they are, and they've been applied to Ivy. So we'll black out whatever is responsible for this raise to 20,000.
Oh, 8-8 suited down.
Yeah, I was just thinking how promptly that hit the mug. A little bit peculiar. Elton hangs in there with the king queen, flops an open ender on the jack 10-4 board. Checking over with the flow of play.
Round of checks is going to give Elton Sang the straight.
Nuts.
And he's going for the check. Trying to get Ivy to bet. There we go. Do we check raise now or continue to slow play? There's a lot of reason to check raise the turn just because your opponent could have a decent piece that can pay off. To check back this flop and then get check raise, it's quite scary because of the straight nature of the board. He's still going to make the call, so maybe Ivy's got like a 2 pair, set of 9s. With the queen. Not what Elton wants to see.
4-liner on board. Any queen X shares the king high straight with Elton.
There probably is a little bit of ace queen in Phil Ivy's range. Check back flop, back call turn. Definitely reasonable.
这副牌你看，这副牌这个楼对楼，这个楼也有算，他这个手上的没有欧成，他打掉了5本。
It is very difficult for Elton to get called by worse as played right now.
你看这个牌怎么打得这么大？他那个 S 没有大起来，只有扣住啊。他那个。
Remember, it was as you mentioned, Randy. Check, check, flop, check, raise, turn. Ivy hung in there. And he was the pre-flop raiser in the face of the Elton limp. And now Elton checking over. And obviously this could potentially induce Ivy to bet, unable to beat the king high straight. But it also protects Elton from being blown off of it if he were to try to value bet. And now just look at how meaty this sizing is from Phil. Begins to feel as though at best we're chopping.
You are a lucky man. Phil Ivy.
Oh, and the ace queen is there.
Elton knew it
Wow.
when he said, "You're a lucky man."
Wow.
你跟钢铁侠玩，钢铁侠可能是钢铁。
Yikes.
钢铁要劝有什么办法？你发个 K 给他，想你吗
That river bet was max value from Ivy. Really just got the most.
Nice and Phil Ivy.
I mean, there was 220 something in there, which means if we think bottom of range is a shared queen that's trying to get us off of a chop, then we're calling 225 to win 110. Not great odds.
It's not, and I suppose it depends on how often you think Ivy will try to move you off of the chop. Because when Elton plays his hand that way, he also rarely ever has ace queen. You know, so do you really want to give someone 110K? I don't know. It's hard to say. It's
against Linus.
It's a tough spot.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
He had king 6 and king 9. I don't know, but
It felt like, considering the magnitude of the bet, maybe Elton would have been better served just to give himself a little bit more time before making that call. I'm not sure that he would have come to any sort of different conclusion. It was a pretty nasty spot to be put in.
Yeah, I do like that he checked though, rather than bet on the river.
100%. Queen 5 deuce, top pair, top kicker as Ivy begins to sizzle. Does not fire.
That's player dependent because he's up against Tan Xuan on the button. He knows his player loves to bet when check 2. And he's firing out 33,000.
Remember, Ivy played this one as a limp and simply called Tan's raise. Pre-flop.
Tan called.
Barrels 33 gets called down to heads up, and a card that maybe Tan is going to end up trying to rep, which of course, as we know, has smacked Ivy for top 2. Again, he checks. Slipping rope. And if you think that this was a limp with something like Queen 10, Queen Jack, not one of the more premium Queen X's, then all of a sudden you could understand Tan's decision to reach for chips here and target that sort of holding as he bet 62K with 9 high.
Ivy's main game plan here should be to just check call. He knows that Tan Xuan likes to fire. Raising doesn't really do anything but blows out bluffs like this that are drawing dead. And he has no flush draws to be worried about. 9 on the river. It's not really showdown value just because Ivy is never check calling the turn with worse than a 9.
Yeah, there's no flush draw out there. Size-wise, we can really get rid of the Broadway gutters. Both courtesy of the flop, check call, and then, of course, the one on the turn. So recognizing that maybe the gig is a ton. Check folds.
A great run of cards lately for Ivy. He's up about $436,000 now.
All right, so the advisory has come down that this is going to be last couple of orbits of this 4th and final frame of this 4th of 7 days of cash game action from the Maestro Resort and Casino. Of course, Players are allowed to carry on if they'd like, but they'll be doing so off stream. Haven't taken a moment to mention the fact that there are other cash games that do get played as the stream's happening. Generally speaking, it's been a $500, $1,000 blind game. Mystery card time as we slap the blinders on Tan Xuan's holding. He has taken us to 12,000, and he plays it as a flat.
The one player that's very hard to predict what he's holding. A true mystery. Not even Sherlock Holmes could figure it out.
Was Sherlock Holmes that good of a detective? I guess he was, right? Pair of fives for Andy. Who would be Sherlock out of the two of us? Am I Watson? Watson was the like smart one. Sherlock got everybody in trouble, right?
Yeah,
Watson.
you're Sherlock
Yeah.
for sure.
You just saw the movie, didn't you? Yes, I knew it. I don't know why I knew that, but I knew that. Tan, 19,000. Don't know what he has. Nor does Andy need.
Yeah, but Andy's got the queen 5, and it's pretty good. Call in position, react accordingly. Often best hand. Especially in that turn card.
Yep, queen's up.
And the queen is not really meant to hit Andy too much, unless it's with 2 diamonds. So he can really go meaty here if he wants. It would look a bit bluffy.
Where's King 9?
Third one. Wait, 46,000.
$46,000. The number drawn up as the board texture goes two-tone. Plenty of draws available.
True. Not impossible for that to be in either player's holdings. Of course, Andy's got 2 pair. If Tan was holding like a pair of 9s, he wouldn't be folding right now.
He's given this a good long think here. Multiple time banks already owed. And he's going upstairs to 175,000. Don't always make the assumption that just because Tan is in the tank, that the call or the fold are the only options.
So he c-bet the flop, checked the turn, and opted to check raise. Note the stacks behind as well. This could get very big. And Andy, his turn bet is close to around 60% pot, so it's not as big, and maybe that induced Tan Xuan to go for a big check raise.
$130,000 more. If you want to call, and there's still one to come.
Yeah, I think it's crossing his mind if he's just supposed to call here or re-raise. He is going to make the call here, and it's 424,000 in the middle. A multitude of straight draws and flush draws exist.
Given how deep these guys are, is there not an opportunity for queens and fives to deny equity to some of the draws, which, as we can see, if they are hearts or 10-jack, have hit?
I'll tell you this. If I'm Andy Nee, I hate that river card.
I do too.
It's hard to really pinpoint Tan Xuan whether he was on like a set or a big draw. whether it be diamonds or hearts. But when he got bet called on the turn, he might be thinking that Andy could also be on those hearts. It could be those diamonds. They're both got potentially wide ranges, but what we do know is that Tan Xuan is grabbing a stack of white chips.
35
350.
Oh boy. All of a sudden, deep levels of discomfort have been placed upon the shoulders of Queens Up, which, as you mentioned, hates to see this.
It doesn't feel like Tan Xuan's got like a 2-pair holding at this point. So for me, it screams like hearts, maybe a Jack 10, maybe a set. In terms
Are there bluffs?
of value? Yes,
Busted
of course.
diamonds?
Of course, there's bluffs.
You want a meal today?
Busted
Yeah.
diamonds is the main bluff.
Now, I was up 1.5 when you left. And I went back down.
We've
and I
seen
came back
Andy
up. I had like
in
a-
these tough spots so
close today.
many times. And he's made some good folds. He's going to make the call, and wow, Tan Xuan, ace 3 offsuit. Look at that call.
Just the naked ace of hearts is what he was putting to work after the busted wheel draw failed to come in.
买花不是到了吗？
还差一张。
See the wipe of the sweat from the brow of Andy Nee.
我拎飛，我拎係คน
哇，
都打得好。
Respect deserved there with that
常常
call.
嘛，你跟我一模一样，我就不听这样啊！我一看到你就想偷你，妈的，你一看到他你就想偷他。
刚刚是不是少了一个大吗？我要补。
Those are the sorts of altercations which
刚刚上次过去了。
啊，你刚刚
crazy
有100没去是吗？
对。
然后你放个5000，然后再放个4000。
late night fourth frame action.
对。
Because I missed a bit the shadow, right?
方块开出来
You missed the shadow,
She missed the shadow.
No.
So you're 2G now.
Diamond, I fall. Sure. Or let me fall? No. Diamond.
Full collision.
Do we deserve this much action? Like, this is so good.
It'd be tough to write insurance policies on these players if they were cars because they get in a lot of wrecks.
Yeah, they do. 8s in. Queens for Elton Sang.
Some of them fender benders, Randy. Other times we're looking at a total loss.
Yeah.
55,000, says Elton. Note that the queen 9 for hands is the party starter, and yet he's up against queens and against 9s.
Cold call from Elizabeth Chen with pocket 9s, which is going to bring in Tony G. 1 queen and 1 9 gone.
都是偷的好了，那个牌。那个牌红豆给你买出来，方块如果开方块，我真的会把它破掉。
3 nickels on the flop, 3 pocket pairs, find that flop. And let's see whether or not the inferior ones can find the fold as Elton's queens first to act here.
It's actually fortunate for Tony G to be last to act here because Elton c-bets, Elizabeth Chen probably is going to call, and he might be able to get away from the 2-8s right on the flop.
Bet and call of 55,000 in front of him.
Looks like he is going to make the call.
I agree with you, though. It did feel like
哎，帮加茶。
could possibly release.
This turn card, it looks like a blank, and it is, but it's very interesting now because Elton has bet into 2 opponents, got called in 2 spots, and he's likely going to bet again. And how is Elizabeth and Tony G going to respond to it?
That's the key. As the pre-flop raiser continues to tell a story.
Look at that sizing.
Yeah, in spite of the fact that he was called in 2 spots. This is what causes some alarm.
100K into 345. That looks milky. I feel like if you call this bet, you need to expect one more is coming, whether it be a value or a bluff. And Chen is going to make the call. I would expect Tony G to get away now at this point. He could be drawing to just 2 outs. Tony G has to remember Elizabeth Chen cold called a 3-bet and called the flop in the turn. That often is a pair better than 8s. Actually, it always is.
Every now and again, you wonder whether or not there isn't quad 5s lurking about.
Sure, of course. Very possible.
Specifically that ace-5 combo. I mean, I just don't see the world in which these 2 8s can call here. It just, as an overcall in particular, second straight street that the pre-flop 3-better is barreling, and barreling meaty.
This could never be a call with the action pre and flop.
These snowmen are melting.
They've already melted. They just need to throw the carrot away and the sticks as well.
Yeah, there's a scarf on the ground, a couple of lumps of coal.
It's summer.
And a puddle. Down it goes. Heads up now, and Elizabeth needs a 9. Instead, it comes a 7, another undercard.
Elton's aware of Elizabeth's range. Cold call 3-bet, call flop, call turn. Definitely a pair under the queens.
等下40多。
He's grabbed milking chips, 200,000 into 545. He's putting Elizabeth on exactly 9, 10s, and jacks. I'm trying to get those hands to call. Just praying.
Well, the real prayers would belong to Elizabeth if she were to click call. It would really be simply praying that somehow Nelson doesn't have a beat. And he has had her number on the night, even extending back to her prior session.
Right.
She's already called off 3 streets if you include pre-flop, a fairly big sizing.
Just lay it down.
Finally made a believer. And there's a free peek.
给你带嘛。
带一点点。带一点点。
Well, the most violent swings of the pendulum in terms of stacks.
很小很小的。
Yet again, being
打得
delivered
这么
to
小，你
us.
都能 fold。
Here in the 4th and final frame, and specifically in the last couple of rounds of action.
So nice.
Huh? Not the best hand.
Yeah. Pocket eights. So I'm
Nice
third
four.
place.
Nice
Yeah,
four.
third place.
Need to hit the eight to win a big.
Bigger than you.
Yeah, I'm sure. Nines, tens.
Yeah.